You're lying here, body soft against the mattress. But your mind isn't quiet, no. It's still moving through that conversation, like someone rewinding a recording. They've listened to too many times already. The way their voice dropped on the last word, how long the silence lasted after, whether they meant what they said or just didn't know how to say it differently. None of this is resolved, and your brain keeps reaching back into that moment as if there's still something left to answer, even though you've already given every possible reply in your head a dozen times over. It's not about the content anymore. It's about the gap where an ending should be. The space between sentences that never closed. It's late. Your eyes are heavy but unready. You're tired and wound up at once, like someone turned on both the lights and the alarm clock at the same time, then forgot to turn either off. That's how it feels when your brain runs on interest instead of fatigue. You don't slow down because you want to sleep. You slow down only when there's nothing left to hold on to. But right now, there are too many things still spinning. You're not failing at this. You aren't broken. Your mind isn't lazy. It just doesn't know how to rest without a reason. It needs something to follow, even if it's small. And tonight, the thing it's stuck on is that conversation, unfinished, unresolved, suspended in time like an old voicemail you keep checking because you're waiting for a reply you'll never get. This is not a place to fix anything. This is not where decisions are made or apologies spoken. Tonight isn't about finishing what wasn't finished. It's just about letting it go, gently, until morning comes and the weight feels different. You don't have to solve this. You don't have to remember every tone or pause with precision. You don't have to replay every possible version of how things could have gone if you'd said something else, because none of that helps now. What matters is not whether the conversation was resolved, but whether you can let it rest. This is relaxation content, not medical advice, and certainly not a substitute for professional care. If sleep has been elusive night after night for months or years, if this kind of mental looping becomes your nightly companion, no matter how tired you are, then talking with a doctor or sleep specialist might be the next step that brings real relief. But tonight isn't about diagnosing anything. Tonight is about breathing. So let's begin with just one thing. What happens when you notice yourself drifting back into that conversation again? You don't need to stop it. You don't have to fight it. Just name it quietly, like this. I'm thinking about the conversation I never finished. That's all. No judgment. No urgency. Just a soft acknowledgement this is happening, and you're still here. Now let your attention settle into your body instead. Not on what's in your head, but on what's under it. Feel the weight of your legs against the sheets, how they press down slightly as if trying to sink deeper into the mattress. There's a quiet pressure there, comfortable, not tight. Let that pressure stay. Now move your awareness up slowly, not fast. No need to rush through any part of yourself. Just let it rise like warm air rising from the floor. The weight in your arms now, the way they lie on top of each other, one slightly lower than the other, fingers resting open and loose. There's no purpose to them right now, no typing, no grabbing, no holding anything at all. Your shoulders are not high. They're just there, not collapsed, but not tense either. Let gravity do its work on them. No need to pull them back or lift them forward. Just let them settle where they are, like stones in still water. And your jaw, there's a little softness there now. You might have been clenching without knowing, but that's okay. Soften it further. Let the teeth part just enough that you feel space between them. No need to force anything. Just allow the muscles at the corners of your mouth to relax, as if they're remembering how to let go. Now breathe in just once and notice where the breath goes. Not trying to change it, just watching. Air moving through your nose, filling the upper chest slowly, like water rising into a quiet bowl. Hold for just a moment, then let it out without effort. Let it drift away like smoke from an extinguished candle. That's it, just one breath, one soft return. Now here, S, where we go next. Imagine you're walking through a long hallway that never ends, but not fast. You don't have to reach the end. There's no destination. Just this slow walk with your feet touching the floor gently each time, like you're testing whether it's solid or if you'll sink in. The walls are pale gray, no texture, just smooth and quiet. No doors along the way, no signs, just endless space. Your footsteps don't echo because there's no one else here to hear them. You're walking for the sake of walking, not toward anything, just moving through stillness. You can see the floor beneath you, not shiny, not dirty, just a faint pattern in the tile, like something almost familiar, but never quite named. Maybe it reminds you of an old kitchen or a school hallway from long ago. But that's okay if it doesn't mean anything. You don't have to know what it is. Just keep going. Each step is one breath. Left foot, then right, each time meeting the floor with softness. Not fast, not slow, it just happens. No need to hurry or push forward. The hallway stretches out in both directions, but you're only walking now. That's enough. You don't have to remember anything about the conversation anymore. You don't even have to think about thinking it. Just let your attention drift like dust, floating in a sunbeam. No direction, no purpose. When you notice yourself returning to that moment again, the way their voice dipped on the final syllable, how long they paused before saying nothing at all, just say softly, "Inside, I'm back there." Then, gently guide your awareness back to your feet, back to the walk. There's no blame in going away. There's no failure in drifting. That's not what this is for. You're not trying to stop thoughts. You're just learning how to let them pass through, like clouds across a sky you don't have to fix. The conversation will be there tomorrow, maybe even today if you want it. But tonight doesn't need an answer. Let the hallway keep going on forever, and stay with your breathing in sync with each step, one breath per footfall. In, out, left, right. You don't have to understand why this feeling lingers. You don't have to make sense of the silence that followed their words. None of it needs a reason tonight. Just keep walking. The air is still. There's no music, no voices, just your quiet movement and the soft sound of your own breath meeting the space around you. No pressure to arrive anywhere. No need to fix anything. Just this step after another, like waves on sand that don't leave a mark, but keep coming anyway. You might find yourself noticing details. The way the light hits one side of the wall slightly brighter than the other, or how the floor seems to shift ever so subtly under your feet, not in danger, but in quiet motion. These things aren't important, they're just real. And when you catch yourself thinking about what they might say now if you could talk again, what their tone would be, whether there's regret behind it, whether they've thought about it too, you don't have to answer that either. Just let the thought pass like a shadow across the floor and return your focus to your feet, one step at a time. In, out, left, right. No need to stay awake. No need to be anywhere else. Just walking through stillness with no goal, only presence. You don't have to finish anything tonight. You don't have to close that conversation or rewrite it in any way. All you're doing is letting yourself rest, even when your mind keeps going back, because the act of returning to this walk is enough. The return itself is the peace. So go on. Let the hallway stretch as long as it wants. Keep walking until the breath feels like a rhythm that's not yours, but belongs with you anyway. The light in the hallway doesn't change, but it feels different, less like a beam from above, and more like something that's been here all along, just waiting to be noticed. It settles into the grain of the floor, not bright enough to show every scratch, but warm enough to make you wonder if the tile is breathing. You're still walking, though your steps have slowed so much they barely disturb the air. Each footfall sinks a little deeper into silence than the last. There's no need to count them anymore. The rhythm isn't meant to be measured. It just is. A pulse without urgency. And somewhere in that pulse, you notice how quiet your hands are, just resting at your sides, not fidgeting, not trying to do anything with themselves. They're like old keys left on a table after the lock has been forgotten. You don't have to decide what they want next. You don't have to imagine their face right now, or remember exactly how their fingers curled around the edge of the chair when they leaned forward. That moment doesn't need to be rewritten. or re-experienced with more detail. It's just a shape in your mind, the kind that lingers not because it matters so much, but because it didn't get finished. And that's okay. The air is still cold enough to feel like it might hold its breath if you're quiet long enough. You don't need to warm it up. You don't have to fix the temperature or shift your position. Just stay where you are, feet on the floor, spine upright but soft, shoulders not holding anything. There's no urgency in this stillness. No one is waiting for a reply. The silence between words wasn't empty. It was full of something else entirely. And now it can be just silence again. Not heavy, not dangerous, just present. You might notice the way your breath slows when you stop trying to change it. It doesn't speed up or slow down in response to thoughts, just moves like a river that's found its bed, not needing to rush anywhere. You don't have to guide it. You just let it happen in time with each footstep. The hallway keeps going on both sides. There are doors along the wall, some closed, one slightly ajar, but you're not walking toward any of them. Not today. Maybe never. The door that was left open doesn't call your name. It doesn't promise anything. It just is half-lit, shadowed at the edges, with nothing in it but dust and stillness. You don't need to go inside. There's no reason you should. The floor isn't smooth. It has tiny imperfections. Not cracks, not damage, just subtle variations where one tile sits half a millimeter higher than its neighbor. You can feel them under your feet without seeing them, like the world remembering how it feels to be slightly uneven, just enough that you notice if you pay attention. And maybe that's all this is. Paying attention slowly to things that don't matter. The conversation isn't gone. It's still there in the air between thoughts, like a word spoken too softly to catch. But it doesn't need a reply anymore. It just needs to be acknowledged and let go. You don't have to understand why you keep coming back to it. You don't have to fix what didn't break. The brain isn't meant to erase things. It's meant to hold them, carry them until they're ready to pass through. And tonight, that's all you're doing, carrying. There are no clocks here, no time to keep up with, no alarm waiting in the future. Just this moment of walking, each step a soft landing on something that was already there before you arrived. You might notice how your body feels heavier now, not from fatigue, but from stillness. Like it's settling into the shape of rest without trying to get anywhere. Your hips don't shift. Your feet don't lift too high or drag too far. Just a gentle weight meeting the ground, like rain landing on pavement. You might think about how you're not supposed to be doing this, walking in silence through an endless hallway with no purpose. But that's part of what makes it safe. There's no rule against being here. No one is judging whether your movement has meaning. And if there were, it wouldn't matter. You'd still walk. The step would still happen, even without a reason. Because walking doesn't require justification. There are stains on the wall, old, faint smudges near where someone might have leaned for a moment too long. They're not dark or angry, just faded traces of something that happened once and was forgotten. Like your mind forgetting how to stop replaying things after they've gone quiet. But this hallway remembers everything without remembering anything at all. The air doesn't move, but you can feel it shift just slightly when you breathe out, like the space around you opens a little wider for each exhale. There's no need to speak. No one is listening. You don't even have to think about speaking in order to not do it. You could stand still and be okay. You could stop walking entirely and just stay, breathing into the quiet between thoughts. But instead, you keep going because that's what this rhythm has become. A way of staying present without having to hold on tight. The lights above don't flicker. They don't change color or dim. They are simply there, the same soft glow from before, not brighter now and not less bright later. The hallway doesn't seem longer than it was 2 minutes ago, but also not shorter. It just exists without demand. You might notice how your hands relax further when you stop thinking about them, not trying to make them do anything, not imagining what they could touch, just letting their weight be there at your sides like stones in a stream bed that don't need to move. There's no sound from the doors behind you, not even footsteps, just silence so deep it feels like it has texture, like velvet on the inside of your ears. You might think about how you've replayed this conversation in fragments for weeks now, but never fully lived through it again. Not really. Not until tonight, when the act of walking becomes an answer to itself. Not a solution, just a way of being. There's no need to find closure. There's no need to know what they meant, or how you'd respond today if you could. The past doesn't have to be fixed for it to stop pulling at your breath. You don't have to forgive anything. You don't have to understand why the silence lasted so long. You just have to keep stepping forward, not toward them, not away from them, but simply through this quiet hallway where time moves differently. The wall beside you is smooth in places and rough in others, like something that was once shaped by hands, but left unfinished. No one came back to it. No one completed the work. It's just been here ever since. And that's okay. You don't need a reason for being here either. No one needs to know your name. No one is waiting with judgment or expectation. You can be quiet and still, walking without purpose, holding nothing in your hands but this slow rhythm of breath and footfall. The air feels thick now, not heavy, not suffocating, just full of the kind of silence that doesn't run away when you sit too long. It stays with you. It settles into your bones. You might notice how your thoughts have stopped trying to convince you they're important. They don't shout or demand attention. They just float by like leaves on a slow river, not needing to land anywhere. And when one comes back, when the memory of their pause returns, or the way their voice dropped at the end, you don't push it away. You let it pass through your awareness like sunlight across a wall that doesn't need to remember what it once was. You're not trying to stop thinking about them. You're just learning how to be with those thoughts without letting them lead you anywhere. There's no path ahead, only the next step. No destination, only the breath in and out. The floor is cool under your feet, like a stone that has been sitting still for longer than memory allows. You don't have to say anything. You don't even need to think about saying it. Just keep walking. Let each footfall be its own small moment of return to this place, to now, to the quiet between words. The hallway doesn't widen, but you notice that your steps take up less space than before. Not because you're moving slower, though you are, but because there's no need to claim ground with them anymore. Your feet don't press into the floor like they're proving something. They simply land, one after another, in a pattern that doesn't require approval. The air has settled around your shoulders now, not as weight, but as stillness. It holds you without effort. A shadow passes along the wall ahead of you, not from any light shifting, but from within your own awareness, the kind of flicker that comes when memory drifts close and lingers too long. You don't pull away. The thought arrives like a breath caught between syllables. They didn't mean to leave it hanging. Not in cruelty, not in anger, just the way things sometimes end without fanfare, without explanation. No final word, no echo back. And that's okay. The wall beside you isn't just smooth or rough anymore. It's layered like old paper. You can see traces of what was there before. A mark where someone leaned too hard. A faint line from a hand brushing across the surface long ago. Something almost written, then abandoned. No one finished it, and no one needed to. You might feel how your shoulders drop lower now, lower than they've been in months. Not because you're tired, but because there's nothing left to carry. Your body remembers what your mind still hesitates to accept. That some things don't need resolution. That silence can be its own kind of honesty. The floor underfoot feels older now, not cold, not warm, but like it has known the same quiet for a long time. It doesn't remember footsteps. It just knows how to hold them. You could walk here forever and never leave a mark that matters. A thought surfaces soft and uninvited that you once believed this conversation was proof of something about yourself. That if you'd said it differently or sooner, things might have changed. But now you see, it wasn't about what you said. It was about how the moment lived in their voice, the pause that carried more than words could hold. You don't need to rewrite that moment. Not tonight. You're not here to fix anything. Just to be where it is, this quiet between breaths, this space where nothing needs fixing. Your hands are still at your sides. They've stopped trying to do anything. One finger curls slightly, not in motion, just in response to a tiny shift inside the palm. Like the body remembering how to rest without permission. There's no need for closure now, only presence. The kind that doesn't search for answers, only stays with what's already here. Your foot on the floor, your breath in your chest, your awareness tracing the edge of stillness like a fingertip along glass. The hallway begins to feel less like passage and more like an archive, a place where unfinished things are kept gently, not forgotten, but simply left to be. No judgment, no urgency, just the slow accumulation of time that doesn't care about endings. You might think about how you used to believe this silence was a wound, something waiting to be healed. But healing isn't always repair. Sometimes it's just learning to stop flinching at what remains. Learning to sit near something without needing to fix it, or explain it, or run from it. The wall begins to feel familiar now, not like stone, not like paint, but like the edge of memory that doesn't need to be recalled to exist. It holds all the things left unsaid in its surface, a soft imprint where someone once leaned, too tired to stand straight, too honest to lie about it. You don't have to name any of it. There's no one asking you what it meant. No voice pressing for your version. Just this, your foot lifting, your heel landing, the quiet between steps becoming longer than the sound itself. It doesn't matter if the conversation ever ends in your mind. It matters only that you are here, walking through it without needing to carry it, without needing to answer. The air feels heavier now, not oppressive, but full of something like stillness given shape. Like a room where no one has spoken for years, and yet everything is said anyway, just by the way the dust settles on the floorboards. You could stand here forever and never be late or early. There's only this moment, and it doesn't care about time at all. A small part of your mind still wonders whether they ever thought about you after that day, whether their silence carried a different weight than yours did. But even that question dissolves, not because you've decided anything, but because there's no place left in your awareness for wondering. You're not trying to reach them. You're not trying to be heard. You are simply moving through the space where they once were. And now you are too. The floor has cooled slightly, just enough to notice without reacting. It doesn't demand attention, doesn't ask you to adjust your step, or shift your weight. Just lets you walk on it as if it had always known you'd come. You might feel how your chest opens a little more with each breath, not in effort, but in surrender. The kind that comes when the mind stops trying to stay alert and starts believing it's safe enough to let go. There is no need to understand why they stopped speaking. No need to know if you could have said something different. No need to hold any version of what might have happened. You're not chasing a better ending. You're just learning how to live in the one that already exists. The quiet, unfinished kind that doesn't require perfection or completion. The wall beside you isn't changing, just becoming more visible as the light softens around it. Not because the room grew darker, but because your attention is no longer racing towards something beyond it. You're not waiting for a door to open. You're not afraid of being left behind. You're just here, the same way the floor has always been, holding what passes through without needing to keep it. The rhythm continues, not in steps, not in breaths, but in the quiet between them. A pause that feels like presence rather than absence. And when a memory surfaces, just one line of their voice, or how they looked at you right before silence fell, you don't flinch. You let it pass through your awareness like wind across still water. No ripples, no need to react. It doesn't have power anymore. It is only presence, and that's enough. You could stay here all night, or walk for days. The hallway doesn't care how long you take. There is no finish line waiting at the end. Only this, your foot lifting, your heel settling, and the breath coming in like it already knows where to land. No demand, no urgency, just a slow descent into what's already here, what has always been there, the quiet that doesn't need to be earned. The air thickens again, not with weight, but with memory of stillness. Like something being held inside the body without ever being named. You don't have to remember it all. You just have to keep walking through it. And each step becomes less about movement and more about arrival into this moment where nothing needs fixing, nothing needs explanation, nothing needs a reply. Just you, here, now, with your hands at your sides, your breath in your chest, the floor beneath you steady as time itself. The silence doesn't go anywhere. It settles deeper. You don't have to reach it. You're already inside it. You're still standing in that hallway, but it's changed slightly, just enough that you wouldn't notice if you weren't paying attention. The light has shifted again, not toward dawn or evening, but into a kind of soft gray hum beneath the ceiling, like something remembered from before words had names. It doesn't brighten, it just stays. There is no moment when it gets better or worse. It simply exists in between. The wall beside you feels less like a barrier now, and more like an old friend who stopped speaking, but but hasn't left. You don't need to talk to it. You don't even have to remember what was written there years ago. The small marks made by fingers tracing patterns when no one else was watching. The paint is peeling in one corner, just a little, no more than a whisper of flake. And you notice how it curls outward like a question that never finished forming. You could reach out and touch it with your fingertip if you wanted to. Not to fix it, not to test its strength, just to feel the difference between smooth and fragile in the same place, where skin meets surface, where memory lives as texture rather than story. There's no hurry to do anything at all. The floor beneath your feet has cooled further, not cold, but quieter now. A kind of deep stillness that comes when heat stops trying to rise. It doesn't ask you to stand straight or walk fast. It holds your weight without comment, even as the air around it grows heavier with unspoken things. You're not responsible for carrying them. That conversation, what happened in that room, what wasn't said, isn't gone. But it's no longer leading you somewhere. It's not waiting for you to return or answer or explain. It has simply become part of the quiet, like dust settling on a shelf after years of silence. You could stand here until morning and no one would know. Or they might come by later and find your footprints still in the air, just faint traces left behind from stepping forward without direction. But it wouldn't matter if you stayed forever, because nothing depends on your movement anymore. Your hands are relaxed at your sides, not clenched, not reaching. They're only there, like branches that have stopped growing but haven't fallen. You could lift one slowly and let it fall again, not to test gravity or prove anything, but just to feel how the motion settles into silence after the gesture ends. A thought comes, just a single image of their hands in your mind's eye, fingers splayed on a table during that last meeting. Not trying to hold you down, not pushing away. Just there, in place, still. You don't know why this memory surfaces now, maybe because it doesn't carry any demand. It's just the shape of something real. You let it stay without naming it. Let it float in your awareness like a leaf on still water, not trying to steer it, not wishing it away. If you look at it too long, it might change, but right now, that isn't what matters. What matters is how little effort it takes to carry this image. There's no need to understand why they stopped talking. There's no reason to believe your silence was the cause or the end of anything. The space between words doesn't have to be filled with meaning. Sometimes it's just a place where breath can rest. Your shoulders drop without decision. Not because you've made peace, but because there's nothing left to fight for. No goal ahead, no voice behind demanding reply. Just this, your body leaning slightly forward as if the floor were pulling you gently down instead of holding you up. You could lean into it more. Let gravity do all the work. The air feels thick, not with tension, but with presence. Like something that's been waiting to be felt without being named. Not sadness, not relief, just a kind of fullness, the way a room can feel when someone has just left, and the silence hasn't had time to settle into loneliness yet. Your breath slows, not because you told it to, but because there's no reason to rush. It finds its own rhythm in the space between thoughts, like water finding cracks in stone without trying. You're not thinking about the conversation anymore, just that moment when their voice stopped and nothing followed. Not an apology, not a correction, just silence with weight. And you stood there, still holding your breath, because even then, you weren't ready to let go. But now it's different. Now you don't need to be ready. The hallway continues on, not toward anything specific. No door at the end, no light ahead, just a quiet passage that doesn't demand direction. You could walk forward for hours and never reach an edge because there isn't one. The walls aren't closing in. They're just here. There's no need to figure out what happened between you two, or if they ever thought about it after the fact. Whether their silence carried more weight than yours, it doesn't matter anymore. Not because you've forgiven them, not because you've forgotten, because there's no point in measuring who was heavier in that moment. You're not trying to close anything. You're just learning how to stay open without needing closure. A faint scent drifts up from the floorboards, something old, like paper left too long under a stack of books. Not unpleasant, just familiar, like something you've known but never named. It doesn't pull at your attention. It just lingers in the air as if it had always been there and will stay that way. You could lie down on the floor right here if you wanted to. Not to sleep, not to escape, but because there's no need to stand anymore. Because standing used to mean waiting. Now it means only being present. Your knees bend slightly, not with effort, not toward surrender, but simply from the natural softening of your body as gravity takes over slowly, quietly. You don't fall. There's no crash, just a shift in weight that feels like coming home. You could stay this way, knees bent, hands resting on thighs, head tilted back just enough to feel the shape of space above you, not looking for anything, not searching for clarity. There is no need to understand what happened between you two. There's only this, the quiet hum in your chest that isn't anxiety or longing, but something closer to stillness. A kind of awareness that doesn't ask for proof, that doesn't need an answer. You're not trying to make peace with anything. You're just allowing yourself to be where you are without needing it to mean more than what it is. The silence in the hallway isn't empty. It's full not of words, but of something else, presence without performance. A space that doesn't judge whether you've said enough or too little. That doesn't care if you were understood or not. You could stay here for days and never need to speak again. Not because you're afraid of words, but because there are moments when silence is the only honest response left. There's no demand to remember how they looked at you that last time, or what their hands did in the pause between sentences. You don't have to reconstruct anything. The image is already there, faint but intact, and it doesn't need to be fixed. You're not trying to fix anything now. Your breath slows further. Not because you've decided to slow down, but because your body has stopped chasing time. And so, the air itself begins to move slower through your lungs. There's no effort in letting go of the memory. Not even a flicker of wanting it back or pushing it away. It just passes like mist over glass, visible for a moment, then gone without residue. No trace, not because you erased it, but because there was nothing left to hold on to. You're not trying to reach them anymore. You're not waiting for an answer that never came. You're simply here, with your eyes closed or open, whichever feels more natural. And the world keeps turning softly around you without needing approval. The floor beneath you is no longer just wood. It's a surface where time has settled like dust, not because it stopped moving, but because it doesn't need to hurry anymore. You could fall asleep right here if that were what your body wanted. Not because you've solved anything or made peace with the past, but because the mind finally understands. This moment isn't broken. It's enough. The air shifts just slightly, something so quiet it could be imagined, but not quite. Not a draft, not really. More like the way light changes when you stop blinking for too long. You feel it across your skin, as if the room has exhaled after holding its breath. There's no sound to mark it, no wind or creak, just the slow settling of weight in the walls, like something old and patient deciding to stay still for a while longer. Your hands are loose now, palms up on your thighs, fingers slightly splayed, not because they're tired, but because there's nowhere urgent to go. They don't need to be doing anything. They can just exist as they are, soft, unoccupied, open. You've stopped wondering if this is enough. You've stopped asking whether you're allowed to rest. The question never even arrived. It simply didn't matter anymore. There's a quiet in the space behind your ribs that isn't silence. It's not absence. It's fullness without noise. Like water held just below the surface of stillness, waiting for no one, needing nothing at all. You don't have to name it. You don't have to feel better about it. It doesn't need a reason to be. The memory is still there, not sharp, not vivid, but present like a shadow that stopped following you. It has slowed its steps, no longer chasing the edge of your thoughts. It walks beside you now, not in front or behind, but at a distance where it can be seen without being felt. You don't need to answer it. You don't even have to acknowledge it directly. Just let it be. There's no effort involved in this letting go, not because you're trying hard, but because the mind has stopped insisting on control. It doesn't want to fix or rewrite anything anymore. There's a kind of softness that comes not from surrendering, but from realizing there was never anything to fight for in the first place. A single thread of thought drifts up, not urgent, not insistent, just floating like dust caught in sunlight, whether they were thinking about you after it ended, whether their silence meant something different than yours did. It doesn't ask. It just appears, and then dissolves on its own, like a breath held too long and released without meaning. You don't need to respond. You're not expected to explain anything. There's no performance here. No one listening for the right words. The space between you two isn't empty. It's simply quiet in a way that doesn't demand filling. It has its own rhythm now, like slow rain on an old roof. You could lie down on the floor and stay there for hours. Not because you're hiding or escaping, because your body knows what it needs to stop trying to be somewhere else. To accept that being here, just breathing, just feeling, is not a failure of focus, but a kind of precision in stillness. Your shoulders sink, not from fatigue, but from permission. They don't have to carry the weight anymore. The memory doesn't need to be carried either. It's not yours to hold forever. You were never meant to keep it locked inside. It wasn't given to you so you could live with it. It was just something that happened, and now it belongs to time, not to your nerves. There's a warmth in the lower part of your spine, not heat exactly, but a kind of gentle pressure, like sunlight through thick fabric. Not bright enough to hurt, just steady enough to remind you that you're still here and still alive, even if nothing is happening. You don't have to be productive right now. You don't have to think clearly or remember anything important. The night isn't asking for your attention. It's not waiting for a response. It's simply existing, like the floor beneath you, like the air around your skin, the kind of existence that doesn't demand gratitude. A faint sound comes from far away, a car passing on a road you can't see, tires on wet pavement. Not loud enough to break the quiet, just enough to remind you that motion is happening somewhere else. But here, nothing needs to move. You don't have to follow it. The world continues without requiring your participation. You could close your eyes now if they feel heavy, or keep them open, watching the blur of dark shapes in the corners, not trying to name anything or understand what they are. There's no need to see clearly. Just let things be soft at the edges. Let images form and fade like old photographs left out too long. A single thought drifts, not a question, not an accusation, just a quiet observation that that the last time you saw them was in a room where light didn't reach every corner. The ceiling had cracks shaped like rivers. There were shadows moving across the wall when no one was there. You don't remember what they said after that moment, but you do remember how it felt, the way your chest tightened not because of words, but because something had shifted inside you, silently and without permission. But now that's all just texture in the air. Not a wound, not an unfinished thing, just part of the past, something that happened, passed through you, and left behind only its echo. And echoes don't need to be answered. They're already done speaking. There's no pressure to let go of anything. No rule saying you must forget. You can just carry it gently, like a book you've read once, and set back on the shelf without rereading. It exists, but it doesn't have power over your next move. Your breathing has slowed so much that each inhale feels like listening to something slow rise from deep below. Not breath, not exactly, but air moving through a space where time moves differently. The kind of stillness that isn't silence, but a deeper kind of sound. The hum of being present without needing proof. You don't have to decide what it all meant. You don't even need to understand why you keep thinking about it. It's not broken. It doesn't require a resolution. The conversation didn't end because something was wrong. It ended because time moved on, and people do too. People change. And so does the shape of connection. There's no guilt in that. No shame in being left behind by memory. You're allowed to be here now, aware, awake, not fixed, not healed, just present. The mind can wander. It doesn't have to stay on track. There are no grades for attention span or performance during a night like this. You could fall asleep right here if your body wanted to. Not because you've made peace with anything, but because the brain has stopped running from itself. It's not afraid of what might come next because it doesn't need to know. It only needs to be for now. There's a softness in your hands again, not stiffness, not tension, but a kind of yielding, like clay that remembers how to shape itself without being forced. Not trying to become anything new, just existing as the material allows. The silence isn't empty. It has depth, like water beneath ice, or soil beneath roots. Something alive and slow-moving, breathing in ways you can't see but feel. You don't have to explain it. You don't even need to believe in it. It just is. And so are you. Not as someone who needs to be fixed. Not as someone who must prove they're worthy of rest. Just a person here, now, who has stopped waiting for something that never came. Who doesn't have to answer the door, or open the window, or speak into the dark anymore. You could lie down. You could stay upright. It wouldn't matter. The body knows its own rhythm. And right now, it's learning how to move through stillness without fear. There's no need to return to that moment. No need to relive every pause, every look, every word left unsaid. They're not real anymore in the way they once were, just impressions on glass, light passing through something fragile and already worn thin. You don't have to keep them safe inside you. You don't have to protect their memory or defend its meaning. It's not yours to hold. It belongs to time. And now that it's been released, not forced, not erased, but simply allowed to drift away like smoke from a candle, long burned out, you feel something soft take its place. Not joy, not relief, just space. The air between your thoughts has changed its shape. It no longer presses like a weight or hums with urgency, but settles in layers, thin, soft as dust on a shelf that hasn't been touched since spring. You're not holding anything here. Not the silence, not the memory, not even the breath itself. Just space where something could be if it wanted to appear, but doesn't have to. A clock somewhere is ticking, but you don't hear its rhythm anymore. Instead, there's a slow pulse beneath your skin, no heartbeat, no signal from nerves or blood. It feels like water moving through roots underground after rain stopped long ago. You can sense the movement without seeing it, just as you know now that this moment isn't meant to last forever and doesn't need to be preserved. The conversation hasn't been erased. It's not gone into a drawer marked forgotten. It simply exists in another room of your mind where nothing gets polished or archived. No file name assigned, just an echo resting on the edge of focus, like fog that won't lift, but also doesn't block anything anymore. You don't need to check if it's still there. It's already quiet. There was a chair at the end of that hallway, wooden, slightly wobbly, that you never noticed until now. Not because it mattered then, not because anyone told you about it, but simply because your attention had moved on before any detail could settle. And yet here it is, its grain rising in memory like something faint but real. The way the light hit one leg when afternoon shifted to evening. How dust collected along a seam no longer used for sitting. You don't have to remember why you sat there or what came after. You only need to know that yes, the chair existed, that it was part of where things happened. And now, like all other furniture in rooms too small to hold everything, it's simply been left behind its purpose, fulfilled without fanfare. There's a sound near your shoulder, a soft thud, or maybe just air shifting, but you don't turn. You're not listening for answers anymore. The only thing that matters is the fact of being present with no demand attached. No expectation to respond, even if response were possible. Your hands are open now, palms up on the sheet. Not relaxed exactly, more like letting go in a way that isn't effortful, but quiet and automatic, as though gravity has finally found its place again. The surface beneath them is cool where it touches bare skin. warm where fabric presses into muscle. No judgment about which feels more true. You're not trying to fix the past or reframe what was said or unsaid. You aren't even thinking of words anymore, only their absence in a certain tone. How one pause stretched longer than necessary. How laughter came too late and still wasn't enough. That silence isn't empty. It's full with meaning that never got spoken aloud because it didn't fit into the moment or the language available at hand. But now, it doesn't need to be said. It can simply float in a space where not everything needs translation. You don't have to decide what was missing between you and them, nor whether anything could have changed if only time had bent differently. Some connections aren't meant for completion, only experience. They're like footprints on wet pavement, visible while they exist, but erased by morning rain before anyone can trace the path back. There's a light somewhere outside that flickers once every few seconds, not steady, not broken, but in rhythm with something older than street lamps or nerves or memory systems. You watch it without focusing. It moves through your awareness like breath passing between fingers there for just long enough to be felt before vanishing again. You're not afraid of what comes next, not because you know the answer, because there is no need to anticipate anything at all. The future isn't waiting in shadows or behind doorways, asking you to prepare. It's already arriving with its own pace, like snow that falls without notice and covers everything gently before anyone realizes it began. You don't have to be ready for any of this. You aren't expected to carry the weight of what might have been said or done differently. No one is waiting on a reply you never gave. The silence between two people doesn't collapse when words stop. It expands, quietly and without force, into something that holds room enough for both truth and uncertainty. There's a stone in your pocket from long ago, a small river rock smoothed by time. You don't remember picking it up or why you kept it all this while. But now, even if only imagined, its shape returns. Cool to touch, slightly worn at one edge where someone else once held it too briefly to leave marks. It doesn't need a story. It's not proof of anything except presence, of being somewhere that was brief, but real enough to matter for a moment. You're beginning to feel less like you are resisting sleep, and more like the night is slowly letting go of its own rules, allowing your body to slip into stillness without permission or reason required. The mind will wander. It always does. When it drifts, when attention shifts towards something else entirely, a garden path in a dream that never existed, the smell of laundry drying on cord under sunless clouds, you don't pull yourself back with effort. You let go of wanting to return. Let your focus slip like thread through fingers. You're not trying to stay awake or fall asleep either way. There's no goal here. Only this: breath moving without instruction, air passing over skin as though it belongs in that space now. For the first time since you closed your eyes last night, the room is full of quiet things, not silence exactly, but a kind of listening that happens between heartbeats. A soft vibration under floorboards where nothing lives yet feels alive anyway. A door opens somewhere far away, but not yours. Not this one. No footstep follows, no voice calling from the hall. Just air shifting in motion without consequence. And you don't wonder why it opened or who might have been on the other side. You're learning how to be still with unfinished things, not by resolving them, but by letting them rest as they are. Incomplete, unclaimed, untouched by time's demand for closure. There is no need to return. No obligation to answer anything now or ever again. The shape of your body has changed slightly without you noticing. How shoulders sank deeper into the mattress. How one knee bent just enough that weight shifted naturally toward the center of gravity instead of leaning outward like a person still bracing for impact. You're not afraid anymore, not of what happened, not of what might happen, not even of being awake. Just aware. Awareness doesn't require action. It only requires presence. The air moves through you now differently, no longer carrying echoes or residue, but flowing in waves that don't need a direction. There's nothing to do but be here, exactly as you are. Neither repaired nor lost, neither complete nor broken, not even trying, just existing at the edge of sleep, where thought doesn't rise like fire and memory doesn't pull with urgency. Something soft returns, not joy, not peace, but this quiet certainty that what was never finished isn't a failure. It's just life unfolding as it does, in fragments, without perfect endings, but still whole enough to carry forward. Your breath slows again, no longer measuring time by length or depth, only following the natural rhythm of letting go and taking in once more, like waves returning to shore, not because they must, but because that is how water remembers itself. The weight of your arm rests differently now, less like something holding itself up, more like it has forgotten how to lift. The fingers splay open without intention, palm flat against fabric that remembers your shape but doesn't demand anything from you. There's a warmth pooling in the hollow behind your elbow, not quite heat, not quite memory, just presence settling into places where tension used to live. You don't need to name it. It stays because it can. A sound drifts through the walls, faint, low, like wind passing over stone at a distance. Not real enough to track, not loud enough to matter. Just there as one more thing that doesn't require you to do anything with it. kind of noise that exists between sleep and waking, not quite belonging to either side. The conversation hasn't come back, yet not in words, not in tone, but the space around it has softened. It no longer feels like a hole in your chest, more like an old room left untouched for years, dusted with time, but still standing. You don't need to go inside. You don't even need to look at the door. There's something about how light behaves when you stop trying to control it. How shadows stretch differently across walls when no one is watching them. The kind of quiet that doesn't ask for your attention, only offers itself as a place to rest. No demand to be filled, just space where time slows enough to feel the edge between one breath and the next. You're aware now of how small your foot feels against the bedsheet, how even the tips of your toes seem to forget they belong to you for a moment, just existing in stillness, unclaimed by thought or movement. Like they've been waiting all this while to be nothing at all. There's no need to decide what happened between you and them. The thing that wasn't finished, the pause that lingered too long, the silence after something important had passed but hadn't landed yet. That moment doesn't live in your throat anymore. It lives outside of time now, neither past nor present, but somewhere quiet where things can exist without needing to be resolved. The air moves through you like it's finding a new path, not because you asked, not because you're trying, but simply because it has room to do so. You don't have to hold your breath or keep yourself steady. The body knows how to soften when no one is watching. You feel the curve of the pillow beneath your head, how it gives just enough in response to pressure, then returns to its shape slowly, as though remembering what it means to be soft. There's nothing urgent about that return. No expectation, just quiet continuity. A thought arrives, not a memory, not an image, but a sensation. The taste of rain on concrete after summer heat has burned itself out. Not real, but remembered in your jaw muscles, in the way your tongue presses slightly against the roof of your mouth when you recall it. It's not important. It doesn't need to mean anything. It just is. And then another. The sound of a sweater being pulled over a head at night, how cotton rubs against skin, how sleeves slide down arms without effort. Not yours, not even close, but something familiar enough that your shoulders relax, as if you've heard it before in a dream where nothing was said, but everything made sense. Your hands are not moving. They haven't moved for some time. One lies flat on top of the other now, fingers curled slightly inward like they're holding space without knowing why. Not waiting, just being. You don't need to fix that posture. It's allowed to stay. There is no problem with it. The world outside has stopped asking you to respond. The door still stands open somewhere, but only because the air wants to pass through, not because anyone needed to leave or come in. No one will knock. No one needs you now. You're beginning to feel how your chest expands without effort, how breath moves through it like water passing over riverbed stones. Smooth, continuous, unremarkable. Not deep for any reason, just flowing. Not faster than before, not slower, but steady enough that the body forgets what anxiety feels like. The idea of needing an answer doesn't return. It was never gone. It just wasn't present in this moment. That's how things go when you stop fighting them. They don't vanish, but their weight changes. They become smaller than your breath, smaller than stillness. You're not trying to forget the conversation. You're not even thinking about it. But that doesn't mean it isn't here in some quiet corner of awareness where unfinished things go when no one is watching them. Not discarded, not abandoned, just resting. There's a kind of calm that isn't peace, but something quieter. The kind of stillness after an argument has ended not with resolution, but simply because both sides have stopped shouting. It's not happiness. It's not relief. It's just space. The edge of your blanket is curling slightly at one corner, just enough to catch the light from a distant street lamp outside. Not bright enough to be noticed, not dark enough to disappear into shadow. You don't reach for it. You don't tuck it back in. It stays where it is. That small imperfection remains exactly as it is. The weight of your eyelids isn't heavy because you're tired. It's soft because they've decided, without saying so, that rest is allowed now. Not earned, not deserved, just permitted. Like gravity doesn't need permission to pull downward, just does. Your feet are no longer trying to push away from anything. They don't want to leave the bed. There's nothing urgent about them wanting to be elsewhere. They just stay. The silence in the room isn't empty. It's full of things that don't speak. Like the way dust settles on a shelf after someone has walked through, or how air moves around a chair that no longer holds anyone. The quiet doesn't ask for your attention. It only asks to be noticed when you're ready. There's something about being awake in this way, aware, but not alert, that feels like floating. Not above anything, just suspended. Like the body has stopped needing to prove it exists, and instead just lets itself exist quietly, without explanation. You don't need to remember what was said or unsaid. You only need to feel how your arms rest now, not because you've decided they should, but because they've forgotten why they ever needed to be held up in the first place. The breath moves through you like water passing over a stone that doesn't know it's been worn down. No story, no purpose, just motion. And when the thought of them comes again, it isn't sharp. It doesn't pull at your ribs or tighten your throat. It arrives softly, like a feather floating through air too still to carry it far. You don't try to hold on. You don't push it away. You just let it pass, like wind over grass, without making note of it. You're not trying to be calm. You're not even trying to sleep. But you're beginning to notice how the body can rest without permission, and how stillness doesn't need a reason. There's no goal here, no destination. Just this: air moving through your chest, fabric against skin, weight in your limbs, thoughts coming and going like clouds passing over light that never asks them to stay. The world outside hasn't changed, but inside you, something has, not fixed, not healed, but released, not from the memory, from the need to answer it. It's not gone. It just isn't holding you anymore. And in this quiet, where nothing is demanded of you, and no one waits for your reply, the silence between heartbeats begins to feel like something real, like a place that was always here, not built, not earned, just present. You don't need to return to it. You don't even need to think about it again. Just stay. The weight of your hand on the sheet is not a decision, just an accident of gravity. The fingers are relaxed, no need to grip anything now. One knuckle rests slightly higher than the others, like it's testing whether pressure still matters. It doesn't answer back. A train passes far away through city tunnels beneath the earth. You hear only vibration in your bones and a low hum that rises and fades, not sound, not silence either, but something between them, a kind of memory without form. The air shifts again, just slightly, as if the room is breathing with you. Not syncing up, just being there. You are thinking about how conversation works when it's unfinished. It doesn't end like a book does, or like music stops on its own. It just runs out, like water hitting stone and spreading sideways instead of falling down. No final note, no clear closing line. The last words hang in the air not because they're important, but simply because there was no one to say stop. There's a coat hanging by the door somewhere, the kind that gets left behind after an evening out when you forget it, or don't want to carry it back through snow or rain. It wasn't taken off properly. The sleeves are twisted slightly on their hanger, as if someone turned away mid-motion and never came back. You don't need to imagine the texture of its lining, just that it's worn at the elbows from being pulled over shoulders too many times. Not ruined, just used up in a quiet way. Your skin feels like it has forgotten how tightness works. It doesn't cling or resist. It just accepts whatever shape is given, whether warm blankets or cool air touching bare arms. There's no effort to hold temperature inside or keep things out, just space between layers where nothing needs to be guarded. You're not thinking about the words that were never said, not in any way that makes them matter anymore. They aren't waiting for you. The pause isn't a wound. It's just what happens when two people reach different endings at once and don't tell each other why they stopped walking. A ceiling fan spins slowly somewhere far away, not on purpose, but because it still has momentum after someone turned it off years ago. It doesn't stop completely, just slows down in increments. You can almost count if you listen closely enough. One revolution, then a longer pause before the next. No rhythm to speak of, just motion that refuses to be erased. You don't have to know what comes next. There's no need for an answer when the question has already dissolved into air. The silence is not empty. It holds things like old receipts, half-written notes on napkins, or keys left in coat pockets from a year ago. Not valuable, just present. There was never any requirement that you respond to every tone, every pause, every shift in voice pitch, as if it were code needing deciphering. The conversation didn't end because of something missing. It ended because the moment itself had run out of fuel and stopped without warning. You are not responsible for filling gaps with meaning. You don't have to explain why someone paused or what they meant by lowering their eyes just before turning away. Some silences aren't signs that you failed. They're simply how things end when no one knows the right words. Even if it's been years since then, the thought of them comes again, not as a demand, not as an echo, but like a leaf drifting across pavement after rain. It lands somewhere near your shoulder and stays there without pressing down or needing to be moved. You don't look at it. You don't acknowledge its presence, but you feel how light it is when it's just allowed to sit. Your breath moves in slow pulses, not because you're trying to control it, but because the body has decided that movement doesn't need permission anymore. It can happen on its own now. Like a river deciding to flow without being told where it should go. The blanket edge curls again at the corner, still there, still soft against the light from outside. The street lamp hasn't changed position. It's not brighter or dimmer than before, but you notice how even small details can stay unchanged for long stretches of time and never be noticed until something slows down enough to see them. There is a shelf in your mind that holds things like old voicemails, abandoned texts half sent, songs stuck between verses, nothing final. Not unfinished either, just resting, like the coat by the door or the fan spinning without purpose. Nothing waiting for closure. No need to retrieve anything. You are not expected to fix what can't be fixed, or answer what never needed answering in the first place. A piece of paper might sit on a desk with 2 lines written, then nothing more. It isn't incomplete, it's just stopped. The pencil ran out, or someone got up and walked away without finishing their thought. You don't need to complete it. You only have to let go of needing completion itself. Your feet are still in the bed, no urge to step forward or pull back. No reason to move at all. They're not cold, but they aren't warm either. Just resting like something that was never meant to be hurried. A clock ticks once, not loudly, but enough for you to register it as a single event. One pulse of time passing without meaning attached. Not marking progress, not measuring loss, simply existing in the space between heartbeats, the kind of stillness where thoughts come and go not like visitors, but like birds that fly through an open window and don't ask anything before leaving again. You're beginning to notice how little effort it takes for your body to just be. No need to perform awareness. No demand to stay alert or remember what was said years ago in a moment you can barely recall anymore. The past doesn't have to keep speaking. You're not required to listen. Every time, the wind carries someone's voice through memory, like static on old radio waves. There is space between where they left off and where you are now. No bridge, no tunnel. Just air that moves without direction or reason. You don't need to rebuild anything. You don't have to resolve a thing in your mind, because resolution isn't required for rest. The silence doesn't ask for explanation. It just stays, the kind of quiet after someone has turned off the music and walked out, leaving only the vibration of sound still humming faintly under floorboards. You are not falling asleep yet, but you're no longer fighting it either. Your hands lie flat on your chest, not clenched or searching, just resting like stones that have finally stopped moving through water. No need to keep track of depth. No reason to surface again. The air in the room shifts gently, as if something is breathing without knowing it's doing so. You don't remember why you were waiting for a reply all this time, or what would happen when one came. But now that silence has become your companion instead of an enemy. You begin to wonder. Maybe not every conversation needs to end in understanding. Maybe some endings are just the way things stop without explanation, like a light going out because it ran out of power and didn't care whether anyone noticed, or like someone turning their back after saying nothing at all. Not angry, not sad, just done. And that's okay too. You don't have to carry every word forward into tomorrow, just the one now. Breath in, breath out. Not trying, just letting it happen. The weight of your eyelids isn't pulling you down. It's softening like wax left near a candle flame. Not falling apart, just becoming different than before. And when another thought drifts through, the kind that used to feel urgent or dangerous, you don't follow its shape anymore. You let it pass, not because it's small, but because your mind has learned how to stop holding on to things just for being present. The body remembers what the brain forgets. Rest doesn't require permission. It only requires stillness long enough to notice that you're already here, exactly where you were meant to be. Your breath lingers in the hollows between syllables, not searching for shape, but letting each one dissolve like sugar in warm water. You're learning how to rest without needing a reason, no purpose behind it, no goal lined up after the next pause. The memory of that unfinished talk still hums beneath your skin like low electricity, not loud enough to wake you, just present enough to remind you that some things don't close with closure. But this time, there's space around it, not as if the moment is gone, but as if it has been folded into something softer. Not erased, just no longer demanding a reply. There's a quiet between your ribs where thoughts used to gather like fireflies before they burst. Now they drift in and out without catching. The air feels thick with possibility, not because anything urgent is happening, but because everything can wait. The ceiling above you isn't watching. It doesn't keep score of whether you've said enough or too little. You don't need to earn your place in this stillness by finishing things that never wanted to be completed anyway. You're beginning to feel the edges of what it means not to need closure, not because you're avoiding something, but because your body has started trusting that being incomplete is also a kind of completion. The kind where nothing needs fixing, no thread unraveled, no knot untied. Just presence without the pressure to be useful. You're lying in bed and thinking about how water moves through stone slowly, not by force, but by persistence, leaving behind patterns that look like history when they are. There's a river somewhere far away that doesn't care if anyone sees it. It only flows because it can. You imagine the way its current might pass beneath roots or over mossy rocks without noticing itself, not trying to be seen, not measuring distance. And maybe this is how your mind could move now, not chasing meaning, not racing toward answers, but just allowing thoughts to flow through like rain in a dry channel, leaving behind only dampness where they passed. The floorboards creak once, just one soft sigh, and you don't flinch. It wasn't the sound of someone walking away. It was the house settling into its own body after long hours of holding still. Like your joints, your breath, your thoughts, you are all just breathing in time with something older than memory. There's no need to decide what happened next. No reason to replay the final glance or the silence that followed a name spoken too softly to catch. You don't have to piece together whether they meant to leave or were simply done speaking. That isn't your job anymore. The conversation didn't end because you failed to answer. It ended because it was never really about answers at all. You're noticing how much of what you've carried wasn't even yours, just echoes from a moment that no longer belongs to anyone, not even them. tone here, a pause there, a feeling stuck in the air like dust suspended after someone swept the floor and walked away too soon. But now it's just dust. And dust doesn't need explanation. The weight of your arms has shifted slightly. Your left hand rests now on top of your right, not holding anything, but resting gently, as if remembering how to be still. No task assigned. No reason required. The space between fingertips is soft with quiet. You don't have to keep track of where they are or what they're supposed to do. They can just be. You're aware now that you've stopped waiting for the sound after silence, the one that would signal it was okay to move forward or turn around or speak again. There hasn't been a sound since, and there doesn't need to be. The absence of noise isn't an invitation to fill it. It's an opening. Imagine standing in a field at twilight where no one has spoken for hours. Not even birds call anymore. Just the slow turning of grass under wind that moves without direction, like something tired, but not yet finished. You don't need to know what you're waiting for, because nothing is asking you to wait. There's a rhythm in your chest now that isn't counting or measuring. It's just breathing with itself, not trying to be deep or slow. Just doing it, like air finds its way through lungs without being asked. No performance required. No applause at the end of each cycle. You're not proving anything by staying still. You can feel how your shoulders have lowered, not because they've been lifted before, but because there's no reason to carry them up anymore. They don't need to be ready for something that hasn't come. They just rest like branches after a storm, letting gravity do its work without protest. And the thought of what might have happened next, whether someone turned away or simply stopped speaking, isn't pulling at you anymore. It's not urgent, not dangerous. It's just another shape in your mind that doesn't need to be named or explained. There's a quiet inside you now, not because all noise has gone, but because the noise no longer demands attention. Like a room where someone left the light on after going out. No one's come back to turn it off, but it no longer matters whether it stays on or not. You're beginning to notice how much of your energy was spent trying to finish things that weren't meant to end at all. Not because they were incomplete, but because some conversations aren't about reaching conclusions. Some are just moments that exist in the way shadows linger after sunset, long enough to be felt, but too brief to hold. The idea of needing a reply is fading, not like it's gone, but like it's been lowered gently into water and let sink until it no longer needs to float. You don't have to keep track of what was said or unsaid. You don't need to remember every tone or the way their voice broke at the edge of silence. That isn't your responsibility. It never was. There's a small warmth spreading across the back of your neck, not heat, not cold, but just presence. Like sunlight on skin after being indoors too long. Not urgent, just there. And you don't have to move toward it or away from it. You can just let it exist as part of the stillness. Your legs feel like they've forgotten how to tense. They're heavy not in a way that hurts, but in a way that says, I'm not going anywhere. Like roots growing into soil beneath a floorboard you don't know is there. Not pushing up or breaking through, just staying put because it's safe to stay. You're aware now of how little effort it takes to simply be here. No need to make meaning from the gaps between words. No requirement to find purpose in what was left unsaid. The silence isn't empty, it's full of something else. Something that doesn't speak, but still communicates. There's a softness beneath your ribs, where thoughts used to gather and argue with themselves. Now, they just float by like leaves on water. No need to grab them. No reason to let any one of them sink or stay above the surface for too long. You're not trying to fall asleep yet, but you're no longer fighting it. The kind of stillness that doesn't come from effort, but from release. Like a door left open after someone has passed through and decided not to close it behind them. No one's coming back, but the room stays warm anyway. The air shifts again, not with sound or movement, but in how your body notices it now as something gentle rather than a signal of change. It passes over you like breath from another person who doesn't know they're breathing near you. Not invasive, just there. You don't need to finish anything tonight. No task, no sentence, no memory that demands an answer. The only thing required is this: stay here long enough to feel the difference between needing to do and simply being able. Your eyelids are heavier now, not because of fatigue, but because they're letting go of their job to watch and wait. They don't need to protect you from what's coming or keep track of what's already passed. Just closing is not surrender. It's an acknowledgement that rest doesn't have to be earned. The last thought you had, whether it was about the tone, the timing, the silence after words ended, isn't pressing anymore. It isn't trying to pull you back into past motion. It's just a memory of something that happened once and no longer needs your attention. The space behind your eyes has softened, not gone quiet, but shifted like water settling after a ripple passes through it. You're aware of the way light once touched your vision before you closed your lids, not as memory, but as something that happened to someone else's face. The outline of the ceiling is still there in the dark, but it doesn't demand anything from you. It isn't waiting for you to name it or explain what it means. It just stays, unmoved, unanswered. And so do you. There's a quiet inside your chest now that wasn't there before. Not like silence, but more like space. Like the kind of stillness that comes after something has been left behind on purpose, not by accident. A coat hung on a hook in an empty room. It doesn't need to be worn again. No one is coming back for it. And yet it remains soft and familiar against the wall. The memory of that conversation isn't gone. It's just changed its shape. It no longer lives at the edge of your thoughts, where it used to hover like a warning. Now it rests in the middle of your awareness, like dust in sunlight. Visible, but weightless, drifting slowly through air you didn't know was there until now. You don't have to decide what it meant, or if it should have ended differently. You don't need to replay how long they paused before speaking, or whether their voice cracked from hesitation, or something deeper, something that wasn't about words at all. The truth of it isn't in the delivery, it's in what happened between the sounds, beneath them. A shift in tone not heard, but felt. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't come from absence, but from fullness. Like when you stand still long enough to hear your own breathing without trying to change it. It's not about controlling it, just letting it be as it is. And the same is true now. Let the memory stay, but don't hold it. Let it exist like a candle burning in another room, one you've walked away from, one whose flame doesn't need your attention. Your hands are no longer clenched or searching for something to do. They lie flat on top of each other, fingers slightly curled, as if they remember how to make small shapes, but don't know why anymore. The skin feels warm without being hot, like the kind of warmth that comes from lying still in bed long after sunlight has passed through a window. The air shifts again, not with sound or movement, not with anything needing your attention, but just enough to remind you that things are always shifting, even when nothing changes outwardly. It's like rain falling on a rooftop far away. The sound isn't loud, but it's there in the way your body feels lighter afterward. The thought of needing to reply is gone, not because you've solved anything, not because you've made peace with what was left unsaid, but because the need itself has dissolved, like salt in water. You don't have to fix it or carry it anymore. It doesn't demand more from you than being acknowledged once. There's a rhythm now that isn't tied to time or effort, just presence. Like breath moving through your body without needing permission. Not fast, not slow, not trying to reach anything. Just passing through, like wind under the eaves of an old house where no one lives, but still keeps its shape. You're beginning to notice how much energy you once spent holding on to conversations, to moments, to the idea that every ending needed a response. But some things don't close with resolution. They end quietly, like steam rising from tea left too long in the cup. They fade because they were never meant to be held. There's no need to remember everything now, the tone of voice, the silence between syllables, whether their hands moved or stayed still. Those details aren't gone. They're just not necessary anymore. like footsteps on gravel, audible at first, then lost in the distance until you stop listening entirely. Your body is sinking, not into sleep yet, but into a kind of release that feels like letting go of something heavy without having to carry it any further. You don't need to finish what wasn't meant to be finished. That's not failure, that's honesty. The memory still exists, but it doesn't live in your chest anymore. It lives outside of you now, like a sound heard from another room, too soft to identify, but present enough to know it was real. You're aware that thoughts come and go, not because you're failing at stopping them, but because they never needed to be stopped. The mind isn't broken when it wanders. It's just doing what it does, making sense of patterns, testing edges, exploring without direction. And tonight, there's no need for answers. You don't have to protect yourself from the past by replaying every note. You don't have to guard against silence because you're afraid it means something is wrong. The stillness isn't empty. It's full in a way that doesn't speak, but still holds things together. There's a soft pressure behind your forehead, not pain, not tension, but just presence, like the weight of air after rain has passed through a forest. It's not asking for anything. It's simply there. And you don't have to explain it or move toward it or away from it. Your breath slows, not because you're trying to slow it down, but because your body is no longer racing ahead in search of what comes next. You're just here, where the mind begins to stop chasing and starts resting instead. The edges of thought blur a little more now, like ink spreading on paper that's not quite dry yet. There's no sharp line between one idea and the next. They don't fight or push. They drift slowly into each other like leaves caught in slow-moving water. You're beginning to feel how much space there is inside you, even when your mind feels full. Not a lack of thought, but an overflow that doesn't demand action. It just is, and somewhere beneath it all, the need for closure has quieted, not disappeared, but settled into its place, like something left on a shelf after being used once and put away with care. The conversation isn't forgotten. It's just no longer yours to finish. You don't have to decide what they meant. You don't have to worry about whether you said enough or too much, or if your tone was right. That part of the story is over, not because it ended badly, but because it didn't need to end at all. It simply existed as a moment that passed through you like light through glass. There's no wrong way to be here now, no failure in stillness, no shame in letting go. Just this, your body breathing without effort, your mind drifting without demand, your awareness soft and open like a door left slightly ajar on a quiet evening. You're not waiting for sleep, but you're no longer fighting it either. You're just here, holding space for what is, without needing to fix it or name it or carry it forward. The warmth behind your neck has moved down into the hollow of your throat, not hot, not cold, but steady and gentle, like a hand placed there by someone who knows you're tired and doesn't need to say anything. It isn't comforting in the way that means something must be fixed. It's just quiet, just real. And so are you. The sound of your breath has settled into a rhythm that isn't trying to be anything. It just is, like the low hum of distant electricity in an old building at night. There's no effort behind it, no intention to slow or deepen or control. It simply moves through you, not unlike air passing between two rooms where one holds warmth and the other holds stillness. A thought drifts in, not a memory, not a replay, but a feeling that your shoulders are lighter than they were an hour ago. Not because anything changed outside of you, but because inside, something has stopped pushing against itself. You didn't make it happen. You just let go of the need to fix what wasn't broken. There's a shape in the dark now, soft and slow, the way shadows settle after the last light fades from a room. It isn't empty. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels like something waiting without urgency, like moss growing quietly on stone, not needing permission to exist or to spread. You don't need to reach for clarity. You don't have to understand why this moment feels different than the others. The mind can be restless and still at once, can hold many things and do nothing with them. That's okay. The conversation you keep returning to isn't in your head as a story anymore. It's more like a note left behind on a table, one that hasn't been picked up, but also doesn't demand attention. It sits there, no tone, no volume, just presence. And because it no longer demands an answer, it begins to fade into the background of your awareness, like steam from tea cooling on a windowsill. Your body feels like something that has stopped pretending. Your feet don't need to be tucked in or arranged just so. The blanket doesn't have to fit perfectly. The pillow isn't asking for adjustment. You're not trying to make yourself comfortable. You're simply allowed to be uncomfortable. And it's okay if you are. There's a quiet weight in your chest, not pressure, but like the feeling of gravity when you've stopped moving. It settles without complaint. There's no need to shift or correct. No need to explain why you feel full or hollow or somewhere between both. The edge of your awareness has softened into something less defined. You're not thinking about what comes next. There isn't a next, at least not yet. The future hasn't arrived. The past is quiet now. There's only this, the space between one breath and the next, the moment when you're not doing anything but being. You don't have to be kind to yourself tonight. You don't have to perform care. You don't need to say, "I'm doing my best," or "it's okay." That's all been said already by someone else, maybe by a version of you that used to think it needed permission to rest. This is just being, not doing, not fixing, not remembering, just existing in the slow drift between awareness and not awareness, like a leaf caught between two currents, one pulling toward motion, one holding still. There's no need to name what this is. There's no right or wrong way for your mind to be tonight. It can wander into old feelings without needing to resolve them. It can go back to the moment when they said something and you didn't respond. Just let it pass through like a breath drawn too deeply, then released. You don't have to decide if it mattered. You don't have to wonder what could have been different. The conversation isn't unfinished because you left a sentence hanging. It's over because time moved on without waiting for an ending that never came. There was no closure in the moment because there didn't need to be. Some things pass through us like weather, not meant to leave a mark, but changing everything they touch just by being there. Your shoulders aren't holding anything now, not guilt, not regret, not even the weight of wanting to say something different. They're simply relaxed, as if gravity has finally decided that resistance is pointless and let you fall into stillness. The air in your room feels thick with silence, but it's not heavy. It's soft, like velvet over a soundless drum. There's no need for noise to prove existence. You don't have to speak or think or react. Just be here. Let the quiet do its work. Your fingers are curled slightly against the blanket, not from tension, but because that's how they've settled naturally. No need to straighten them out. No need to adjust your hand. They're just resting in their own way, like a branch after rain has stopped falling. You don't have to be present for everything. You don't have to notice every shift in feeling or each new thought as it appears. It's okay if you miss some of it. That's not failure, it's release. There's a space beneath your ribs that feels open, not like an empty hole, but like the inside of a cave where light doesn't reach, but warmth does. Not comfort, just presence, like something has made room for itself without asking. The mind is tired too. It's been running circuits all night, testing old messages, replaying tone and pause, searching for meaning in things that had none. But now, it isn't trying to make sense of anything. It's just letting the thoughts come as they will and go when they're done. You don't have to hold on to them. You don't need to defend their return. They can be there without being important. They can exist like dust in sunlight visible, but not demanding attention. There's a slow pulse behind your eyes, not fast or loud, but steady, like the faint beat of something far away that you've stopped listening for, and now hear again by accident. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to respond. You can just let it be there, part of the quiet, part of the dark, part of the breath. Your mind isn't broken because it won't stop. It's not lazy because it drifts. It's just doing what minds like yours do. They explore, they test, they return, and then they rest. Even when you don't know how to make that happen, especially when you do know how, it still happens anyway. There's a feeling in your chest now, not fullness, not emptiness, but something like air trapped in an old bottle. Not stuck, just sealed. It doesn't need to be released. It doesn't have to go anywhere. It just is, and so are you. You don't have to fix what isn't broken. You don't have to finish what wasn't meant to end. You don't have to say anything at all. The silence between thoughts has deepened, like water sinking into stone, not rushing, but slowly filling the gaps. There's no rush to fill it with sound or meaning. It can just be quiet. And in that quiet, there's room for everything and nothing at once. There are no answers to be found here. No resolution waiting beneath your skin. The only thing required is this: to keep breathing, not because you're trying, but because your body knows how. To let the thoughts come without resistance, like leaves caught in a slow stream. You don't need to control them. You don't have to stop them. They can drift past like boats on still water. No need to chase or pull them close. Just watch them go. And when you realize you've been watching for longer than intended, that's okay too. It means you're not fighting anymore. There's a softness behind your eyes now, not from tears, but from release. Not from sadness, but from letting go of the need to carry forward what was never yours to keep. The conversation still exists, but it no longer lives in your chest. It doesn't ache. It doesn't demand. It just is like a page left open on a table, waiting for someone who isn't coming. And you're not waiting either. You're just here, breathing, still, letting go, not because you figured it all out, but because you don't need to. The edge of your awareness feels like the slow slide of a stone into water. No splash, no sound, just a quiet settling beneath the surface. There's no need to track it, no need to name it. It's already where you are. You're not trying to remember what was said. You're not rehearsing the pause that came after. I don't know. That moment, the one that hung in the air like a breath held too long, isn't asking for anything from you now. It doesn't need an answer or even acknowledgement. It's simply there, part of the stillness between pulses, like dust motes caught in a single beam of light that no longer moves. There's nothing wrong with the silence where thoughts used to gather. There's not even emptiness, just space. And space doesn't have to be filled. You don't need to polish it or rearrange its corners. It can stay as it is, full without being heavy. Like a room left open after everyone has gone home. No one needs to close the door. No one needs to clean up. The the air still holds warmth from where people stood and talked and laughed. And you're not required to leave either. A thought arrives, not with urgency, but like a leaf drifting down into your lap. It's about how their voice didn't rise when they said it. How the flatness of it wasn't cold, it was just final. Not harsh, just done, that's all. And that's enough to let go of the need to correct it or finish it or rewrite it in some other way. The tone wasn't wrong. It was simply what it was. A moment without embellishment, without meaning attached, but still real. And you can hold that now, just the fact of it, not as a wound, not as evidence of something missing, but as texture, as part of the night, like the way your blanket feels when you press into it with just enough weight to settle. Not too much, just enough so it remembers you're there. Your fingers are still curled slightly around the edge of the sheet, just a little, not tight. There's no need to stretch them out or force them open. They can stay like that, resting on their own rhythm, like breaths, like pulses beneath skin. You don't have to do anything with your hands. You don't even have to notice them. Just let them be part of the quiet. There's a warmth behind your knees now, not heat, not discomfort, but the kind that comes from lying still long enough for blood to find its way back in. Like slow rivers returning after drought. Not rushing, not urgent, just arriving quietly, like they were always meant to. You don't have to guide them. They're already moving. You've been replaying things not because you want to, but because the brain doesn't know how to stop itself when it's tired and not quite asleep yet. It keeps looping, not for attention, not as a punishment, but like an old tape that plays on its own, just because the mechanism still works. And sometimes, mechanisms don't need reasons to keep going. They just do. But you can let them run without being part of it. You can hear the echo and not answer it. The voice in your head doesn't have to be yours to feel real. It can be someone else's memory, just a sound left behind, like footsteps fading down a hallway at night. And you don't need to follow them. Your chest still holds that soft pressure, the air sealed inside the bottle. But now, it feels less like waiting and more like holding something small and unbroken. Like an egg wrapped in cloth, not meant to be opened yet. Not fragile, just needing time. Needing not to be rushed. That's all. You don't have to finish what you started. You don't have to reach the end of anything. The conversation wasn't a task. It was just something that happened, the way rain falls on pavement, or how a phone lights up in your hand when no one is calling. It happens, and then it stops. There's no need to mourn what didn't happen. No need to imagine what could have been said if the moment had lasted longer. That kind of thinking doesn't serve anything now. It only builds walls where there were none before. You're not failing because you can't replay every word. You're simply being human in a body that remembers everything, even when it wants to let go. Let your shoulders soften, not from effort, just from letting them stop holding the shape of what might have been said. Let the weight shift downward like sand through fingers. It doesn't need to be caught or saved. It can just fall away. There's a softness now behind your eyes, not tears, not fatigue, but something older than both. Like the stillness between waves, when you're not swimming and not resting, but simply suspended in the moment where movement stops being necessary. You don't have to find closure. You don't need to close any doors or file anything away. The conversation isn't unfinished because it didn't end with resolution. It's just a thing that happened once, like a star appearing briefly in an evening sky. It was real while it lasted, and now it's not. And you're still here, not waiting for the next sentence, not holding your breath for someone to say something important, just lying in place, breathing with the slow rhythm of deepening dark, like a tree rooted in soil that doesn't ask anything back. The thought returns not as an invasion, not as a demand, but just as a quiet presence in the corner of your mind. Whether they meant what they said, or if there was something beneath it. But you don't have to answer. You don't even need to acknowledge it. It can be there, like fog at dawn, present, but not urgent, not important, just part of the scene. You are not responsible for interpreting every pause. You don't need to translate every silence into meaning. Sometimes people say nothing because they're tired too, because their mind is full and their hands won't stop shaking, because there's no energy left to reach across a room or finish a sentence. And that's okay. That doesn't make it wrong. The way your breath moves now, it's not fast, not slow. It just follows its own path, like water over stone. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to guide it. Just let it be the quiet engine of this moment. The only thing that needs to happen is for you to keep breathing, not because you're trying, but because your body knows how. There's no need to finish anything tonight. No list to cross off. No conversation to return to. You can just stay here in the space where things don't have to be resolved, where silence isn't empty, where memory doesn't have to serve a purpose. Let the edges of your awareness soften like cloth left out overnight, worn thin by air, not by use. Not torn, just settled. And if you drift again, if your attention wanders to what was said, or how it sounded, or whether they meant it, the same thing applies. Let it come. Let it be there without resistance. Then let it go. Like a feather caught in the air, no need to catch it, no need to hold on. Just let it fall where it will. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It's not demanding that you understand or fix or finish. It's just giving you room to be tired, to be restless, to be still, to lie in the dark and not have to earn your right to to be there. You don't need a reason to exist here. You don't need permission to be quiet. Just because you're awake doesn't mean you're failing. It just means you're alive. And that's enough. The air feels thicker now, not heavy, but full of stillness. Like the pause before a song begins again. Not silence exactly. Something quieter than silence. A kind of listening without ears. A space where thoughts don't need to be named or held or answered. You can let go. You don't have to do anything with your mind tonight. You don't even have to stay awake. Just breathe. Let the dark hold you. Let the stillness fill in what's left behind. Let everything that wanted attention just rest. You're still here, not because you're waiting, but because your body has chosen to stay in this quiet shape. The kind of staying that isn't effort. It's just what happens when resistance finally stops. There's a softness pooling behind your ribs, like water finding the lowest point it can settle into without needing to move. It doesn't care about past conversations or lost chances. It only knows how to be still. The memory you're holding, those last few words that never quite landed, isn't pressing anymore. Not because you've resolved it, but because your mind has started making room for other things. Like the way dust motes drift in a sunbeam, not aiming anywhere, just moving with what's already there. No purpose, just presence. There's no need to retrace every tone or weight of pause. The meaning wasn't in how loud they were, or whether their voice cracked at the end. Those aren't facts you can collect and examine. They're like footprints on a path that no one walks anymore. You don't have to read them backwards. Instead, let your attention slide into something lighter. The weight of the blanket over your legs. Not thinking about it, just feeling how its edge rests against your ankle, soft as old paper. How it holds heat, not from warmth, but from staying in place. That's what you're doing now, staying in place. You aren't fixing anything. You don't need to explain why the silence lingered or what it meant when they looked away. Your breath moves again, gentle, slow, like a thread pulled through fabric that doesn't resist. Not fast enough to wake you, not slow enough to disappear. Just steady, like rain on glass, where each drop leaves its own small mark before fading. The kind of rhythm that isn't trying to be noticed. It just is. There's no need to name the ache in your shoulders. No need to tell yourself it will go away tomorrow. You don't have to fix what doesn't belong to you anymore. Some moments aren't meant to be finished, just lived through. Like a winter fog that settles on fields and stays until morning. The thought returns not as a demand, not as an echo, but as a soft shape in the dark. Whether they were trying to say something real or just tired of saying anything at all. You don't need to know. Not tonight. The question isn't about them. It's about how your mind keeps circling back like it wants proof that what happened mattered. But mattering doesn't require a reply. It only requires being felt. And you've already felt it over and over, in the way your chest tightened when they paused too long, in the silence that stretched just beyond comfort. You don't have to replay every version of how it could have gone differently. That's not part of what you're doing now. You're here to let go of needing the next sentence, to stop measuring your worth by whether someone finished speaking or left something unsaid. The air around you is thick with stillness, not because nothing's happening, but because everything has stopped asking for anything in return. It's like standing at the edge of a field after a long storm, where the ground isn't dry yet, but it doesn't need to be. There's no rush to move forward. Your thoughts don't have to follow a line. They can stop halfway through and just sit there like pebbles in water that didn't float away, didn't sink either. Just present, not useful, not harmful, just part of the scene. Let the next one drift like smoke from an old candle, rising slowly, not knowing where it's going, not needing to answer for itself. You don't have to watch it vanish. You don't have to understand why it appeared in the first place. Your body knows how to rest without permission. It doesn't need a reason to be quiet, or a memory to justify being tired. The dark isn't asking you to remember anything. It's not even asking you to stay awake. It's just giving space for things that don't need names, for feelings that don't require fixing, for moments that exist only because they happened. There's no need to rewrite what was said. No need to rehearse a reply in your head or imagine how it might have gone differently. You're not building something here. You're letting go of the weight of having to build anything at all. The silence between thoughts isn't empty. It's full of breath, full of stillness, full of being exactly where you are without needing to be anywhere else. You don't have to reach across rooms or finish conversations that were never meant to end. Sometimes people stop speaking not because they've decided, but because their mind is too tired to keep going. Not stubborn, not avoiding, just spent. And that's okay. That doesn't mean it wasn't real. It just means it was human. There's no shame in stopping mid-sentence when your hands are shaking and there's nothing left to say. Your body knows how to rest even when your mind is still spinning like a wheel slowing down, not because it wants to stop, but because the world around it has slowed too. There's no need to force motion now. No reason to keep turning. Let your breath become quiet like paper left in a drawer for years, not fragile, just worn smooth by time and lack of use. Not broken, not forgot, just resting. The memory doesn't have to be settled. It can simply exist, like a lamp that's been turned off, but still hums faintly in the wall. Not demanding light, not needing attention. You don't have to return to it. You don't even have to think about it. It can just stay there in the corner of your mind, like an old coat hanging on a hook. Not worn, not needed, just present. And you're still here, not because you're waiting, but because you've stopped trying to be somewhere else. Because sleep isn't something you earn by finishing things. It's something that comes when you stop measuring how much you've done and start noticing how deeply you can breathe. You don't have to answer anything tonight. Not the silence, not the past, not even your own mind if it wants to wander. Just keep breathing. Let the dark hold you. Let everything that wanted attention just rest. You're still here, not because you've made up your mind about anything, but because your body has decided to stay in this place where nothing needs to be resolved. The kind of stillness that doesn't come from peace, but from surrender, like a book left open on a table after the last page was read. No one around to close it, and no reason to. You don't have to decide what happens next. The air in this room isn't charged with expectation. It's just breathing at its own pace, slow enough that you can feel it against your skin, like something barely alive. The memory of the conversation still lingers, just a shape now, not a sound. Not even a shadow, really. More like the impression left by a hand that has already moved away from the wall. You don't need to trace it anymore. There's no reason to ask what was said or why it ended where it did. The way some thoughts fade isn't because they were wrong, but because they've run out of energy. Let your attention sink into the weight of your arms, not as a command, but as an observation. How they rest on top of you like stones in a riverbed, not heavy enough to pull down, just present. Not pushing up or resisting anything. You don't have to do anything with them. They can lie where they are and be nothing more than part of the quiet. The room is no longer holding its breath for your response. It stopped waiting. The walls aren't listening anymore. The floor beneath you knows it doesn't need gratitude or explanation or proof that you're still awake, just space to hold what's already here. You can let your thoughts drift like dust motes in a beam of forgotten light, not important enough to name, not dangerous enough to fear, just floating through the air without direction. There's no one else in this moment who needs you to be someone specific. No role to perform, no image to maintain, no performance that requires energy you don't have left. The part of you that worries about being seen, about how it might look if you stopped moving, is not needed here. Not now. It can rest too. The conversation isn't a debt. It's not a cliff you're standing on or a door you must walk through. It's just something that happened, like rain falling outside when no one was around to notice. No one has to collect it, clean up after it, explain why the puddles formed where they did. The water is already soaking into the ground. You don't have to rehearse what might have been said. You don't even have to imagine a different ending. There's no prize for getting it right, no punishment for getting it wrong. The moment has passed, not because you failed to finish it, but because time didn't care about your intention. It just moved on. Your mind is not broken for returning to it again and again. It's simply following the path of interest that was never closed. Not stubborn, not stuck, just curious, like a bird that keeps circling back to where it first saw light, even after the sun has risen higher. But you don't have to keep watching the sky. You can look down instead to your feet, to the blanket beneath you, to the way the fabric holds heat like soil retains warmth from earlier in the day. It's not warm enough to be comforting, not cold enough to bother you, just there, a quiet kind of presence. Let each breath become softer than the last, like a whisper that forgets itself before it finishes. The air moves through your nose and out again without needing anything, without wanting to make a mark. You don't need to feel more, think more, remember more. You just are. Not because you've earned it, not because you're trying hard, but simply because the dark has already said yes. There's no urgency in this stillness. No deadline. No one standing behind you with a clipboard saying, "Come on now," or "Almost time." The night isn't measuring how much of your mind is still active. It doesn't care whether you've cleared out every thought. It only wants to know if you're willing to stay, even for this moment. You don't have to fix the silence between words. You don't need to fill it with something louder or more meaningful. The space where meaning might have been is already full of your breath, full of your body's quiet rhythm, full of not needing to be anywhere else. The memory doesn't need you to finish it. It's already gone in the way things go when they're not needed anymore, not lost, not forgotten, just released like a balloon that floats higher until it becomes invisible. You don't have to watch it disappear. You can let it drift into the sky without calling after it. Let your thoughts slow like water pooling at the edge of a stone, slow enough that ripples take time to form and vanish before they're noticed. Let them stay where they are, not because you've made peace with them, but because there's no point in moving them. They don't need a place to go. You're not escaping anything. You're just allowing the weight of having to respond, of needing to answer for something that wasn't even meant to be answered, to settle where it belongs. Not on your shoulders, but somewhere far below, like roots sinking into soil too deep to reach. The kind of rest you're in now isn't about sleep coming. It's about letting go of the idea that sleep must arrive at all. Just as a child doesn't need to prove they're safe to fall asleep, nor does an animal have to earn its nap by doing something first. Your mind can wander back again if it wants. There's no rule against it. But when it does, don't scold it. Don't say not now. Just let the thought come in like a guest who knocks quietly. No need to rush to open the door. No need to ask why they've come. You can simply leave them standing there at the threshold while you turn back to your breath. The body knows how to be still without permission. It doesn't ask whether it's ready. It just stops. The way a tree stands after wind has passed through it, no tension left in the branches, no effort to hold itself upright. Just quiet strength that doesn't need applause. Let the next moment arrive slowly, like rain falling on dry earth, not with force, but with patience. You don't have to hurry toward what comes. You don't even have to name it when it does. The dark isn't waiting for you to be complete before letting you rest. It's already holding you, not because you're good at anything, but because you are here, and that is enough. You can stop trying to finish conversations that never needed endings. You can stop believing the silence must be filled with something important. You can stay exactly where you are, no more, no less, and still feel like you belong. There's a kind of peace in not knowing what comes next, in letting go of the need to answer, even when your mind keeps asking, in allowing thoughts to appear without needing them to have purpose, in resting not because it feels easy, but because it doesn't require anything from you. Your breath is soft now, like paper left on a shelf after years, worn smooth at the edges, not fragile, just quiet. It doesn't need to be read, doesn't need to mean anything. You don't have to remember how it started or what was said last. You only have to notice that you're still here, and that's enough. You're not holding anything anymore, just breathing, just being in the space between one thought and the next, where nothing is expected of you. The conversation doesn't need to be answered because it's already passed through your mind like a shadow over still water. It didn't leave ripples, it left no trace at all. And that's how things settle when they're finally done. Not with fanfare, not with closure, just gone. The air in the room is soft, not heavy, and there's nothing pressing to be said. No one needs you to finish what wasn't meant to end. You don't have to decide if it mattered or how much it should matter now. The silence between your thoughts isn't empty, it's full of absence, which is different from loneliness. Absence means something has left, not been taken, just left. Like a coat hung on the back of a chair after someone walks out and doesn't come back. You don't need to know where they went. You don't have to follow the path they didn't take. The mind keeps walking that same route because it's familiar, not because it needs to get somewhere, but because it still remembers how to walk at all. But you can let your feet stop. Let them rest on whatever floor is beneath you. No need to keep moving just because motion feels like proof of being awake. The kind of quiet here doesn't ask for attention. It doesn't want to be noticed. It's not waiting for you to do anything with it. It simply exists like dust in the sunbeam, drifting slowly, without purpose or direction. You don't have to name it. You don't have to make sense of it. It isn't trying to tell you something. It just is. When your mind returns again, not because it wants to answer, but because it's used to looping back, you can meet it the same way, gently, without resistance. Let the thought arrive like a leaf landing on water. No need to push it away. No need to pull it in. Just let it rest there for a moment, flat on the surface, not sinking, not rising, before it drifts toward the edge of where you're paying attention. There's no rule that says you must stay with every thought that comes. There's only this: your breath is still here. Your body is warm and soft beneath the covers. The weight of needing to respond has already fallen through your bones like sand through fingers. No sound, no effort, just release. You're not forgetting anything. You're not avoiding anything. You're simply allowing a pattern to break. The kind of rest you're in now doesn't care about unfinished business. It doesn't require a checklist or proof that you've done enough. It only asks for presence, not performance, not perfection. Just this: your body here, your breath moving in and out like the tide on a shore no one visits anymore. The rhythm isn't urgent. There's no reason to rush it. If thoughts come back, whether about tone or timing, what you might have said differently, how they looked when they paused, that's okay. You can say nothing at all. No correction needed. No defense. Just let the image float by like smoke from a fire that burned out long ago. It doesn't need to be remembered. Doesn't need to be settled. You don't owe your mind answers just because it asks again and again. The brain isn't asking for help. It's just trying to keep its gears turning, even when they're not supposed to. But you can let the machine slow down without fixing it. You don't have to reboot. You don't have to restart. Imagine your thoughts like old books left on a shelf in a forgotten room. No one reads them anymore, but they still exist. They aren't lost. They haven't been ruined. They're just waiting, not for someone to come back and open them again, but for the quiet that allows them to stay exactly as they are. You don't have to be useful right now. You don't have to solve anything or make sense of what's not meant to be solved. There is no test here, no exam, no need to prove you were listening well enough, said the right thing, held your ground. All of that is behind you. Not erased, just gone. The dark doesn't care if your mind runs in circles. It won't hold it against you. It's not judging how long it takes for a thought to stop being loud. It just lets everything be as it is. No correction, no commentary, just space where even silence can breathe without needing to mean something. When the next drift happens, when your mind returns again, like a wave that keeps coming in, you don't need to meet it with force or urgency. You only need to notice. Here you are, still here, not trying, not doing anything at all, just being. And when you feel yourself slipping, not into sleep exactly, but into the space where sleep begins, just let go of the idea that you have to do something about it. No effort required. No strategy. The body doesn't need permission to slow down. It just knows how. Like a candle burning low, not with flame or heat, but with warmth that lingers in the air. You don't have to finish this conversation. You don't even have to remember what was said. Not now. Not ever. There's no obligation to respond. No one is waiting for your answer. The silence between words isn't broken. It's just full of not needing anything at all. Let that quiet grow. Let it settle in the corners where thoughts go when they're tired of running. Let it stretch across the space you occupy, soft and wide, like a blanket laid over something heavy, but no longer held. You don't have to be awake for this. You don't even have to stay aware. The mind can wander again, can return to that old moment, those unspoken words, but there's no need to hold it. No need to answer. Just let the memory sit where it is, not alive, not dead, just still. And when you notice your breath getting softer, when your body feels less like a thing trying to stay upright, and more like something that has decided to rest, you don't have to do anything about it. You can simply be in the space between being awake and letting go. There's no wrong way here. No failure. No shame for not sleeping fast enough or doing it right. Just this: you're allowed to take up space without having to earn it, without having to explain yourself, without needing a reason. Let your thoughts drift like clouds across an empty sky, no shape, no direction, no purpose. They don't need to be beautiful or meaningful. They just are, and that's enough. The darkness isn't cold. It doesn't demand anything from you. It's not waiting for something to happen before it lets you rest. It's already letting you rest, just by being there, by holding your shape in the stillness, like a hand on a shoulder that says nothing, but means everything. You don't have to finish this. You don't even have to understand what's happening now. All you need is to keep breathing slow, quiet, not trying to go anywhere. And when another thought comes, not because it's important, but because your brain still knows how to think, you can let it pass through like wind through a window that was never meant to be closed. You don't have to stop thinking. You just don't have to stay with it. Let the next moment arrive without invitation, without effort, without needing to know what comes after. There's no need for closure. There's only this: your body here, your breath slow and low, not trying to do anything but be. Not performing, not proving, just being in a world where rest doesn't have to feel earned, where stillness isn't something you must work toward, but something that just happens. When the next drift comes, you don't need to catch it. You don't need to hold on. You can simply let it go like a feather falling through air too thick to carry it far. The mind will keep returning. That's okay, but you're not required to follow every time. Not this time, not tonight. Just stay here, in the soft space between one breath and the next, where nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be said. Nothing needs to be finished. You don't have to answer anything now. You don't even have to remember what was asked. The memory isn't a loop. It's not chasing itself in circles like a dog with no name. It's more like dust settling on a shelf you haven't touched since last winter, slow and quiet, drifting down without sound or urgency. You don't have to see it clearly. You don't even have to know what it is. The shape of the conversation doesn't matter anymore, the way their voice paused. Whether they looked away before speaking, none of that needs to be reconstructed now. It's not a thing you're supposed to solve, just a quiet presence in the air between two people who no longer need to speak. Your body knows how to rest even when your mind thinks it's still working. The weight in your shoulders isn't tension, it's just gravity, finally accepted. You don't have to fight it or carry it anymore. It can be heavy and still be safe. That's the difference between holding on and letting go. One is a choice. The other is what happens when you stop pretending. The silence around you is not empty. It doesn't need filling. It isn't waiting for words, for answers, for movement. It's already full of space where things can just exist without being explained or justified. No reason to be here. No job to do. Just being in the dark with your breath as a kind of rhythm. Not a signal to wake up, but a gentle hum that says you're still present. And when the thought returns, the one about what they might have meant by that pause, you don't need to reach for it. You can let it sit like an old key on a table, unused, unneeded, just sitting there in its own quiet place. No one's going to come back and ask you to unlock anything tonight. The door stays closed. It doesn't matter whether the lock is still good or not. The air feels different now, thicker than it was before, like something has softened around the edges of the room, as if the walls themselves have learned how to breathe slowly. There's no rush in this space anymore. No one watching for signs you're falling asleep. The night doesn't care whether your eyes are open or shut. It only cares that you're still here, still breathing, still letting go. There's a rhythm in the way your breath slows, not because you've decided to slow it, but because it simply has no reason not to. No one is waiting for you to wake up. No task requires full attention. You don't have to prove anything with how long you can stay alert or how fast you can fall asleep. The only thing that matters now is the space between each inhale and exhale, like a small gap in time where nothing needs to happen. You don't have to remember what came before this moment. You don't even need to know why you're here right now, just that you are. That's enough. The past isn't chasing you. It's not trying to be relevant anymore. It doesn't want anything from you. It just exists, like a book left on the floor after someone read it and forgot to put it away. No need to finish reading it. No need to return it. The thought of that conversation comes again, but this time it arrives as a shadow passing over your awareness, not something you have to meet or respond to. It doesn't demand anything. It doesn't ask for closure. It just is a shape in the dark that was never meant to be understood fully. And now, even if you wanted to, you wouldn't know where to start. You don't need to figure it out. You don't have to make sense of it. The mind will keep offering things, fragments of tone, gestures not remembered clearly, words left unfinished. But each time, the only response is silence. Not because you're trying to be quiet, but because there's no reason for sound anymore. The meaning wasn't in the answer, it was in the question being asked at all. And now that it's been asked and nothing changed, the only thing left is stillness. You don't have to hold on to any of this. You don't have to carry the weight of what might have happened or what should have been said. That version of you trying to fix things before they're gone isn't needed here. The one who's awake now, lying in bed with thoughts drifting like leaves on a slow river, doesn't need to prove anything, doesn't need permission, doesn't even need an excuse for being tired. There's no test at the end of this night, no scorecard, no checklist that says you passed or failed sleep. You aren't judged by how fast you fall asleep, whether your thoughts are quiet or loud, whether you're still awake when dawn comes. The only measure is if you can stay present in the soft weight of not doing anything at all. Your body isn't resisting rest. It's just learning to believe it's allowed. It remembers what it felt like before, long ago, when sleep came without argument or negotiation. Not because you were good or bad, but because your brain finally stopped asking for proof that it could stop thinking. The darkness is not an absence, it's a kind of presence. A quiet hand on the back of your neck that doesn't pull you down, just says, "You're safe here." You don't have to be alert. You don't have to stay awake until something changes. The world doesn't depend on whether you sleep or don't sleep tonight. It will keep turning without your help. There's no need for a reason to rest. No justification needed. Just the fact that you are here, breathing slowly, letting the thoughts pass like cars on a distant road, no one inside them, no destination, just moving through space they weren't meant to fill. You don't have to finish anything tonight. You don't even need to remember what it was about. The conversation isn't unfinished, it's already over. And that's not failure. That's peace. The mind will wander again. It always does. But this time, you're not chasing it. You're letting it go like a bird that flew too far and decided to land in the branches of a tree that didn't ask for visitors. No greeting, no explanation, just stillness. You don't have to do anything with the silence between your breaths. It doesn't need to mean something. It's not waiting for you to say or feel anything special. It just is like air after rain, like a moment after someone sighs and lets go of their own weight. There's no goal here, no end point where everything gets sorted out. Just the slow descent into what happens when you stop trying to be useful in the dark. When you realize that being still isn't a waste, just something your body has been waiting for, quietly, all along. The thought of that conversation returns not as an urgent thing, not as a demand, but as a quiet shape in memory, like a shadow from a lamp left on years ago. It doesn't matter if it's accurate anymore. What matters is that you're no longer trying to fix it. You're just letting it be there. Not alive, not dead, just present. Like the hum of electricity in an empty house. Not needed, not missed, just there. And so are you. Just being here. Just breathing, just resting. You're not holding on to it anymore. Not the way you used to. The conversation doesn't rise up with its old urgency, doesn't pull at your ribs like a cord that hasn't been cut. It's just there, like a radio tuning in on an empty frequency. A signal long faded, but still whispering through static. You don't need to turn it down or switch stations. It doesn't demand anything from you now, not even attention. The air around you has cooled slightly, not cold, not warm, just settled into its own quiet rhythm. Like the way light changes in a room when the sun slips behind clouds and no one notices. No one needs to name it. The space between your thoughts isn't hollow. It's full of something soft and unremarkable, like dust motes floating in a beam that doesn't belong to anything. There's no need to fix what you can't see anymore. You don't have to rewrite the ending because the end was already written by time, by silence, by the fact that some things just stop being asked about when they're not answered. The only thing left is letting go of the idea that it needed answering at all. You're lying in a body that's learning how to rest without permission. Not pretending to be asleep. Not faking stillness. Just allowing your limbs to feel their own weight, like stones sinking slowly into a riverbed where no one comes to disturb them. The blanket isn't keeping you warm, it's just there, covering you the way shadows cover floors at night. The thought of that conversation returns again, but not as an echo, not as something trying to make you feel guilty or unfinished. It arrives like rain hitting pavement after a long dry spell, not urgent, not meaningful, just part of the weather now. You don't have to respond. You don't even have to notice it's there until it fades on its own. There's no need for closure. No one is waiting. The person you spoke with, if they were ever really listening, has already moved on. They've gone back into their own mind, where thoughts pile up like laundry left in a corner of the house. Unfolded, forgotten, not abandoned, just out of reach. Your breath slows, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because your body is beginning to believe it doesn't need to be doing anything anymore. Your lungs don't have to work hard to carry meaning. They can just rise and fall like the surface of a lake after wind has stopped blowing across it. There's no story behind this moment. No reason for why you're here, breathing into stillness. The only thing true is that your body is tired, deeply, quietly tired, and it's starting to believe rest isn't dangerous. The silence between your breaths isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't want anything from you. It doesn't need to be filled with thoughts or plans or regrets. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just lets everything pass through it without marking time. You don't have to finish this night. You don't even have to understand it. The mind will wander again, as it always does. But now, when it drifts, when your attention slips towards some old tone of voice, some half-remembered pause, you're not chasing after it. You're letting it go like a leaf that gets caught in the current and then simply floats away. There's no need to reclaim what was never yours to keep. You don't have to apologize for being awake. There's no debt you owe sleep. No contract where your worth is measured by how quickly you fall into darkness. The only thing holding you here isn't effort, it's presence. Your skin feels the weight of air, not as pressure, but as something familiar, like the way a jacket sits on a chair when someone has just taken it off and left it there. Not worn out, just resting. There's no urgency in the darkness. No ticking clock hidden behind walls. The hours aren't counting down toward anything important. They're just passing by. Like cars driving past a house where no one is home, their headlights cutting through windows that don't belong to anyone anymore. You don't have to be useful tonight. You don't even need to be aware of yourself in the way you usually are, checking in, evaluating, adjusting. Just let your thoughts drift like smoke from a candle that's burned down too low to keep burning. Not rising, just fading into air that doesn't care where it came from or what it was meant to carry. There's no need for proof that this is safe. No reason why you should be allowed to rest. The only thing needed is the simple fact of being here, breathing, lying still, letting your muscles unclench like threads that were holding tight too long. You're not behind. You're not broken. You're just tired in a way that doesn't need fixing. The conversation isn't stuck anymore. It's not waiting for you to say something more or better than before. It's not replaying because it matters. It's playing because your brain still remembers how it felt, like muscle memory of a feeling rather than anything real. It's just background noise, like the hum of a refrigerator in an empty kitchen after everyone has left. You don't have to listen anymore. There's no reason for you to stay awake. No one is watching. No one will judge how long you take to stop thinking. Your body knows what to do when no one tells it to. It remembers what it feels like not to be searching, not to be explaining, not to be defending itself against the night. It's been waiting for this quiet absence of need. There's nothing left to fix. No door you haven't closed. No sentence that needs finishing. The air is thick with stillness, not heavy, just full of something gentle and unclaimed. You're not drifting towards sleep. You're just letting go of the idea that you have to get there at all. Your mind doesn't need a goal. It doesn't need a purpose. It can just be like fog over fields in early morning, like dust settling on windowsills after weeks of silence. There's no task left, no list, no unfinished thing pressing against your ribs, just the soft weight of not doing anything at all. And that is enough. Not perfect, not complete, but enough. The thought returns again, not as a demand, but as a shape in memory. A moment that ended without ceremony, like a phone call cut off mid-sentence, like someone stepping out of a room and leaving the door open behind them. No goodbye, no explanation, just silence, and you're learning to live inside it. Not because you have to, not because you've earned it, because your body has finally stopped asking for permission. You don't need to be awake to matter. You don't have to be thinking to be real. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It's just here, quiet, steady, holding space, the way a wall holds air when no one is using it anymore. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying, but because your body knows what happens when there's nothing left to do. You don't have to be present. You don't even have to stay aware. Just let go of the idea that awareness must mean effort. Let yourself sink into a kind of quiet where no one is watching and nothing needs to happen. There's no need for meaning. No reason why anything should be remembered. Only this: you are here, breathing, still, not trying, not fighting, just being in the shape of rest, like a book left open on a table, like a coat hanging in a doorway after someone walked out and never came back. The mind wanders again, but not as an emergency, not as something to be caught or corrected. It just drifts, a leaf in water, moving without direction, landing somewhere soft, and you don't have to follow it. You can let it go the way the river lets things pass through its current, without holding on, without forgetting. The silence between your breaths is not empty. It's full of something ordinary and unremarkable, like the sound of a ceiling fan turning slowly in an unused room. Not loud enough to disturb you, not quiet enough to disappear completely. Just there, like the way time moves when no one is counting it. You don't have to finish anything tonight. No conversation needs answering. No memory needs fixing. You're not holding on to anything. Not even the shape of that moment, how it sat in your chest like a small stone you'd forgotten was there. It doesn't need to be carried anymore. The silence after their voice faded isn't a gap, just space where meaning used to live. And now it's empty enough to breathe in. You don't have to name the weight of what wasn't said. There's no requirement that every pause carry significance. Some pauses are just air between two words, like when you stop talking mid-sentence and let the sentence dissolve into quiet. That's all this is, just breath held too long by accident. Not a betrayal, not an omission, just stillness. The kitchen light went off without a click. You didn't see it happen, but you know it did. The bulb dimmed like a candle that forgets to be lit. And now, the dark has its own kind of glow, soft at the edges, not bright enough to show anything, just warm where your eyes have stopped trying to read the walls. There's no need for visibility tonight. No reason to see what you can't fix. You're lying in a place that doesn't demand answers, not even from yourself. You don't owe this body any performance. It isn't failing because it won't stop thinking. It's just remembering how to be alive. The thoughts aren't intruding, not really. They're passing through like shadows under the door when someone walks by outside. No one is home. No one needs to respond. The house doesn't care if you remember everything they said or didn't say. There was a pause between their last words and the end of the call. Not long enough for silence to feel intentional, but long enough to make your jaw tense without warning. That's what it felt like something had dropped through a crack in the floor and disappeared into the space beneath the house. You didn't see where it landed. You don't need to. Now you're learning how to live with that absence. Not as a wound, not as an injury, but just as part of the air around you. Like dust, motes floating between ceiling beams. They aren't trying to get anywhere. They aren't following any pattern. They just drift where there's no wind, where nothing pulls them down. You don't have to catch them. Your hands are still. Not because they're resting on something, but because your body has decided that motion isn't required anymore. There's no reason to move unless you want to. And right now, wanting is not a task. It doesn't need to be done. Just the absence of wanting feels like relief, the way it feels when you stop pressing down on a sore spot and let gravity take over. The floorboards aren't creaking anymore. Not because they've stopped making noise entirely, just because the sound isn't yours to hear. You're no longer listening for footsteps in the hall, for breath behind your back, for someone saying something that needs an answer you haven't prepared. The house is empty of expectation. There's a cup on the counter with tea gone cold. No one drank it. It just stayed there after the moment passed. And now it doesn't need to be poured out or warmed up. It can sit until morning or forever, no harm done. That's how things are when no one is watching. They don't have to mean anything. You're not trying to remember the exact tone of their voice anymore. You're not rehearsing what you should have said. Not even thinking about whether it was rude to leave like that. There's no need to evaluate or repair. The conversation didn't end in a failure. It just ended, like all conversations do. Like all things that are done, the silence isn't heavy. It doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like what happens when you stop pushing against the door, when your hands fall open and you realize there was never anything inside them to hold. There's no story here anymore. Just breath, just stillness. And if a memory comes, just let it come in without apology. Let it appear like fog rising from wet grass at dawn. Not urgent, not important, not even real in the way we think of reality. It can be there and go again, and you won't have to do anything about it. You don't need to close your eyes to rest. You don't need to lie still or count breaths. The body is learning how to let go of effort, not by forcing itself, but by simply forgetting what it was doing before. It remembers the way light feels when it's not trying to be seen. It knows what silence tastes like when no one has asked you to speak. You're not supposed to remember every detail. You don't have to carry the weight of unfinished words in case someone asks later. The past isn't a debt. It doesn't need to be repaid. Some things aren't meant to be solved, just lived through, like weather that passes without notice. The air is still full of something soft and slow. Not excitement, not dread, just the way time moves when no one is keeping track. You don't have to keep up. There's nowhere you need to go. No version of yourself that has to arrive at this moment. You're not late for anything tonight. The world doesn't care how long it takes you to stop thinking. It isn't waiting on your attention. It's just here, quiet, steady, holding space the way a shelf holds books without needing them to be read. A single thread of thought floats up again, not urgent, not insistent, but gentle, like a leaf caught in slow water. You don't have to follow it. You don't even have to notice it fully. Just let it drift past your mind as if it were just another breath moving through the room. It doesn't need a name. It doesn't require an end. There's no reason why you should be awake. There's also no reason why you must sleep. The two aren't connected anymore. You don't have to earn rest by being quiet or still. You don't have to prove you're tired before the night can take you. You're not trying to fix anything. Not even this moment. It doesn't need fixing. It's already enough just as it is, just as you are. The kind of peace that isn't a goal, but a quiet happening in the space between two thoughts. The walls aren't listening anymore. They've stopped waiting for you to say something important. You don't have to leave an impression. No one will come back to find out if you remember what was said. You can just be here, like a coat left on a hook, like shoes by the door after someone walks away and doesn't return. Not abandoned, just released, not forgotten, just unclaimed. There's no need for closure. The conversation didn't end in failure, it ended because it had run its course, like all things do. Like water that runs out of a glass when you stop holding it upright. It wasn't lost, just gone where it was meant to go. You don't have to understand everything. You don't even have to be present for the meaning to exist. Some moments aren't about understanding. They're just about being there and then letting go. Your chest is soft now, not because you've relaxed, but because your body has stopped fighting itself. It's finally learned how not to strain against silence. The air feels thick with something ordinary, like the way a room smells when it hasn't been cleaned in weeks. But no one minds. Like dust on shelves that doesn't matter. Like time passing without being counted. You're not behind. You're not falling short. You're just where you are with all your unfinished thoughts, all your unspoken words, and none of them needing to be finished now. There's no urgency in the dark. No demand for speed or clarity. Just this: you can stop trying to be someone who has everything figured out. You don't have to solve anything tonight, not even the silence between your breaths. It just is, and that's enough. The thought returns not as a wave, but as a shadow, faint, familiar, shaped like something left behind in a room after everyone has gone. You don't need to name it. It isn't asking anything of you. It's just there, like light under an old floorboard, neither bright nor dark, only present. You've walked through this space before, and each time you did, the shape of memory shifted slightly less sharp, less urgent, like a letter that was never posted, not because it wasn't important, but because the address changed in the writing. The ink blurred. The envelope wore thin at the edges. You don't have to hold onto what wasn't meant to be held. That's the thing about things left unsaid. They weren't forgotten. They were simply unclaimed. Not lost. Not broken. Just free to drift like a balloon with no string and no direction. There's peace in that kind of freedom, no obligation to land somewhere. The air has changed again. It isn't cold. It isn't warm. It just is the way silence settles when it knows you're not going anywhere. No one will come by to check on you. No one needs to know whether the lights are off or if your hands are still moving through space in slow motion, like they're trying to catch something that's already passed. A sound comes from far away, maybe a car turning onto a street miles down, maybe a tree creaking in a wind you can't feel. It doesn't matter. You don't need to place it or explain it. It arrives and then leaves the way all small sounds do, without apology, without demand. There's no reason to respond. There's also no reason to remember what was said last. The conversation didn't end because of you. It ended because time ran out on both sides, like a film that stopped mid-scene when the projector gave up. Not failure, not betrayal, just absence of continuation. Your shoulders are lower now, not because they've dropped, but because they've stopped trying to hold anything up. The weight wasn't ever in them. It was always in the idea that you had to carry it forward, that if you didn't reply, something would break. But nothing broke. The world kept moving. People walked on without waiting for your voice. You don't have to be ready for answers. You don't even have to want them. Some things aren't meant to be answered. They're meant to be released. Like breath, let out from a held-in moment when you realize the air is still there. The ceiling above you isn't watching. It doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed. It doesn't measure how long you've been lying still. It just holds the shape of what was built before you came in: wood beams, drywall, dust settled into corners like forgotten words. You can let go without saying goodbye. You don't have to say anything at all. The silence between thoughts is no longer empty. It's full of space where things were allowed to be unfinished. That's not a flaw. That's not failure. It's just how some moments are shaped, by what wasn't said, not by what was. The rhythm of your breath has slowed without you noticing. Not forced, not counted, just drifting like water through roots in the soil beneath something that doesn't need to grow anymore. There's no deadline for feeling calm. There's no scorecard saying how long you've been awake or how many thoughts have passed. You're not behind on peace. You don't owe it to anyone, especially not to yourself. The idea that rest must come with effort is a myth invented by people who never sat still and let silence take them. You can be tired without being broken. You can want sleep without needing to earn it. No performance required. No proof of weariness. Just this: you are here in the dark, not trying to fix anything, not even your own mind. The past isn't waiting for permission to fade. It's already fading, like a color that washes out under sunlight, like a name written on wet paper and then left outside overnight. It doesn't need to be saved. It just needs to stop being carried around in the shape of worry. You don't have to replay every pause. You don't have to retune every tone. The emotion wasn't trapped in the words. It was in the space between them, where you were both trying not to say too much and not enough at once. And that's okay. That's how it works sometimes when two people meet and neither knows which way to turn. No one ever said clarity had to come fast or be complete. Some things are only understood after they've been left behind, like footprints in sand that the tide takes without a word. You don't have to fix anything tonight, not even your own feeling of being stuck. The stuckness isn't real, it's just memory pretending it's still happening. The walls aren't waiting for you to say something important. They've already forgotten what was said before. And if they remember, they're not holding on to it like a burden. They're letting it rest. You can stop trying to be someone who has all the right answers. You don't even have to be someone who remembers exactly how things went. Just being here, present in the dark, quiet in motion, is enough. The room is full of ordinary things. The way light catches dust particles near the windowsill, like tiny stars that never needed a sky, like thoughts that aren't meant for anywhere but this moment of floating. You don't have to give them names. They're not asking you to explain anything. There's no reason to be awake. There's also no reason to sleep. The two aren't enemies. They aren't opposites. They just are like rain and stillness, like hunger and fullness. One doesn't cancel out the other. You don't need to choose between them. You can simply be in both at once, the part that wants to rest and the part that's not ready yet. And neither one has to win. The silence isn't empty. It's rich with things that don't need to be spoken. Like a library after hours, books stacked without purpose, shelves full of stories no one will read tonight. But they're still there, still whole, still holding their own kind of meaning. You can just stop trying to find the end. You don't have to know how this ends. The ending isn't in your hands anymore. It's not even a thing you need to hold on to. Your mind is no longer racing toward something it thinks it must reach. It's slowing down, not because it wants to, but because it has finally stopped fighting itself. There's a softness now that wasn't there before, a quiet settling, like feathers landing on water without making a ripple. You don't have to be someone who finishes things. You just have to be someone who is here, in the moment, not trying to do anything at all. The conversation didn't end with a bang or a closing line. It ended quietly, like two people stepping back from each other and choosing not to say more because they both already knew what was true. And that's enough. Not everything needs to be solved. Not every silence demands an answer. You can just stay here, in the dark, with all your unspoken things, letting them go without a word, without regret, without needing to understand, just letting them float away like smoke from a candle long since burned out, thin, shapeless, gone before you even notice it's disappeared. You're not holding on to that moment anymore, just letting it lie there, like a stone at the bottom of a stream where no one sees it, but the water remembers its shape. The way the air moves around you isn't urgent. It's just breathing slowly, without needing to be noticed. There's no need to explain why your chest feels full, or how quiet the house has become since everyone else fell away into sleep. You don't have to name what's left behind when people stop speaking and still leave something in the room. The silence doesn't ask for proof of you being present. It just lets you be. The thought drifts back, not as a demand, but as an echo. Someone standing near the door with their hand halfway on the handle. No word said, just that pause long enough to feel like time itself hesitated. But it wasn't about what could have been said. It was about the way your body knew before your mind did the slight shift in weight. The breath held too long. The silence not empty, but full of a kind of waiting. And now you can let that moment be just that, a shape in memory, no longer needing to be answered. You don't have to carry it forward like a torch or bury it under guilt for forgetting what came after. It's already gone, like footprints on wet pavement left by someone who turned before the rain arrived. The surface dries without marking anything permanent. You're not responsible for keeping track of every small shift, every glance that didn't mean anything but felt like everything. There's a warmth near your shoulder, the kind that doesn't come from heat or blankets, but from simply being still. It spreads softly into the edge of your skin where it meets air, slow and quiet. You don't need to follow it. Just let it be there, not as comfort, but as presence, something ordinary happening without purpose. Your breath moves through you like a current that doesn't need direction. Inhale and feel the space expand just slightly behind your ribs, not enough to stretch, just enough to notice the inside of you isn't trying to do anything. Exhale and let go, not because it's required, but because it feels natural, like water releasing from a cup left too long on a table. There's no need for closure tonight, no final word or gesture that would fix what was never broken. You're allowed to sit in the middle of something unfinished without needing to resolve it. The conversation didn't end with an argument or a tear. It ended because both sides had already said enough, and not saying more became its own kind of honesty. You don't have to remember every tone, just that one moment when you stopped trying to reply and started just being there in the quiet. That was real too. The part where silence wasn't failure, but a choice, one made without speaking. And it held weight. It carried meaning, not because it had answers, but because it didn't need any. Your hands are resting now, palms up on top of the blanket, not gripping or holding anything, just letting gravity do its work. No need to adjust them, no reason to move. The space between your fingers is wide and open, like a doorway that doesn't lead anywhere, but still feels welcoming. Outside, the night breathes in long cycles, slow, even, never rushing. There's no schedule for how much light stays or when it fades. Trees stand without needing to be seen. Birds don't sing because they have something to say. They sing because their bodies remember how to make sound, and that's enough. You're not trying to forget the conversation. You're just letting it go where it belongs, not in your head, not on paper, but somewhere quiet and soft, like a letter folded into an old book with no address. It doesn't need to be delivered. It already arrived when it was spoken, or not spoken when the air shifted between two people who knew more than words could carry. You're allowed to rest in that space where meaning lives without being explained. You don't have to figure out what it meant. You only have to let yourself feel how it felt, and then let go of needing to know why it mattered. There's a texture now, thin as dust on glass, smooth like river stone worn down by water over time. It's not something you can hold or name, but it's there. The feeling of being gently unmoored from the need to understand everything all at once. You don't have to finish thoughts anymore. The ones that started are free to wander without a destination. The room is full of things that aren't waiting for anything. Books with pages unturned. Shoes sitting near the door where they were left last week. A coat draped over a chair like it's resting between journeys. Nothing asks you to do more than be here, in this moment, not doing anything special or important. You don't have to be someone who fixes things. You just need to be someone who stays still enough that the mind can settle into itself without panic. No one is judging whether you're sleeping or awake. The night doesn't care about your thoughts or how many times they loop back. It only holds space, quietly, patiently. And you don't have to say anything anymore, not even to yourself. Not every feeling needs a name. Not every pause has to be filled. There's no rule that says you must answer when silence comes. Some silences are not empty. They're full of things too soft for words, too slow for action. Let the memory drift again. Just let it float like dust in sunlight near the windowsill. Don't reach for it. Let it hover there without needing to be caught or explained. It doesn't need to stay. It doesn't need to go. It just is. And you are still here, breathing slowly, not trying to fix anything, not even trying to sleep. Just being present in the dark, quiet in motion, held by a silence that knows exactly how to wait. You're breathing like something slow and deep has finally found its way home, like water settling in a hollow where it's always been meant to rest. The air around you is still, but not empty. It holds warmth that doesn't come from heat, just presence. There's no urgency in the quiet now, only space that folds inward on itself like a blanket pulled too many times over shoulders that don't mind being covered. The memory isn't gone, it's just softened by time and distance. Not erased, but no longer urgent. It's not speaking anymore. It's just there, like a thread left behind in the carpet after a storm has passed through. You don't have to pull it or fix it. There's nothing for it to attach to now. A shape appears at the edge of your awareness, not sharp, not loud, just a soft form moving beneath the surface of thought, like a shadow passing over stone on a riverbed when no one is watching. It doesn't ask you anything. It doesn't want an answer or a response. It's just existing in its own slow way, where movement isn't about purpose, but about being seen. You don't have to name it. You don't even need to remember what it was. Just let it be, like the light that stays behind after a lamp is turned off. Not bright anymore, just warm enough to know it was there. There's a silence in your chest now, not absence, but fullness. Like holding something small and old in the palm of your hand, knowing you'll never open it again, but still feeling its weight. Not sadness, not longing, just recognition that some things aren't meant to be resolved. Some moments exist only as they happen, unrecorded, unclaimed, not even fully understood. The floorboards beneath you are cool and steady. They don't mind how long you stay. They remember every footstep, every pause, every time someone stood still in the middle of a room without knowing why. But they never asked. They just held it all, the weight, the hesitation, the breath caught between two decisions without judgment. The blanket above you is not heavy, but it's enough. It doesn't promise anything. It only covers. It keeps your skin warm and quiet in its way. You don't have to prove yourself under it. You don't need to be good or worthy of rest. The act of lying down, of letting go, is already enough. There's a shape near the window now, a blur, not sharp, not defined, but something that feels like a presence without being alive. It doesn't move. It just is. And you're allowed to notice it, even if you can't name it. Even if no one else would see it. Even if it only exists in this moment and fades when the next breath comes. You don't have to understand why that shape feels like home. The past isn't chasing you. It's not waiting at the end of any path. It doesn't need your attention anymore. It already happened. And now it lives quietly in the space where things are allowed to be incomplete, where no one is required to fix what cannot be fixed, or explain what has no explanation. A thought drifts in, not urgent, not loud, but gentle like dust, settling on a shelf after years of stillness. Whether they meant to say more isn't important anymore. What matters is that you were there when it happened, that your presence was part of the moment, even if only as silence, even if no words passed between you. You didn't need to respond. You weren't required to fill anything in. The space itself was enough. And And so are you, just by being here, just by staying still long enough for time to settle around you like fog. The mind is quiet now, not because it stopped thinking, but because it stopped needing to fix things. It doesn't have to decide what the silence meant. It only has to let go of having to know everything all at once. There's a rhythm in your body that isn't tied to thought, just pulse and breath and stillness woven together like threads in cloth worn smooth by years of use. You don't need to watch it, control it, or make it do anything special. It already knows how to be. Outside, the night is not waiting for dawn. It's not planning what comes next. It just lives slowly, fully, without apology. And you're living too, not perfectly, not all at once, but enough. There's a sound now, not loud, not clear, but like water moving slowly through stone, underground and unseen. Not urgent, just constant, like something older than memory, continuing on its own path, indifferent to whether anyone hears it or cares. And you don't have to care either. The weight of the unsaid is no longer a burden. It's just part of what stays behind, like footprints in snow that vanish by morning. Not because they were erased, but because they were never meant to last. You're allowed to stop trying to find meaning where it wasn't asked for. You don't have to carry the memory like a weight you need to explain. It doesn't need your help anymore. A door closes somewhere quietly without fanfare. Not in this room, maybe not even near this house, but the sound of it happens inside you too, a soft click, a breath held and released. The moment when something ends without needing an ending. No explanation, no goodbye, just letting go. You don't have to carry that door with you. The air shifts, just slightly, like the world adjusting its weight on the other side of sleep. There's no signal for when it begins or how long it lasts. It just is, and so are you. There's a sound in your ears now, not ringing, not buzzing, but like distant waves lapping at a shore that doesn't exist anymore. Not real water, just memory of movement, smooth and endless. The kind of rhythm that makes time feel soft instead of hard. You don't have to keep track of it. You don't need to remember where you were or what came before. You only need to be here, in the dark, letting your body sink deeper into itself, like a stone dropped into a well with no bottom. The thoughts come and go, not as interruptions, but as visitors who arrive unannounced and leave without saying goodbye. They don't ask for anything. They just pass through, like clouds crossing over stars that have long stopped blinking. And you're not trying to stop them, not even trying to welcome them. Just letting each one drift by like a leaf on a stream, turning in the current, but never needing to land. There's no need to name what they are. No reason to wonder where they came from or why chose now to appear. They're just thoughts, part of being awake, part of being alive, but not proof that you must stay awake forever. The night holds you without asking anything in return. It doesn't care if your brain is racing or still. It only offers what it always does: silence that isn't empty, darkness that isn't cold, time that moves at its own pace and never rushes to get somewhere. You don't have to earn this rest. You don't need to be good enough for the dark to hold you. Just let your body remember how to stop fighting. Let your shoulders drop, not because they're tired, but because there's no point in holding on anymore. Let your hands lie where they are, palms open, fingers relaxed, as if they've already given up trying to grasp anything. There's a stillness now that isn't forced. It doesn't come from willpower or effort. It comes from letting go, not all at once, but gradually, like water wearing down stone over time. You're not supposed to fix the past. You don't have to understand every silence. You only need to be here quiet, still, present in a way that feels effortless because you've stopped trying so hard. The mind is softening, not because it's given up, but because it finally realizes it doesn't have to do anything special anymore. There's no test, no checklist, no expectation that you must sleep or wake or remember correctly. Just being, breathing in the dark, feeling your skin breathe with you, letting gravity pull you down into a place where nothing needs to be done. And if a thought comes back, the one about what was left unsaid, it doesn't need to be answered. It just needs to be let go like a leaf carried away by wind that moves without direction or purpose. There's a shape in the quiet that isn't shaped by memory, but by absence, like the way light behaves when it passes through something that used to be there. A space where sound once lived, and now only echoes of how it felt remain. Not the words themselves, not the tone, not the pause, but the hush after it, which is heavier than silence because it's full of what didn't happen. You don't need to name it. You just need to let that weight settle into your ribs like a stone warmed by the air above it. The thought returns, just a thread now, thin and frayed, not an avalanche, not even a whisper. It arrives as if carried on a breath you forgot you were holding. Whether they meant what they said or didn't say anything at all, it doesn't matter here. Not in this dark where meaning isn't earned or proven. You don't have to decide whether it was real or imagined. Just let the feeling be, like fog that rolls into a valley without asking permission. There's an old chair somewhere with no one sitting in it, no dust on the arms, not even the ghost of warmth left behind. It sits in a corner where light doesn't reach, and the wood has softened over time from years of just waiting. You can picture its backrest pressed against the wall like something that gave up trying to face anything. Not defeated, just done with motion. Your body knows this kind of stillness, the kind that comes when you stop pretending you're ready. It's not about being asleep or awake, but about forgetting how to measure time between those states. There's no start signal, no alarm, no reason to hurry toward anything. The air is thick in your lungs, not because it's hard to breathe, but because breathing feels like a small act of presence, something you do just to stay inside the moment. There's a window somewhere fogged over from rain that fell long ago. You can't see outside, not really. But behind the glass, there's movement. Trees swaying without wind, shadows shifting without light. Not real shapes, just impressions of shape, like something trying to remember how to be solid. The thought about the conversation is still here, but it doesn't demand anything anymore. It just sits in your awareness like a stone that fell into water and stayed there, not floating, not sinking. No need to pull it up or let it go. You can just watch it rest, just as you're resting now, with no obligation to do more than exist. There's warmth behind the back of your knees, a slow heat rising from where they press against the mattress. Not hot, just steady, like something remembering how to hold on without effort. The sheets have a texture that isn't soft or rough, just there. A kind of surface that doesn't ask you to adjust, to smooth out, to fix anything. You don't need to decide if it mattered. You don't need to figure out what was lost. Just let the silence between your thoughts stretch longer than before. Let it grow, not because you're trying to make it happen, but because there's no one left to interrupt it. The air in the room has changed, just slightly, not colder, not warmer, but denser. Like gravity has shifted a fraction towards stillness instead of motion. You feel it settle into your eyelids when they close, not from fatigue, but from trust. A kind of quiet that doesn't promise anything except that you don't need to do anything right now. There's a line drawn in the sand somewhere unwritten, not meant for anyone to see, but it exists anyway. Not between two sides, but between what happened and what didn't. You're standing on the edge of that line without knowing how you got there. No map, no signal, just the barest sense of where things ended and where they don't need to go. The memory doesn't come back as a replay. It comes as a feeling, not of words, but of silence after them, of space between breaths, of hands that were almost reaching out and stopped in time. Not regret, not exactly, but something quieter. The realization that some endings aren't meant to be spoken. You don't need to finish it. You don't have to say what you would have said if you'd been ready. The conversation wasn't yours to complete. It was a moment that passed through both of you like wind through an open door, and neither of you were required to keep the air inside. There's a rhythm in your chest now, not fast, not slow, just steady, like the beat of something deep beneath the surface, far from where thoughts go. It doesn't care about meaning or memory. It It just pulses because it can, because it's still alive. The dark isn't empty. It's full, but not with things that need to be named. Just presence, a kind of knowing without content. You're not thinking about the past. You're not trying to fix what wasn't broken. You're just here, your body in a bed, your breath moving like it has always moved, and your mind letting go one idea at a time, not because you've decided to stop, but because stopping no longer feels like effort. There's a sound now, not from outside, not from inside, but something between them. A hum beneath the floorboards, low enough that you can't be sure it exists. Or maybe it does. It doesn't matter. You don't need to confirm it. You just let it ride through your bones like water through roots. The thought about what was left unsaid is still there, not fading, not returning with force, but drifting now like smoke in a room that hasn't been touched for years. Not gone, just present without demand. You're not supposed to understand it. You don't have to remember the exact tone or gesture. There's no scorecard, no checklist of what you should have said or done differently. The moment was what it was, and now it's part of a larger silence that includes everything. The air, your breath, the space between heartbeats. There's something soft in your shoulders, the kind of relaxation that comes from giving up on effort entirely. Not tiredness, not surrender, just letting go because there's nothing left to hold on to, no reason to keep track of anything, no need to answer a question you weren't asked. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're just allowing yourself to stop fighting the quiet, to let the night have its way with you, not as an event to endure, but as something that's already been happening for a long time. There's a weight in your hands now, palms open, fingers relaxed, as if they've finally learned how not to grasp. Not because they're empty, but because holding on was never the point. You don't need to keep anything. You just need to be here, your body breathing, your mind softening like wax in heat. The air is thick with stillness, not because it's heavy, but because there's no reason for movement. Nothing needs to happen. No one needs to speak. No door needs opening or closing. Just this, you lying on your back, eyes closed, not asleep yet, but close enough that the difference between waking and sleeping doesn't matter. There's a feeling in your throat, not tight, not loose, just there. Like something remembering how to relax after years of tension. It doesn't need words. It just needs time. And time is what you have now. Not measured, not counted. Just present. The kind that isn't made from minutes or hours, but from the slow unfolding of a single breath stretching into another, and another, and another, until it becomes something larger than itself. You don't need to fix anything. You don't need to be ready. You're already where you needed to be here, in this quiet, letting everything pass through like clouds across an empty sky. The thought about the conversation isn't gone, but it's not calling out anymore. It just drifts along, unclaimed, unnoticed, like a leaf on water that doesn't need to find land. You don't have to answer. You don't even have to acknowledge. Just let it be. Just let yourself be here quiet, still, soft, and know that you're allowed to rest in the space between what was said and what wasn't. The air feels heavier in places, like it's pooled slightly beneath your ribs, not pressing, just resting there like old dust, settling into corners no one remembers cleaning. You don't need to push it away. It doesn't want to stay either. It only wants to be noticed and then left alone. There's a rhythm now that isn't in your breath or heartbeat, something older. Not steady, but patient. A slow dip and rise beneath the surface of stillness, like water shifting under ice that hasn't cracked yet. You're not listening for it. You're just letting it move through you as if you were made of something porous, something that doesn't hold things in, but lets them pass through. The conversation isn't coming back with urgency. It's not trying to be heard again. It's simply part of the quiet now, like a shadow stretched too long across the floor at dusk, no longer sharp enough to matter. You don't need to place it or label it. No name is needed. The moment has already gone soft in memory, just as your hands have softened around nothing. You're not thinking about what you might say if you were asked again. That question never forms. Instead, there's a feeling like a shape made of quiet, shaped by absence. Not empty, but full with something that doesn't speak. It fills the space behind your eyes when they're closed, not as an image or sound, but as pressure and texture, like the inside of a shell after the tide has left. The floorboards under you are warm not from heat, but from time. The kind of warmth that comes from being still for years without complaint. There's no need to move. No one will come looking. You don't have to stand or answer anything. Not even if someone did knock. There's a lightness in your spine, just the very top few vertebrae, like they've stopped trying to hold up the weight of everything you carry when you're awake. They aren't stiff anymore, just resting, floating slightly forward into the air as if gravity has decided not to care tonight. You don't have to remember every word from that moment. You don't even need to know what it meant. What matters is that the silence after it was real, and it stayed longer than you expected. That's all there ever was. Not a failure, not a loss, just an ending without fanfare, like a train leaving a station no one went to. There's nothing left to debate about tone or timing. The pause wasn't meant to be filled. It didn't need anything. You were just present, and presence doesn't require explanation. You don't have to fix it. Not now. Not ever. Some things aren't broken. They're just incomplete in a way that isn't urgent. Like a book left open on the table after reading, pages slightly bent from being set down too quickly. The story isn't over, but you don't need to finish it tonight. The air moves through your lungs like something familiar, something learned long ago, but forgotten between breaths. It's not fresh, not exactly, but it's enough. It doesn't demand attention. You're just letting it pass through again, as if each inhale is a small return to the body after a long absence. There's no need to keep track of time. No clocks in this stillness. Only the slow shift from one quiet to another, not like seconds passing, but like breaths that stretch into silence, and then quietly begin again without warning. You don't have to be ready for anything. Not tomorrow, not next week. There are no appointments made in your mind tonight. The future hasn't arrived yet. It doesn't need to. You're not being asked to plan or prepare. Just here, your body lying down, not waiting, not hoping, just resting. There's a soft ache behind your ears now, not pain, but sensation. Like something that had been clenched for years, finally deciding it can relax. Not because the threat is gone, but because there's no point in holding on anymore. The thought about the conversation isn't returning. It's not even present like before, it's just part of the space between your thoughts. A quiet hum beneath everything else, like a radio tuned to nothing, playing sound that only exists when you listen closely enough to hear it. You don't have to answer it. You don't even have to acknowledge its existence. It doesn't matter whether someone hears it or not. The moment is over. The silence after it was real. And now this stillness is the same kind of truth. There's no reason to explain yourself. No one else needs to know what happened. Not even you. Some things aren't meant for words. They're meant to be carried like a weight that doesn't press down, but simply exists in your chest until it dissolves on its own. You don't need to remember how you felt then. You just feel now soft, slow, unhurried. Your hands lie open, not because they've given up, but because they no longer feel the need to hold anything. The darkness around you isn't empty. It's full of small things that don't move. Not shadows exactly. Just shapes without names. Places where light doesn't go and never will. But they don't demand attention either. They just exist like thoughts in a mind that no longer needs to decide what to think. There's a warmth behind your knees now, the kind of heat that comes from stillness, not movement. Like you've been sitting quietly for so long, the blood has found new paths through old nerves. Not uncomfortable, just present. You don't need to be awake. You don't need to stay conscious. The line between waking and sleeping isn't sharp anymore. It's blurred like water on glass, soft with mist. It doesn't matter where you are right now. only that you're not fighting it. There's a stillness in your jaw, not tight, not loose, just released, like the muscles have forgotten how to tense. The kind of release that comes from years of holding onto things that weren't yours to carry. You don't need to think about what was said or left unsaid. You just let it be, not buried, not remembered, just gone in a way that doesn't feel like loss. There's no effort anymore, no pushing towards sleep, no waiting for something to change. Just this, the air moving through your body, not as breath, but as presence, like you've finally come home to yourself after a long time spent elsewhere. The conversation isn't calling out. It's not even part of the story anymore. It was just one moment in a life that continues without needing closure. And now this quiet is also part of it. Not an end, but another pause in something much larger than any single event. You don't have to be better. You don't have to do anything differently tomorrow. There's no need to plan or fix or adjust. Just rest. Let the mind drift without chasing its own tail. Let thoughts come and go like clouds passing over a field that doesn't care about their shapes. There's nothing wrong with you for being here, lying still, not asleep, not awake, just breathing into the silence. The air is thick now, not heavy, but full of something slow and soft, like dust settling in sunlight after years of movement. It doesn't need to be cleaned up, doesn't need to be noticed. Just there. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're just letting go so gently that you don't even know when the effort stopped. There's only this, a quiet, deep breathing that isn't yours, and yet is like something older than memory taking over for a while. The warmth in your hands spreads slowly up your arms, not fast, not urgent, but steady, like sap rising through bark at night. Not bright, not loud, just there. You don't need to remember what was said. You just feel the shape of it, like an echo that doesn't repeat, but lingers in the air after the sound is gone. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't make noise. The kind of fullness that comes from being still long enough for everything else to settle into place without needing your help. There's no need to answer anything. No one asked you a question. There never was. Just this, the breath, the quiet, the warmth spreading through limbs that are finally allowed to forget how to tense. You don't have to be ready. You just are. And that is enough. The air has settled into a kind of slow pulse, not rising or falling, just there, like the quiet after rain, when every leaf holds its breath. Your body is beginning to feel less like something you control, and more like an object that exists in space, soft, unclaimed, known only by touch and weight. You're lying on your side now, one arm tucked under the pillow, fingers curled, as if still holding onto a thought from before sleep arrived, only don't hold anything anymore. They just rest. There's something about the way light pools around corners when it can no longer find its source, the kind of glow that doesn't shine, but simply stays, like memory without meaning. That is what this moment feels like. Not an answer, not a resolution, just presence, warmth held at distance by time and silence. The conversation isn't looping anymore, not in the way it used to. It's no longer replaying with urgency or weight. Instead, it has settled into the background of your awareness like old wallpaper that doesn't need fixing. Not faded exactly, but simply part of a room you've stopped trying to clean. You don't have to look at it again. There is a rhythm in stillness when nothing asks anything of you, just breath and heat spreading through muscles that no longer remember how to prepare for motion. Your shoulder blade rests against the mattress like stone weathered by rain, not needing to be noticed or defended. The point where your spine meets the pillow isn't sharp anymore, it's rounded, soft with time. The memory is still there, yes, but it doesn't demand anything now. It floats in the dark without a voice, not unfinished, just left behind, like footsteps that don't belong on this path anymore. You are not thinking about how to respond. You're no longer rehearsing what might have been said if you'd spoken sooner or differently. There's no timeline running through your head, no what ifs pacing in circles. That kind of motion has stopped. The mind doesn't need to fix anything tonight. It only needs to stop. The air moves through the room without sound, but it isn't empty. It fills spaces you didn't know were waiting for it. Like dust settling not because something stirred it up, but because nothing else did. No wind, no hand, just quiet enough that even stillness can breathe. There's a moment where your fingers twitch, not in response to anything, but as if the body is testing whether movement is allowed yet. And then they relax again. Not into sleep exactly, more like suspension. Like you've paused between two breaths and decided not to choose either one. A single thought drifts across. How long it's been since you stopped needing a reason for being awake. Not because of exhaustion, but because the mind finally remembered that presence doesn't require purpose. There is no need to decide what this silence means. It just exists, the way shadows exist when there's nothing left to cast them. Your legs are heavy in a different way, now not tired or sore, not even relaxed, but as if gravity has taken over without asking permission. As though the body has quietly surrendered its job of holding itself upright and decided instead to become part of the bed. There is no effort involved in staying here. Not anymore. The space between your thoughts stretches longer than it used to, like time slowing down just enough so that each idea doesn't need to be followed by another. You don't have to keep going because you're afraid of stopping. There's nothing at stake now. A sound comes from somewhere outside, the faint creak of wood in a house settling, maybe the wind brushing against glass. But it isn't real noise, not really. It passes through your awareness like a note played too far away to be named. You don't turn toward it or try to place its source. It just happens. And then you realize there's no one here listening anymore, no inner voice checking for answers, no part of you trying to catch up with what was said months ago and never finished. The conversation has become a shape in the air, not something that needs completion. You don't have to finish anything now. The kind of quiet you're lying in doesn't care about closure or understanding. It only knows how to stay, how to wait without expecting change. There's warmth behind your eyes, not from tears, but from heat pooled deep inside where no one goes anymore. Not even the thoughts that used to live there. You don't need to be aware of what you're feeling, because it doesn't matter if you know it or not. It's just present, like breath without thought, like presence without identity. The body is learning how to exist in places it hasn't been allowed before. Soft spots where tension never lived, corners that aren't meant for protection. Your left hand lies flat now, palm up, not reaching, not holding, not preparing, but simply existing on the surface of things. The skin feels thin and alive with air, like a membrane between you and everything else. You're no longer trying to find meaning in what wasn't said. You've stopped searching for echoes that aren't there anymore. The silence isn't empty. It's full of shapes that don't make noise. And somewhere deep beneath the surface, under every layer of thought, every remembered tone, the body remembers. You are allowed to rest without reason. You're not expected to do anything when your eyes close. Not even dream. Just be here, as long as it takes for something older than memory to take over. There's no need to decide what comes next. The breath doesn't have a direction anymore. It just flows, not in, not out, just moving through you like water under stone, slow and certain. And when the thought of that conversation returns, it doesn't come with urgency or demand, just shape, a quiet presence, not calling your name, but resting beside you as if it were always meant to stay this way. It's no longer a wound in the mind. It's just part of the dark now, the same kind of stillness that holds every other thought that didn't matter enough to keep. You don't have to carry any of it anymore. Your body knows how to stop carrying things without being told. The weight isn't gone, but it no longer asks you to hold it. It simply rests, like a stone dropped into water and left there, no need for retrieval. There's space between your thoughts now that wasn't there before, not because the mind is quiet, but because it has stopped needing to be loud in order to exist. The darkness isn't cold, it's soft with time, and you're not afraid of what comes next. Not even sure if anything will come at all. That doesn't matter. What matters is that this moment, this breathing into stillness, is enough, just as it is. No performance, no outcome, just the slow unfolding of a body learning how to stop being ready for everything. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be awake either. There's no hurry in any direction. The air moves through your chest like something older than thought, like breath that doesn't belong to anyone, but just happens because it can. You're not thinking about it anymore, not in the way that means you have to respond or remember or fix what wasn't said. The memory isn't a chain pulling at your ribs, but something drifting beneath water where no one sees it move. It doesn't rise because it's waiting for attention. It just is, like sediment settling into its own quiet shape. There's a weight in the space behind your collarbone that feels familiar now, not painful, not heavy, just there. Like a stone that has stopped being asked to float and has decided instead to stay where it landed. You don't have to name what it means. It doesn't need to explain itself. The body knows how to carry things without carrying them forward. Your feet are cold just slightly, but not unpleasantly so. Not the kind of cold that wakes you, just a quiet sensation like memory pressed into skin. They lie flat on the bed, toes curled only by habit, no purpose behind it. No need to stretch or point or brace against anything. The floor is far away and doesn't matter anymore. You're not trying to remember what they said, only that it was spoken once in a room with air that felt different than now. But the difference isn't important. What matters is how the moment ended, not because it needed an ending, but because endings are just how time moves when no one's looking for meaning. There's a sound outside your window, a distant hum, maybe wind through trees, or something mechanical turning slowly in a neighbor's yard. It doesn't need to be understood. It's not trying to get anything across. It's just there, like breath that has forgotten it was ever intentional. You don't have to answer the silence because you're already part of it. You've stopped waiting for your turn. The space between thoughts isn't empty. It's full of things that were never meant to be said aloud. Like a half-formed word caught in throat and released without sound, or a gesture made once and never seen. The air inside your mouth feels thick, but not heavy, like it has settled into itself instead of rushing out. You don't have to control how you breathe. The rhythm is no longer something to follow. It's just happening on its own, like water moving through roots underground where light doesn't go. Your right arm rests across your chest, not tightly, not loosely, but in a place that feels natural after years of being somewhere else, tense or reaching or braced for impact. Now it's just resting, palm open toward the ceiling, fingers slightly spread as if they've forgotten how to close. There's no urgency in any part of you anymore. Not even the edge of curiosity that used to stir when something felt unresolved. The mind has stopped needing to find a door after every wall, has learned there are places where doors don't matter. You're not asleep, but your body isn't awake either, not really. It's in between, like a pause between two notes on an instrument left playing by accident. No one adjusted the tuning. No one came to fix it. Just air moving through wood and wire, making sound without meaning. The thought of that conversation comes back again, but not as something you need to respond to. Not even as something that happened. It's just a shape in your mind, like a shadow on a wall that doesn't change when the light moves. You don't have to step into it or step away. It just sits there, undemanding. You're not trying to understand why they said what they did, only that it was spoken and then stopped. And now, years later, you realize some words don't need closure. Some moments aren't meant to be completed. They're just meant to exist as they were, unclaimed by meaning or consequence. There's a warmth in the center of your chest, not from heat, not from emotion, but like something that has finally stopped resisting its own shape. It doesn't want to do anything except stay where it is. No need to explain why. No reason to move. Your skin feels porous now, not thin, but open in a way that isn't vulnerability. Like the surface of water after rain has settled into stillness, not afraid of what might fall through. You're not thinking about tomorrow's list, or anything you forgot to do, or whether someone else will remember how you felt last week. That kind of remembering is done now. It doesn't need to be carried forward. The past isn't a burden. It's just something that happened and has already left its mark. The air moves through your lungs like something older than breath, something that existed before anyone spoke or needed to say anything at all. You're not breathing for survival, not even for comfort. Just letting the body do what it knows how to do when no one is watching. There's a soft ache in your shoulder blade, not sharp, not persistent, but present like a memory of an old position you once held without knowing it was temporary. You don't have to fix anything. Not this thought, not that silence, not even the way your mind keeps returning to something that doesn't matter anymore. It's allowed to wander back in no punishment for coming around again. The only rule is, no one needs to be answered. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It just is. And so are you. You don't have to prove your presence with attention, or earn it by being still, or justify yourself through sleep. You're not failing at resting. You're not late. There's no clock that measures how long a body can stay in this kind of quiet without needing to do something about it. The thought comes again softly, and you let it pass like a leaf floating down a slow river. It doesn't land on your skin. It just drifts through the space where thoughts used to collide. There's no place left for urgency. No part of you needs to be ready. Not even the side that once worried about being forgotten or misunderstood. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. Full of pauses that have nothing to prove. Full of endings that didn't require permission. You're not asleep, but your body has stopped trying to stay awake. It's like a clock that forgot it was ticking and just kept moving anyway because it had no other choice. The air shifts gently in the room like something breathing beneath you or above or both. Not loud enough to be noticed, just there, constant, unhurried. You don't have to remember how this feels when you wake up. You don't even need to know what it is. It's just happening. And that's the only thing that matters now. You're not holding onto anything, not even the idea of letting go. The thought about that conversation doesn't have to be answered because it's already been lived once in silence and again in your mind tonight. It's no longer a thing you need to respond to, it just is. There's a stillness behind your eyes now, not from effort, but from release. Like the moment after someone closes a book they didn't finish reading, and the story stays where it left off, unclaimed by any final chapter. You don't need to know how it ends, because it doesn't have to end at all. Some things only exist in their unfinished state, like an open window on a warm night, letting air pass through without needing to be closed or opened again. The shape of your breath has changed. It's no longer trying to carry you somewhere. It just moves gently, like water finding its way over stones that have been there for centuries. No rush, no destination, only the slow curve of air sliding in and out of a body that doesn't need to prove it's alive. A memory surfaces, not of words spoken or actions taken, but of how your hands felt when you were holding something small and warm just before setting it down on a table. Not important, not even meaningful, really just the texture of warmth through fingertips, and then letting go. That moment was never about what came after. It was only about the weight in your palm and the soft surrender when you released it. And now that same quiet release is happening inside you. No need to force it. No need to hold on tighter or pull back. Just a slow unclenching, like roots loosening from soil after rain. Not because they're escaping, but because they've been given permission to rest in place without strain. There's a hum beneath your skin now, not loud enough to be sound, just a soft vibration like the space between two distant stars, where light moves slowly through emptiness that isn't empty at all. It's full of things not yet named, things you don't have to understand or label. Just exist. The conversation hasn't changed, but your relationship to it has. Not fixed, not resolved, just allowed to be what it is. A moment in time that doesn't require correction, explanation, or even acknowledgement anymore. It's like a stone dropped into water, ripples still spreading outward long after the impact was over. You don't need to watch them. You only need to know they're there. Your shoulder feels heavier now, not with tension, but with presence, like it has learned how to carry itself without effort. No one is asking you to be strong or steady or ready. Just being where you are, shoulders down, spine long, breath slow, is enough. The body doesn't need your permission to do what it knows how to do. A single word floats up from somewhere deep, not the word they said, not even a memory of tone, but just a sensation. Quiet, not silence, not absence, but quiet in the way that comes after something has been spoken and then left alone. It's not empty space. It's full of what was said, what wasn't, what could have happened, held together without needing to be explained. The air around you feels thick with possibility, but only in the sense that anything can happen now, even nothing. And that is okay. Even better, it's enough. You don't need to remember every detail of that conversation anymore. Not because it was unimportant, but because its importance wasn't in the content, but in how long you carried it inside, like a letter folded into an envelope and never mailed. The act of holding onto it for so long became part of what defined you at one time. But now, that letter isn't being read or rewritten or sent. It's just sitting where it was left, no longer needing to be opened. There's a soft pressure behind your ribs, not pain, not anxiety, just the feeling of something settling into place after years of moving, like furniture finally arranged in a room. No one visits anymore, not for show, not for anyone else, just because it fits now. And you don't have to care who sees it or whether it's right. You're not asleep, but your mind isn't awake either. It's somewhere between, like a shadow that doesn't belong to anything in particular. Not hiding, not lingering, just being. No one needs to tell you where to go. No thought has to earn its place here. Even the ones that loop back, the same old pause, the unspoken question, don't need to be chased or stopped. They come like fog drifting through a valley at dawn, not fast enough to notice, not heavy enough to block sight, just passing by and then gone. And when you notice one returning, you don't greet it. You don't say there you are. You just let it pass through the same way air moves through your lungs, without resistance, without name. The dark isn't waiting for anything from you. It doesn't care if you're thinking, or still, or tired. It's not judging how long you've been awake, or whether you're doing it right. It just is like the space behind a closed eyelid that never needed to open again. And so are you, not trying to be someone else, not pretending to be asleep or present or healed, just here in this quiet room, with your body breathing on its own, and your mind no longer racing toward an answer that doesn't exist. There's a warmth rising from the base of your spine, not heat, not emotion, just the slow return of blood moving through veins that have forgotten they were ever cold, like roots reconnecting to earth after seasons underground. No urgency, no demand, just continuity. You don't need to do anything with this moment except let it happen. Not even think about how long it will last, because time isn't measuring now. It's not ticking forward or backward. It's just unfolding in small, quiet ways. A faint hum returns not from outside, but from deep inside your skull, like the sound of a wire stretched too thin, vibrating without purpose. But you don't need to fix it. You don't even have to listen. It's not trying to tell you anything, just existing like all the other sounds that don't mean anything at all. And in this stillness, there is no separation between thought and body anymore. No difference between what your mind knows and what your skin remembers. You're just present, not because you tried, but because trying has stopped being necessary. The air moves differently now, not like wind or current, but like something older than motion itself, like a memory of breath before there were lungs to hold it. It passes through you without needing to be noticed. And when it does pass, when one long, slow stream of stillness rolls over your shoulders and down your spine, you don't have to do anything with it. You're not holding on. You're not letting go. You're just being the space where something happened and then didn't need to happen again. The thought returns quietly, not as an echo, but as a shape in the dark, like smoke that never settles into form. It doesn't demand anything of you. It doesn't ask for closure. It simply exists, and so do you. There's no reason to rush toward sleep. No need to force your eyes shut or silence your thoughts. They're not broken. They're just resting, like a river that has stopped flowing, because it knows where it's going, doesn't need to prove it by moving faster. You don't have to be ready for tomorrow. You don't even have to remember who you were before this moment started. The past isn't waiting. The future isn't calling. Only the now remains. And it doesn't care what you do with it, as long as you're here. And you are. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough. Enough to be still. enough to breathe, enough to let go of needing to understand anything at all. The dark is not holding its breath. It's just breathing like the world does when no one is watching. And so are you. You are lying where you were, the weight of your body settling into the bed like a stone finding its place in water. The air around you has cooled slightly, just enough that when it touches your skin, it doesn't feel warm or cold, but simply there, like a breath held too long and then released without sound. There's no pressure to move, no reason to lift an arm or shift the blanket higher. Your limbs are not tools, they're just shapes in stillness, like driftwood left by the tide, carved smooth over time, shaped more by what happened than by any intention. The conversation hasn't gone away, but it has changed its form. It no longer lives in your ears like a recording played on loop. Now it's something quieter, not words, but a pressure behind the eyes, a kind of static that hums when you close them too tightly. Not loud enough to be called noise, just thick. You don't have to name what it is. You're not supposed to fix anything now. There's no need for clarity or closure, only this: letting the shape exist without needing it to mean something. A slow warmth spreads through your chest, not from effort, but from stillness itself. Like a fire that hasn't been lit, yet radiates heat into the room anyway. Not because of fuel, not because of flame, but simply because it is part of how things hold together when no one is watching. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of shadows that don't want to be seen and thoughts too small for language. There's a kind of quiet in which even silence has texture, fine-grained like dust on glass, or the surface of old paper left out under moonlight. You are not trying to reach anything beyond this moment. No goal is set, not even sleep, though it might come soon enough. You're just here, held by something that doesn't care if you're awake or dreaming. It's only been waiting for you to stop resisting its presence. There's a rhythm in the way your breath moves now, not fast, not slow, but steady as water seeping through cracks in stone. Not urgent, not trying to get anywhere, just flowing where it can, following paths already worn by time and stillness. Your hands are resting on top of each other, fingers loose, palms open, as if they've been left there for hours without thought or design. No need to make them do anything. They're not holding onto anything, not even the shape of your own body. There's a memory, not of words spoken, but of how someone looked when they said something simple. Their mouth opened just slightly, like an invitation that wasn't meant to be answered. The pause between syllables held more than sound. It was space, like the silence after you've stepped off a train and realized there are no tracks leading anywhere. That moment isn't yours anymore. Not really. You don't have to carry it forward or backward through time. It's not tied to your name or any decision made in that room with the half-lit lamp and curtains pulled too tight. The thought of it doesn't rise up like a wave. It floats now, weightless, drifting across the surface of still water. Not sinking, not rising, just passing by without needing permission. You don't have to agree. You don't have to forget. You don't even need to understand why you keep returning. The brain isn't built for neat endings, only continuance. Like a river that doesn't know where it began, only how it moves forward when the ground allows. There's no point in asking what they meant or whether your response would have changed anything. That kind of question is like turning over stones to see if there's something hidden underneath. But you're not searching for treasure now. You're just letting things lie undisturbed. The air has shifted again, slightly, almost imperceptibly, a breath moving through the room that doesn't belong to any person or machine, but simply exists as part of what's happening here tonight. You are no longer following thoughts like they're threads you must pull taut. You aren't trying to untangle anything. The past isn't a knot. It's just something that happened, like rain on glass, leaving patterns without purpose. There is an old book somewhere in your mind, the spine cracked from being opened too often, but not because it was important, just because someone kept coming back to it when there were no other things left to read. That's all this feeling is. Someone opening a page they don't remember reading before. Only now realizing the words have changed slightly over time. You're allowed to leave them unread. The quiet has depth, not just silence, but layers beneath. Like soil under roots that haven't grown yet, but know their way through dark earth anyway. Not fast, just steady in direction. Your skin remembers being touched once, long ago, by someone who didn't say much, only placed a hand on your arm and stayed there until the moment felt safe enough to end. It wasn't love or loss. It was just presence without demand. That memory is not yours alone. It belongs to all those moments when no one asked anything of you except to be still for 5 seconds longer than usual. And now, that same quiet, unspoken, is returning in waves through your body. Not as a message, not as a signal, just as something that happens when the mind stops fighting its own shape. The conversation isn't finished, but it's no longer active either. It doesn't need you to reply or remember or reframe anything. It has already lived out whatever it needed to live through in your head, like smoke from an old fire now cooled into ash on a windowsill. You don't have to close the door behind yourself. You're not leaving. You're just allowing it to be unattended for tonight. There's nothing wrong with being unfinished. Nothing nothing broken about needing more time than expected. The world doesn't run in clean lines, only in slow, winding turns where meaning isn't found at the end, but somewhere along the way, unnoticed until you stop looking. Your body has forgotten how long it's been upright. It remembers only what happens when gravity stops asking for resistance and lets things settle into place like snow on a roof after midnight. You are not behind. You're not delayed. There's no race to win or time to reclaim. The moment isn't measured in minutes. It measures itself by the quiet between breaths, and that is enough. The air moves again, not as wind, but as something older. A kind of stillness that has always been here, waiting for you to stop moving long enough to notice it. Your thoughts aren't lost, they're just resting. Like animals curled under roots during winter. Not dead, not asleep, just not needing to do anything yet. You don't have to decide what's next. You're allowed to simply be the pause between two sounds, or the space between one thought and another, where nothing happens, but everything is possible. The darkness isn't waiting for you to understand it. It's been here longer than your name, older than memory itself, and still it holds you without needing anything in return. You are not too much. You're not too little. You don't need permission or proof of worth. Just this, the slow drift of blood through veins that have learned how to rest again. The quiet hum behind the eyes, the one that doesn't mean anything, but is still there, like a wire left vibrating in an empty room after music has stopped. Let it stay. Let everything stay. There's no need for closure or finality. No reason to finish this loop of memory and return to where you began. You're not supposed to complete the circle. You're only meant to let yourself be inside it, even if you don't understand why. Even if there's still a thread unspooled somewhere in your chest that won't untangle. It's okay if it doesn't want to end yet. The night is long, and so are its shapes. You're not supposed to rush through them like they're obstacles. Just let each one pass by as though you've seen it before, even if you haven't. Even if it's new, there's a kind of warmth rising from your lower back, not heat, but presence, the feeling that something has finally remembered its own form after being forgotten for too long. Like the first time you realize you're not trying to be anyone else anymore, just present in the shape you've become, by surviving every moment up until now. And so are you, not perfect, not complete, but real and quiet, and still here when no one was watching. You're not holding on to anything anymore, just letting it be, like a leaf that has stopped trying to fly and simply rests where gravity placed it. The weight of what was said, or wasn't, isn't dragging you down. It's just there, not heavy, just present, like the grain in wood that doesn't ask for attention, but still tells the story of how time passed through it. You don't need to know why this moment came or where it came from. You're not meant to trace its path back to a beginning. Some things exist only as they are unexplained, unclaimed, and already enough. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that remembers how to breathe. It doesn't demand your voice. It just lets you be in it, like a shadow that fits perfectly into the shape of something you've stood near for years without noticing. You don't have to fix anything, not even the way your mind keeps circling back, not because it's broken, but because it's been trained to follow loops when there was no other safe place to go. But tonight isn't about safety. Tonight is about unlearning that need. There's a sensation in your fingertips, just barely there, a kind of soft pressure, like the first dampness of rain before you've even felt the drop. It doesn't mean anything. It's not trying to tell you something. It's just happening, like light passing through glass without changing its color. You can feel it if you want, or not. Either way, it stays. You're allowed to forget what happened next in that conversation, how it ended or didn't end. No one is asking you for a summary. There isn't even an audience anymore. The room has grown quiet enough that the memory of sound now feels like a dream you've already forgotten the details of. You don't need to replay the pauses or read into them. They weren't clues. They were just spaces, like breaths between lines in something written by someone who didn't know how to stop. The idea of closure doesn't belong here anymore. It's not required. You're not being asked to wrap it up, to tie a bow, to say the right thing, not even to feel better, just to let go of the need to do anything with it at all. There's something under your skin, soft, slow, that isn't pain, but the feeling that you finally stopped pretending. That the part of you that was always waiting for permission to be tired is now allowed to rest without apology. It doesn't have to earn its right to stillness. You're not late. You're not behind. There's no checklist ticking in your chest. The air around you isn't moving, but it's also not frozen. It holds a kind of soft resistance, not against you, but for the space that needs to be empty so something else can grow. Like moss on stone, small, slow, quiet, but always there, adding its own weight to time without being noticed. You don't have to remember every word, not even the important ones. The mind doesn't need all of it anymore. It's not trying to preserve anything. It's just letting go one piece at a time, like peeling back layers of old paper that had been stuck together for too long, each layer lifting with only the faintest resistance. There's no urgency in this breath, no need to make it deeper or longer. Just let it be what it is, a small movement, almost imperceptible, but enough. Enough because you're still here, because your body hasn't left yet, because even if thoughts keep arriving like birds landing on branches that don't mind being visited, the branch isn't shaken by their arrival. the past doesn't need to be fixed. The conversation doesn't need a reply. You don't need to understand why it keeps returning or what it means. It's not asking you for anything. It's just passing through, like fog over fields in the early morning. No one sees it coming. No one knows where it came from, but everyone feels its presence. You're allowed to be in a place that isn't clear. That doesn't have meaning yet. You don't need to know what this moment is for. The fact that you're here is enough. Even if you can't name it. Even if you can't describe the shape of your quiet right now. It's still real. The body knows things before the mind does. And tonight, your body has finally remembered how to believe in rest, even when the thoughts don't stop. It doesn't need a reason. It just needs permission, and you've given it. Not through effort, but by letting go of the idea that you have to do something. There's warmth rising from inside, low and slow, not fire, not heat, but like water under stones in a stream that has forgotten how fast it used to move. You can feel it without needing to see it, without naming it. It doesn't ask for attention, just exists, steady and unbothered. The mind keeps returning, but only because it's been trained to chase answers. But tonight isn't about answers. It's about presence, about showing up even when nothing happens, even when there's no signal, no direction, no purpose. You don't have to stay focused. You don't have to keep the thread. The thread was never meant to be held tight, just followed lightly, like a path through tall grass where you don't need to see every blade. Let your attention drift from one sensation to another, not because you're failing, but because that's how it works. You're not supposed to fix anything, not even the way thoughts keep coming back. You're just meant to let them pass through like leaves in a stream, carried by something deeper than willpower, something older than effort, something that has always known how to rest. There's no need to be useful right now. No demand for productivity or clarity. Just being here is the work. The act of not doing anything at all, of letting go, even when it feels like you're losing something, is enough. The conversation hasn't ended because it needs a reply. It's quiet because it has already spoken. Its purpose was never to be answered. It was just meant to happen in your mind, like the sound of wind through trees that doesn't mean anything but still moves leaves. And now you're letting that sound fade into the dark, not by closing your ears, but by not needing to listen anymore. You don't have to understand why it matters. You don't have to explain it to anyone. There's no test for being finished with something like this. No certificate of release. Just a slow softening, like wax melting under sunlight that doesn't burn, just changes shape. The night is long, and so are the parts of you that still remember how to wait. Not impatiently, not with fear, but calmly, because waiting has always been part of what it means to be alive. And now you're learning a new kind of patience, one that isn't about holding on or pushing forward, but letting go without needing to see where things land. The mind doesn't have to stay still. It can wander. It can return. It can forget and remember again. And when it does, you don't need to grab it back. You just let it drift like a feather caught in air that knows how to move without trying. You're not behind. You're not lost. You're not incomplete. You're just here with your thoughts, with your body, with the quiet between breaths. And that's all you were ever meant to be. And if something returns, if another memory flickers at the edge of awareness, just let it rise like steam from a cup that's been sitting too long on a table. It will cool down again. It won't burn. It won't demand anything. You're allowed to not know what happens next. You're allowed to just be in this moment, the one where nothing is required and everything is possible. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up. It's been here longer than your thoughts ever were. And it doesn't mind if you stay asleep a little longer. There's no need to hurry toward morning. No reason to reach for the light before it finds you. Just let the stillness grow like roots under earth, slow and steady, not rushing, but always moving forward in ways that don't show on the surface. You're not trying to fix anything. You're just letting things be the way they've been all along. Only now you can feel them again. You're sinking into this stillness like water finding its level, not because you've stopped moving, but because movement no longer needs to prove anything. The kind of quiet that isn't empty, it's full of things just waiting to be noticed without being named. There's a warmth in your chest now, soft and slow, like sunlight pooling under a floorboard after the sun has passed. It doesn't need to stay bright, just present. The thought about the conversation hasn't vanished, but it's no longer pulling at you from far away. It's closer than that. It's not outside you anymore, but somewhere within, like a memory that's learned how to rest in its own shape. You don't have to return to it. You don't even have to hold it lightly now. Just let it be the way a shadow is when there's no one left to cast it. Your breath moves in and out without urgency. Not counting, not fixing, just passing through you like air over still water. There's no need for rhythm. It already knows how to flow. You're not trying to slow it down. You're letting it be what it is, unhurried, unforced, exactly as long or short as it wants to be. When the mind drifts again, as it will, because that's its nature, you don't need to bring it back like a lost dog. It doesn't matter if you notice it halfway through the next thought, or not at all. The path is still there, even when you're not on it. Like footprints in mud after rain, the shape remains without needing to be walked. There's no reason to chase clarity now. No need to resolve anything that that was never meant to be resolved. What mattered wasn't the ending, it was the moment of speaking, the air between words, the way silence settled into your ribs afterward, like a hand placed gently on your shoulder. That was real. That was enough. The body remembers what the mind forgets. Your legs are heavy in a way that isn't exhaustion, but release, like roots deepening without effort. Your hands lie where they've always been, palms up, not waiting for anything to land there. Just open space. And when your fingers twitch slightly against the sheets, it's not a signal, it's just motion, like wind brushing grass in a field that doesn't care if anyone sees. The dark isn't cold anymore. It's thick with stillness, like velvet laid over time you didn't know was passing. Not fast, not slow. Just there, holding everything without needing to do anything at all. The kind of quiet where thoughts don't need permission to stay or leave. Where the past doesn't knock, it just sits nearby like an old coat hanging in a closet. No longer worn, but still present. You're not resisting sleep, you're letting it be what it is. Not something you earn, not something you force, not some final achievement at the end of a long day. It's not even about falling asleep so much as being in a place where falling isn't required. You don't have to surrender because there's nothing left to fight. There's no need to believe anything right now, no belief needed, no story to hold. Just sensation. The weight of your arm resting on the blanket, the way your shoulder sinks into the mattress with every breath that comes and goes. The faintest pressure behind your eyes, not tension, not strain, but presence. Like warmth rising from stone after sun. The conversation isn't gone, but it's no longer urgent. It's settled into the background of your awareness, like a radio left on in another room. Just noise now. Nothing to respond to, nothing demanding attention. You don't even need to hear what's being said anymore. The sound has already become part of the quiet. There's something gentle about not knowing where things go when you stop asking. Not fear, not loss, but a soft kind of letting be that doesn't require answers. Like rain falling on rooftops you've never seen before. It lands and flows away without needing to explain itself. Your body is learning how to forget the need to stay alert, how to unclench at the edges where tension used to live. The jaw, the shoulders, the space just behind your eyes, no longer holding tight against what might come next. No future to prepare for, no past to correct. Just this, a moment that doesn't ask you to be anything other than here. There's no need to fix yourself or make sense of why thoughts return in waves. You don't have to understand them to let them go. They're not enemies, they're just echoes, like someone whispering your name down a long hallway and then walking away before you can answer. The mind is tired too. Not broken, but tired from from running through the same loops for years, trying to find a door that wasn't meant to be opened. It's learned how to pause now, not because it was told to, but because it finally felt safe enough to rest in the space between thoughts. You don't have to be useful anymore. You don't need to perform clarity or protect yourself from anything. There's no one watching, no scorecard, no record of whether you're doing it right. The night is not a test. It's not waiting for you to wake up or prove you've done enough. It doesn't care if you stay asleep longer than planned, as long as you don't wake with regret. You can be still, and that is allowed. There's no need to search for meaning in the way your mind keeps turning back. Not every return has a purpose. Some things just come again because they were never really left behind. They've been waiting quietly all along, not demanding anything, just existing. And now you're learning how to coexist with them without needing to answer, without needing to fix, without needing to say yes or no. Just let it be there as part of the quiet, the way a single note can linger after music ends. You're not behind on sleep. You're not falling short. You're simply being in time that doesn't move forward like clocks do. This is time that holds you, time that knows how to wait without needing an end. The darkness isn't waiting for morning. It's already been here, and it will be here long after your thoughts settle into stillness. And when you finally drift, not all at once, not with a crash or a signal, but slowly, like light fading through glass, you won't lose anything. You'll just become part of the quiet in a way that doesn't require effort. You don't have to stay awake until it's time to wake up. No one is keeping track. The hours aren't counting you down. They're just passing by, like breaths between heartbeats. The body knows its own rhythm. It's not trying to reach anything. It's already home, just in a place where the mind hasn't quite caught up yet. And so it stays, not struggling, not resisting, just breathing, just being, like water holding its shape in a cup, not because it has to, but because that's what it does when no one is watching. There's no need to know how long this lasts. No need to calculate the distance between now and morning. It's enough that you're here, sinking deeper into stillness, like a stone sinking into deep water, where light doesn't matter anymore. The mind may wander again, but not with urgency, not with fear, just as it always has, drifting, returning, forgetting, remembering, never needing to be corrected or redirected. There's no punishment for being lost in thought. Only release when you stop trying to find your way back. You're allowed to stay where you are with the thoughts, with the quiet, with the weight of your own body resting on the edge of sleep. No one is asking for more than that. Not even yourself. You're still here, not because you have to be, but because you've learned how to stay without needing to hold on. The conversation isn't gone. It's just softer now, like a thread left trailing in water that no longer pulls. You don't need to follow it back to the start. There's no reason to untangle what never needed binding in the first place. It doesn't want an answer anymore. Not really. It only wants to be acknowledged quietly, without force, as something that once mattered enough to echo. The mind will still return to it sometimes. That moment when their voice cracked on a word they didn't finish. The silence after that breath you couldn't name. You don't have to fix the gap. You can just let it breathe like any other space, like the pause between two clouds drifting apart in slow motion across an empty sky. The night is full of these gaps now, not spaces meant to be filled, but places where sound stops and time slows without punishment. The kind of stillness that doesn't feel empty because it's not waiting for something else. It just is. And you are learning how to exist inside such quiet without trying to give it shape. Your body is heavy in a way that feels like trust, not fatigue, but surrender. Like the kind of weight that settles into your bones when nothing asks you to move or explain. No one needs you to be awake right now. No one even knows where you are except the dark, and the dark doesn't care what you're thinking. Let the thought drift again. Let it rise like steam from a cup left too long on the counter. Not hot anymore, just warm enough to know it was there. Let it float above your mind without landing anywhere. No need to catch it. No reason to let go. You are not required to understand every shape it takes. There's a rhythm in this kind of waiting, the same one that keeps the moon turning, slow and steady through its own long night. Not because it has to be seen, but because it knows how to move without being noticed. The same way your breath moves, small, even, never loud enough to wake yourself up. Let the memory sit in the corner of awareness like a worn sweater left on a chair. It's not needed anymore. It's not wrong either. Just there, quietly taking up space. Like dust motes floating in sunlight they've never known how to escape. You don't have to say anything back. You don't even need to listen. The conversation wasn't meant for you to reply. It was a signal left behind, like footprints on wet pavement after someone walked away and didn't look back. And now the rain has come and erased them. So let it go that way, not with drama, not with resistance, but simply as something that no longer needs to be carried forward. It's already been lived through. Not perfect, not complete, but real enough to have changed you. And that change doesn't need another echo to prove it existed. You're allowed to feel the weight of what wasn't said without needing to resolve it. You don't have to finish every sentence your mind starts. Some stories aren't meant for endings. They're only meant for being held in the dark, where nothing has to make sense There's no deadline on forgiveness either, not even on letting go. The body doesn't remember time like a clock does. It remembers temperature, pressure, presence. And right now, you are present just by lying still, just by breathing through the slow rhythm of your own calm. The mind will wander again. That's not failure, it's biology. Not guilt, it's memory. Not resistance, it's habit. But each time it returns, you can meet it differently. Not as someone who must fix, but as someone who has already arrived at a place where they don't need to do anything. You're not behind on closure. You're ahead on presence. There's a difference between being awake and being aware. One is racing through thoughts. The other is letting them pass by like birds seen from a window, bright, brief, never landing. And you are not the bird. You are the one who sees it. And seeing doesn't require action. It only requires attention. And even that can be gentle, almost careless, if you let yourself just watch. The conversation lingers, but not as a demand, not as an argument, just as something that once mattered enough to leave behind a shadow. And shadows don't need to be chased or banished. They're just part of the light's shape when it moves through space. Let this moment stretch like fabric left out in summer sun, slow, soft, stretched thin, but not torn. There's no rush to return to anything. No reason to wake up before your body says so. The dark has already learned how to wait, with you inside it, not against it. Your hands are resting on the covers now, not clenched, not gripping, just open. Like they've stopped pretending they need to hold on to something that isn't there anymore. There's a quiet between heartbeats, just before the next one begins, that feels like time standing still. Not frozen, just paused in kindness. And you are right there with your breath, with your skin, with the soft weight of your limbs, the kind of presence that doesn't need to be proven or explained. You don't have to remember what was said. You only have to know that it happened, that someone spoke and you listened, that silence followed, and that was enough. And now, even that is fading, like a note played too softly in an empty room. The sound isn't gone. It's just quieter than the air around it. And that's okay. You don't need to know how long this lasts. You only need to be here, not trying to go anywhere, not needing to become anything else. Just resting where you are. Not waiting for sleep, but letting yourself sink into what is already happening, this soft, slow unmaking of effort. There's no goal in the quiet, no mission, no checklist. You don't have to wake up tomorrow with more clarity than last night. You only need to be here now with your body, with your breath, with the stillness that doesn't ask for anything except to be held. The mind may return one more time, just once, to check if you're still listening. And when it does, say nothing back. Just let it see you there, not fighting, not escaping, not needing to answer, only being. And when it drifts again, it will go farther this time. Not because you pushed it away, but because you stopped holding on long enough for it to forget where it came from. You are not a mind that must be tamed. You're not a body that needs to perform. You're simply someone who is learning how to exist in the space between thoughts, with no reason, no purpose, just stillness that doesn't need justification. The night isn't waiting for morning. It's already been here. And you are part of it, not as someone who has failed to sleep, but as someone who has finally learned how to stay where they are without needing permission. So let the silence grow deeper. Let your breathing slow like water sinking into stone. Not because you're trying to do anything, but because the body knows what it needs when no one is watching. And that's enough. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. Like dust settling on a shelf no one reaches. Like the way light slants across floorboards at 3 in the morning. Not bright enough to show what's there, but just enough to say it is. You are lying still, and that stillness has begun to feel like something real, a thing you can lean into rather than resist. The mind doesn't have to be quiet. It only has to stop trying to be useful. There was a pause in the conversation, not because it ended, but because someone stopped speaking first. Not out of anger, not out of fear, just because they ran out of words and didn't know how to begin again. And that moment, just before the next sentence, was longer than any reply could ever be. It wasn't silence as absence. It was silence as breath held between heartbeats, a space where meaning gathered without being spoken. You don't need to fix it. You don't need to understand what came after. The only thing that matters is that the air changed when they stopped talking. The way a room still feels different even after someone leaves, like something has settled deeper than sound. Let your shoulders fall into the mattress, not because you've given up, but because the weight of being ready no longer needs to be carried. Your hands are open, palms down, fingers soft against the fabric. That's all it takes, no effort, no intention. Just allowing gravity to do what it does. Pull things downward, not in punishment, but in kindness. There is a quiet that isn't made of absence. It's made of presence, so deep it doesn't speak. It lives behind your eyes when you close them, behind your ears when you stop listening for danger or judgment. This kind of silence holds space not by filling it, but by refusing to rush out. The conversation didn't end because it was wrong. It ended because it had no more room inside it. Like a cup that's already full, no matter how gently you pour, nothing new can fit. And sometimes the most important thing is what gets said next. But that someone listened long enough for the silence to become something. Your chest moves in slow arcs, not fast or shallow, but deep and steady like water sinking into earth. Each breath is its own small act of surrender, not a decision, just an unfolding. You are not trying to sleep. You're letting yourself be already there without needing proof. The mind may drift again, like a leaf caught in the current of air from a window left open at night. It doesn't need to go far, just long enough for it to remember that nothing has to happen. That being here is not failure, and staying still is not laziness. There's no reason to answer what wasn't asked. No obligation to finish what was never meant to be completed. The only thing the past conversation required was attention, and you gave it. Not in a way that demands return, but as something that simply happened, like rain on a roof or birds flying overhead without calling out. You don't need to forgive anything. You don't need to forget. You only need to stop holding your breath every time it comes back. The air around you feels thick and warm now, not heavy, not oppressive, but full of things that don't need to move. Like wool left in the sun until it softens into itself, or paper that's been folded too many times until the creases no longer matter. Your skin is aware of its own weight, not a burden, but a kind of grounding, like roots growing slowly beneath soil, not visible, but certain. You don't have to be anywhere else for this to be real. Let it drift again, just once more if you want. Let the thought rise like steam from tea left on the table too long. It doesn't need a name. It doesn't need your attention. Just let it hang there, not threatening, not urgent, just floating in the space where thoughts go when they're tired of being useful. And when it fades, the way sunlight slips behind clouds after a long day, it will leave no trace except for this: that you were here when it came back, and you didn't need to do anything about it. That's what peace is, not the absence of thought, but the quiet after trying. Not the stillness of being empty, but the fullness of not needing to fill up. The night doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows that time moves differently here, slow enough for things to settle without a plan, deep enough for silence to grow roots. Your body isn't waiting for permission to rest. It's been resting all along, even when your mind was running through old arguments like a record stuck on repeat. Now it's catching up, not with effort, but with ease. There is no story here, no resolution, no final word, just the way warmth stays in sheets after someone has left, just the way shadows stretch longer at night than they do during the day, because time doesn't hurry to close its eyes. You are not behind. You are not late. You're simply where you've always been, inside a moment that's too quiet to be called anything, but too real to ignore. Let your breath slow like water soaking into sand. Not fast. rest, not trying to reach the bottom, but just letting it go deeper with every passing second, until there is no difference between what came in and what stayed behind. The mind may try one more time, just once, to check if you're still here. That's okay. You don't have to answer. Just keep breathing. Keep being. Keep lying where the dark has already learned how to hold you without asking for anything back. This isn't performance. It's not a test of will or focus. It's just the body knowing its own rhythm, even when the mind is still trying to remember what it was supposed to do next. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to become someone else. You only need to stay just for now as you are. Open, soft, quiet. And if sleep comes, it won't knock. It'll just arrive like rain on a window pane, slow and steady, not breaking anything, but changing the way everything looks. You're already there, not in some future moment when things finally settle, but right here where stillness isn't a goal and rest isn't earned, just happening. Let go of needing to be awake or asleep. Let go of needing to understand why you can't stop thinking about what was said or not said in that conversation. Just let the air hold you. Not because you're doing it right, but because your body has always known how to rest, even when your brain forgets. There's no rush. No one is watching. No judgment for staying still too long. The silence isn't waiting. It's already here. And so are you. The conversation isn't lost. Not really, just resting in the quiet between heartbeats, like a note that never quite ended. It's still there, humming beneath your ribs, but it doesn't need to be answered tonight. The air around you is thick with unspoken things, and that's okay. Not everything has to land on the table. Some moments are meant to linger in the space between breaths. You don't have to trace every tone or replay the silence between words. You can let them sit like stones at the bottom of a pond, still there, but no longer moving. The water above is still. No ripple from you. No need to disturb it. There's a rhythm in not responding, the quiet after someone else has spoken, and you've chosen not to. That moment stretches wider than you think. It holds more weight than the words that came before, not because of what was said, but because of what wasn't. Your body knows this kind of pause better than your mind does. It's been holding it for years, this space where nothing is expected, no answer needed, no performance required. You've lived inside these pauses without realizing they were part of you all along. Let the thought drift again, not to fix it, not to resolve it, but just to let it be present like a shadow on the wall when the lamp's been turned off. It doesn't have to mean anything. It doesn't need your approval or attention. Just allow it to exist in the dark without needing to do anything about it. There is no urgency here, No one is calling you back. Not even yourself. Not really, just a faint echo of what might have been said if things had gone differently. If your voice had come out stronger, softer, clearer than it did. But that version isn't real. The only truth now is this: the present moment holds everything you need. The bed beneath you feels like earth, holding something precious without knowing it. Warmth still lives in the sheets, heat that hasn't cooled, not all the way. Not because of your body, but because time has slowed down enough for warmth to stay where it fell. You don't have to fix anything. You don't even have to remember how it began or ended. Just lie there and let the stillness grow around you like moss on old stone, slow, soft, quiet. No one is watching. There's no audience, no record being kept of whether you've done enough or not. Let your fingers unclench where they're resting on your chest. Let the breath come in without effort, settle in without demand. Not trying to go anywhere. Just here on this edge between waking and sleeping, where thoughts don't need to be useful, only allowed. There's a shape in the dark, shaped like an old coat left on a chair after someone walked away. It doesn't move, doesn't ask for anything. You could sit beside it tonight, just to be near something that knows how to wait. Not hoping, not wanting, just present. The mind will keep circling back, not because it needs to find the answer, but because it still believes there is one out there somewhere in the dark. But you don't have to chase after it. You can let it wander through the rooms of your memory like a guest who's forgotten why they came. Let them look around, touch things, pause at doors. Just don't invite them in. You are not responsible for what was left unsaid. The silence between words is its own kind of language, just one you were never trained to read. And that's fine. You don't have to speak it. You only need to be able to rest beside it without flinching. The night isn't waiting for a conclusion. It doesn't care if the conversation ends or not. The stars above aren't counting how many times your mind has returned to it. They're just there, still, distant, unbothered by unfinished things. You don't have to be someone who can move on. You don't need to close the door behind you. Some doors stay open for no reason other than to remind us that not every ending needs a beginning. Let your thoughts pass through like clouds over a hilltop, visible, passing, leaving nothing but space behind them. Not heavy, not urgent, just movement across a sky that doesn't care where they're going. You don't have to understand why you keep returning to it. You only need to know this. The act of coming back isn't failure. It's proof that your mind is still trying, still searching for something real. But tonight, there's no need to find it. Just let the search rest too. The body doesn't remember arguments or tones or pauses. It remembers warmth. It remembers lying down and being held by weightless darkness. That memory isn't tied to words, it's just a feeling, like sinking into deep water where nothing pulls you up. Let your shoulders drop lower than they've been in days, just an inch more, not forcing it. Let the muscles soften, not because they're tired, but because they've decided there's no need to stay tense anymore. The mind may whisper again, a faint echo of what might have happened if you'd said something different, or if time had allowed for a second chance. But that version doesn't exist. The only thing real is this, the quiet now, your body breathing in slow waves, and the dark holding you without asking anything back. There's no need to be ready. There's no checklist of things to finish before sleep can come. You don't have to earn it. It's not a reward for stillness. It's simply what happens when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else. The conversation is no longer calling you. It stopped asking. Maybe it never really needed an answer. Maybe it just wanted to be acknowledged, seen, even if only in silence. And you've done that, not with words, but by staying here, by not running away from the echo, by letting it be there without needing to fix it or finish it. You don't have to know what happens next. You don't need to plan the ending. The only thing you need is to keep breathing slow, soft, steady, as if your body is learning how to exist in stillness all over again. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names, full of pauses that aren't failures, full of moments where not speaking is the most honest answer there could be. Let it stay this way for now. Let the silence grow longer than you think possible. Let your awareness slip into softness, like a stone sinking through layers of water. No sound at all. You're not falling asleep. You're just letting go like a leaf detaching from a branch in late autumn, floating down without resistance, knowing it doesn't have to land anywhere special. The breath continues. The body stays. The dark holds you not because you deserve it, but because it has always known how to do this. And if the mind tries one more time, just once, to drift back into that moment, the way a hand reaches for something just out of reach, you can let it happen. But then come gently back to the rhythm of your breath, as though returning from a walk through woods you've walked many times before, not because you're doing anything wrong, but because this place is where rest lives when no one's looking. The rhythm of your breath has become a slow tide pulling in, then easing out like water returning to a shore it doesn't claim as its own. There's no need for urgency in how it moves, no reason to guide it or shape it into something better than what it is. It just is, and that's enough. A sound drifts through the dark, just barely there, a creak of wood somewhere far off, like a floorboard remembering its own weight. You don't need to name where it came from. You don't have to wonder if someone woke up. The house is quiet not because everyone is asleep, but because it has learned how to hold still in the same way your body has begun to learn. Without effort, without noise. The memory of that conversation isn't a scene replaying behind closed eyes. It's more like an old song you once loved, so much you played it until the record wore thin. It doesn't play back whole anymore. Not even fragments remain intact. Just one note lingering in your ribs, low and warm, like something humming just beneath skin. You don't have to go back there to understand what happened. You've already felt it, the weight of silence after a phrase that wasn't finished, the way air changed between two people who'd once known each other's rhythms. Not everything needs resolution. Sometimes presence is enough. Sometimes being near someone, even in silence, is its own kind of answer. The mind still remembers tones, how one voice dropped at the end, how another paused too long before saying anything at all. But you don't have to retrace those sounds like footprints in snow. You can let them fade into background, not lost, but not urgent either. Like dust settling on a shelf after someone walked through the room. Let your hands lie flat where they are, palm up, fingers open, relaxed, as if waiting for nothing and no one. Not grasping, not holding, just letting space exist between each finger, like small gaps in a wall that never needed to be sealed. There's something about stillness when it's not forced. It becomes its own kind of movement. Like roots growing slowly beneath the soil, unseen but certain. Or water moving through underground channels no one ever sees, just knowing it flows, because there's no other way for it to go. The night isn't asking anything of you. It doesn't care if your thoughts loop or wander, if they pause at corners that don't lead anywhere. The dark has always held people who couldn't sleep, not out of pity, but because it simply knows how to wait without expectation, without judgment. You're no longer trying to fix the past moment by thinking harder about it. You're just allowing yourself to be here in its aftermath, not as a witness, not as someone needing to reply, but as something that has already passed through. There's no need to answer what wasn't asked. There was never an invitation to finish it. The conversation didn't end because you left. It ended because silence became part of the exchange. And silence, when held gently, can be just as truthful as any word ever spoken. Let your jaw unclench, not dramatically, not with effort, just a soft release, like petals opening after rain. Your tongue rests lightly against the roof of your mouth, no longer pressing or testing, just present in its stillness. The air feels thick, but not heavy, like cotton soaked in moonlight, drifting slowly through rooms you don't need to clean. You don't have to organize it. You don't even have to know what it is. Your chest moves with the tide of breath, not rising fast or shallow, but deep enough that warmth spreads outward from your center like ripples in still water after a stone has fallen and sunk without trace. You're not avoiding the memory. You're simply choosing not to carry it forward tonight. Not as baggage, not as proof you failed to say what needed saying, but as something that happened once between two people who didn't know how to keep talking when they ran out of words. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't unfinished. It was just real, like the way a leaf falls without needing to explain itself. And now here, in this long stretch where time doesn't matter and nothing is expected, you can let that moment lie where it belongs. In the past, not as a wound, but as part of your history, like an old photograph kept in a drawer because you forgot how to throw it away. Let go of needing to know whether they meant what they said or didn't say. There's no right answer here. No way to measure truth by tone or timing. What matters is not the conversation itself, but that you're finally allowed to stop listening for its echo. There's a quietness building inside your chest, not from exhaustion, but from release. The kind of softness that comes when something heavy stops demanding attention and just lets go. Your fingers may twitch once, just once, as if reaching out toward a sound or a face, but you don't follow it. You let the movement dissolve into stillness before it becomes anything real. You're not resisting thoughts. You're simply letting them pass through like birds flying low over fields at dusk, seen only for an instant, gone before you can name their color. The body remembers peace better than the mind does. It doesn't need to understand why it's safe. It just knows how to settle into itself when given time and space. You don't have to be anywhere else tonight. You don't need permission to rest. No one is watching. No one is waiting for a reply. The world outside your skin can keep turning without you having to explain yourself. Let the silence grow deeper than any sentence ever could. Let it fill every gap in between thoughts until even the idea of speaking feels like noise. There's nothing wrong with being here, just breathing, just existing, just letting time unfold without trying to hold onto it or move through it faster. The night isn't rushing you toward sleep. It's not pushing you into any kind of arrival. This moment is enough, not because it will end in something better, but because it already holds everything you need right now. Stillness, warmth, weightless dark, and the quiet certainty that being here, just as you are, is exactly where you're meant to be. Let your awareness sink further into softness, like a feather drifting down through layers of air, so thick it slows every motion. Not falling, just letting go. The breath continues without effort. The body remains without strain. And the dark holds you not because you're perfect or still or quiet, but because it doesn't need anything from you to be full, to be whole. It's been holding itself all along, and now it's holding you too, not as a favor, but as something natural. You don't have to finish anything tonight. You don't even have to remember what the conversation was about anymore. All that matters is this: you're here. The mind may still drift back once, just one more time to test if there's an answer left somewhere. But when it does, you won't follow. You'll simply let it pass like a shadow across your skin and return gently to the rhythm of breath, as though coming home from walking too far in daylight, knowing the door is open and no one will ask where you've been. And if another thought comes, like the echo of someone clearing their throat before speaking again, you can listen to it briefly, not with hope or fear, but just with quiet attention. Then let it go, like a leaf caught in a breeze that decides not to carry it anywhere special. It floats down and rests where it falls. There's no need for closure, no demand for resolution, just the slow unfolding of stillness, deepening now, quietly, without fanfare. The night is long, but you don't have to make it shorter. You don't have to hurry toward morning or count how much time remains. Time isn't running out. It's just being. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not failing at sleep. You're simply learning, once again, the shape of stillness, the texture of dark, the quiet strength in letting go. The body knows it better than you do. The mind may keep trying to remember what was said or unsaid, but your body already remembers how to rest. And when the breath slows further and thoughts grow fewer and awareness becomes less like a flashlight sweeping through rooms and more like water filling an empty bowl, then that's not failure. When you notice your mind turning back to that quiet moment, the one where words hung between you like mist on glass, don't pull it closer. Just let it be there, not as a thing to answer, but as a shape in the dark, something observed and then released. You don't need to trace every tone or remeasure each silence. The weight of that conversation isn't yours to carry through the night. It's been set down now, just like everything else, and it doesn't require your presence to exist. That moment didn't end because you left it unfinished. It ended when you turned away from it, just as every moment does. And now it belongs only to memory, not to action. The body is learning how to let go of the need to respond, even when the mind still wants to rehearse. This isn't forgetting. It's releasing the demand for completion. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to feel whole. You just have to be here breathing, skin warm against the sheets, limbs heavy not with effort, but with surrender. The dark is thick enough now that even small movements seem muffled, as if sound has started to sink into the air like dust, settling in a room no one's entered for years. There's a stillness growing behind your eyes, like water filling a basin beneath ground level, slow and quiet, not rushing toward any kind of surface. You can feel it spreading inward. It doesn't care about closure or resolution. It only knows how to be full. No thought needs to cross the threshold for it to deepen. Even if another echo comes, the way their voice dropped at the end, like a note that didn't quite land, you don't have to name it. You can let it drift through your awareness without picking up its shape. There's no need to ask whether they meant what they said or why they paused just long enough for you to wonder. That question doesn't live in this moment. It lives somewhere else on a shelf, half buried under dust and time. And the mind can wander back there if it wants, but only for a second. Only so long as it knows it's not invited. You don't have to guard against it. Just let it pass like wind through an empty hallway. Now imagine your breath is not just air moving in and out, but something older than thought, something that has always been part of the dark. Each inhale is a soft dip into stillness. Each exhale is a slow release, like water flowing down a channel worn by years of quiet passage. No need to guide it. Just allow it to shape itself around you. Let it take its own rhythm. It doesn't want your help. It only wants space. And now let that rhythm carry through the body, not as effort, but as natural flow. Like blood moving through veins without being asked to move faster. Like roots spreading in soil beneath a tree no one remembers planting. You aren't doing anything except breathing. And that is enough. That is everything. Your hands are relaxed now, palms open, fingers loose, not gripping the sheet or each other. They don't need to hold onto anything. The weight of them on the bed isn't pressure, it's presence. It's proof you're still here, still in your body, still part of this moment. No one is waiting for you to do more than be. If a memory surfaces, the way they turned their heads slightly before speaking again, don't chase it. Don't try to place the exact shade of light that was on the wall behind them, or whether they were standing too close. Just let the image float, like smoke caught in a beam of moonlight. Not real enough to touch, not important enough to remember. It's not trying to wake you up, it's just passing through. You don't have to answer it. You don't even have to acknowledge it. Let it go like a leaf that no longer needs the tree. The air holds it for a moment, then lets it fall where it will. There's a quiet in this room, not because there's nothing happening, but because everything is moving slowly enough that you can't hear it. Like time has thickened into something soft and warm, like honey poured over stone. You don't have to move through it. You don't have to push against it or hurry past it. The night isn't trying to be anything. It's not rushing toward morning. It's just being deep, slow, full of stillness that doesn't demand a reason to exist. And you are part of it now, not as a guest, but as something that belongs here naturally, without permission, without explanation. You don't need to earn your right to be in this dark. Your thoughts may still flicker like distant streetlights, faint and far off, but they don't pull you toward them anymore. They're not urgent. They aren't calling for a reply. They're just lights on the edge of vision, blinking slowly, one after another, until even their rhythm slows down to match yours. And when that happens, you'll know it's not because you did anything special, but because your body has finally stopped trying to fix itself. It's given up the search for answers and settled into simply being in a space where no one expects anything of it. The mind may still replay fragments, the exact pause before they said, "I was thinking," or how their hand moved slightly toward their pocket. But you don't have to follow those traces anymore. You can listen, yes, but not with the old urgency. Not as if the truth is hidden in tone shifts and breathing patterns. Just hear it like a sound from another room, something that doesn't belong here, but also doesn't threaten to cross into your space. Let it be part of the quiet rather than interrupting it. And now, this is not a demand or an invitation, just a soft observation. The air in this room has grown heavier. Not oppressive, not hard, but full. Like something is holding its breath beside you, not waiting for anything, just being present with you in stillness. You don't need to speak. You don't even have to think. The space between your thoughts isn't empty, it's alive. It's filled with the kind of quiet that doesn't feel like absence, but like presence. Like a place where things can rest without needing to be moved or changed. The weight of your body is not a burden. It's an anchor, not holding you down, but keeping you here, in this moment, on this bed, with your breath slow and your mind no longer running after answers that don't exist in the dark. There are no clocks anymore, no measure of time beyond what it feels like to be still. You aren't behind. You aren't falling short. There's no performance required. No one grading your progress on sleep quality or mental clarity. You're just breathing, just being, just letting the night wrap around you not as a barrier, but as something that already knows how to hold you. And if another thought comes, like a whisper from somewhere far away, or a half-remembered phrase that didn't quite finish, it doesn't need to be met with effort. It can simply be acknowledged and then left behind, like footprints in sand that the tide will wash away without notice. The body remembers how to rest. The dark remembers how to hold. And you, just by being here, have already begun what you were never meant to force. You don't have to finish anything tonight, not even this silence. Your shoulders have settled into the mattress like stones sinking slowly through soft earth. Not deeply, not all at once, just enough that each breath moves them a little lower, a little quieter. The weight isn't pressing down, it's letting go. There's no need to hold yourself upright anymore. No one is watching. Nothing requires you to stay alert or prepared. You can let your arms fall where they will, the fingertips brushing the edge of the blanket. The back of your hand resting flat against the sheet, as if it has already forgotten how to reach. The silence now isn't empty. It's full of something quiet and patient, like the kind of stillness that grows in a room after everyone has left, but the air hasn't yet cooled. It lingers. It doesn't hurry to fill itself with noise or movement. You don't have to entertain it, explain it, or fix its shape. And somewhere beneath the surface, the faint echo of that conversation, not quite gone, just settling. Like a word spoken underwater, muffled by layers of depth. Not sharp anymore, not urgent, just there like a stone at the bottom of a slow-moving stream, not moving but not forgotten either. You don't have to respond. You don't even need to recognize it fully. It can remain in its own quiet corner of your mind, like an old photograph left on a shelf in a room you haven't visited in years. No dust has settled over it, but that doesn't mean it needs to be moved. The air is thick with the kind of warmth that comes not from heat, but from stillness, like breath caught between two long pauses. Your skin feels porous, as if every pore knows exactly how much pressure to hold and release. There's no effort in staying soft, no strain in being this slow. You could remain like this for hours without noticing time passing, because time isn't counting you. There is a rhythm beneath your breath, gentle, irregular, but consistent, not the kind that demands attention. It just exists, like water dripping into a still pool and never quite disturbing the surface. Each drop falls in its own moment, not racing to be followed by another. The silence between them isn't waiting, it's already full. And when you notice your mind drifting again, when it lands on the shape of their voice or the tilt of their head during that unfinished moment, you don't need to pull yourself back. You can just let the thought arrive, like a leaf floating in from outside. It doesn't belong here, but it's not dangerous either. You're not chasing meaning anymore, not searching for what was left unsaid, or whether you should have said something different. That conversation is alive. It's already over. It's been finished by time, by distance, by the way people move on, even when nothing is resolved. So let it rest in its own quiet place. Let it be a memory that doesn't need to be true anymore, just present, like frost on glass that forms without your permission and melts without you noticing. Your body has stopped trying to stay awake out of fear. It stopped rehearsing outcomes. The mind no longer needs to verify the past because there is nothing left to fix. There are no wrong answers, no missed opportunities, only moments that passed, like clouds moving across a sky you were never meant to understand completely. You don't have to remember how it ended. You don't even need to know if it had an ending at all. The silence now isn't the absence of sound, it's a kind of fullness. Like sitting in a field after rain, when every blade holds water and nothing moves. Nothing needs to be said. No one is waiting. And your breath, your steady, uneven breathing, is not trying to become anything else. It doesn't need to deepen or slow down as if it were following instructions. It's just moving through you like wind through a tunnel that has no purpose but its own passage. Your hands are loose now, not clenched, not restless. They don't want to do anything. Not pick up a phone, not write something down, not check the time or wonder what tomorrow will bring. There is no need to prepare for anything because nothing needs preparing. The dark has stopped being a barrier. It's become something that holds you without asking for return. Like an old coat left behind on a chair worn thin, familiar, and warm from having been used by someone who didn't leave notes or explanations. You don't need to be certain of anything anymore. You don't have to believe in tomorrow to let go of tonight. The mind doesn't need to solve the past because it's already lived through it. It just needs a place to stop speaking, even if only for a few hours. And you are here, not trying to fix yourself, not battling your thoughts, just being breathing, resting, present in this moment without needing to earn it. The air is still heavy, but not pressing. It's like the kind of weight that comes from something full and slow, like a river under ice, moving beneath the surface while everything above seems frozen. You don't need to see it to know it exists. There are no clocks in this room, no screens glowing faintly with numbers. The time isn't measured by anything other than what your body feels. The softness of limbs sinking into fabric, the way your breath slows when you stop trying to control it. You can stay like this for as long as the night wants you to. Not waiting for sleep to come, just letting yourself be where you already are. And if another thought appears, the faintest echo of a tone that wasn't quite right, or the shadow of something left unsaid, you don't need to meet it. You can simply notice its shape and then let it drift like smoke from a candle long since blown out. No one is asking for anything from you tonight, not even your own mind. It's okay if you forget what happened in that conversation. It's okay if the details blur. It's okay if they never get resolved. Because here, now, you are not required to carry them forward. You don't have to keep their weight inside you just because it was said once. The words aren't alive anymore. They're already part of something older, the silence between heartbeats, the pause before a breath is taken. You don't need to fix anything, not even your own mind. Just let yourself be held by this quiet. by this stillness, by the fact that you are no longer trying so hard to disappear into sleep because you're already there. You've been here all along, just waiting for your body to stop fighting its way back to rest. The dark doesn't judge. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to be. And in that knowing, it lets go of everything except the present moment. Your thoughts, fleeting, faint, can float past like birds at dusk, wings brushing the edge of your awareness, and then gone. Not demanding anything, not asking for attention, just passing through the space you're occupying now, as if they've never been urgent or important to begin with. There's no need to name them, no need to trace their path back to where they started. They are not yours to fix. They never were. And so, let this be enough. Let your body sink deeper into the mattress, like a stone finally at rest. Let your breath fall into its own natural rhythm, slow and unhurried, as if it knows something you don't yet. You're not behind. You're not falling short. There is no finish line, no test to pass. Just this quiet fullness, this deep stillness, where time doesn't matter, answers aren't needed, and the mind can finally stop asking questions that have no replies. And if you feel yourself slipping, not into sleep yet, but into something deeper than awareness, you don't need to resist it. You don't have to grab hold of thoughts or pull back from silence. Just let go. Let your body remember how not to be alert. Let the night keep its promise that no one is watching, nothing needs fixing, and you are exactly where you're meant to be, even if you can't see it yet. You don't need to do anything else tonight, not even stay awake. The weight of that conversation isn't in what was said, but in how it lingers, like a thread caught between two things, not quite pulled tight, not quite loose enough to disappear. It doesn't need to be answered anymore. Not tonight. The air around it has already settled into something older than words. You don't have to carry the echo of that voice like a stone in your pocket. Let it rest where it is on the floor between two rooms, under the carpet's edge, folded quietly beneath the silence. Your body knows how to release without permission. It remembers what happens when you stop fighting. The muscles in your shoulders are no longer braced against something that isn't there. Your hands lie still on top of the blanket, not clenched, not reaching for anything, just resting, like leaves after a storm have stopped trembling. There's a place inside you where unfinished things go to rest, like old letters folded and left behind in drawers, like half-remembered dreams you never told anyone about. That space doesn't demand closure. It only asks that you leave it alone long enough for the dust to settle. No one is waiting at the door. No one needs a reply. You can let go of how it ended, not because it didn't matter, but because it has already mattered more than it ever needed to. The moment passed. You were there. That was enough. Now your breath moves like water through roots. Slow, unnoticed by anyone else. It finds its own path through the dark places inside you, where things don't need names or explanations. There's no urgency in how it flows, no pressure to reach anywhere, just movement, not forward, not backward, just being. The thoughts that return aren't real. They're just shadows of what might have been said if someone had paused a little longer, smiled a little differently. But they didn't. And you don't need them now. Let the silence hold them. Let it be thick enough to cradle each unspoken word without letting any of them escape into your chest. The air around you isn't empty. It's full of stillness so deep that even memory slows down and settles, like sediment in a lake after rain. There is no need to recall every tone, every pause, every syllable left hanging. Not tonight. You don't have to retrace the path of what was said. That conversation doesn't belong to you anymore. Only its echo does. And even that will fade if you stop holding it close. You're not meant to fix anything that's already passed. There's no test at the end of this night where your response is judged by how well you remembered. You don't have to be perfect in memory or faithful in reply. All you need to do is keep breathing, keep resting, keep letting go. The part of you that wants to fix it, that wants to rewrite the moment, is not the same as the part that's lying here now, quiet and warm under the covers. That other voice isn't wrong. It just doesn't belong here right now. Let it wander off into the dark like a dog searching for a scent that no longer exists. Your skin is learning how to forget. Not in a rush, not all at once, just gradually, like frost melting from a window pane, one small patch at a time. You don't have to remember what was said. You only need to feel where you are, this body sinking into the mattress like it's finally learned how to fall. The room is not cold. It isn't hot either. It simply exists, holding your weight without complaint. The blanket folds around you in soft layers, as if it knows better than to ask for anything from you tonight. There's a shape to this stillness, the kind that doesn't require motion or effort. It's the quiet after rain, when everything has stopped waiting to see what comes next. The world isn't asking questions. No one is looking at you. You're not being measured. You don't have to be anything special right now. Not brave, not strong, not even present in any way that matters to anyone but yourself. Just here, breathing, letting the dark fill in around your edges until it feels like part of you. The conversation is finished, even if it doesn't feel like it yet. It's already behind you. You don't have to go back for it. No one will miss what wasn't said. The silence between heartbeats, your own slow rhythm, is full enough without adding more sound. You can stop wondering what they meant when they paused. You don't need to know if their voice cracked or stayed steady. The truth of that moment has already lived its life. It doesn't live in your mind anymore. It lives in the air, in the space where it was spoken, and now where it is. There's no need to replay what might have happened if you'd said something different. No reason to imagine their reaction or how things would have changed if only you had stepped forward instead of standing still. You're not responsible for outcomes that never came. You're not required to carry the weight of what wasn't decided. Not tonight. The night doesn't care about decisions made in past conversations. It only cares about breath now. The space between your thoughts is long enough to rest, long enough to forget, long enough to let things go without saying goodbye. Your body knows how to stop searching. It's been waiting for this moment, when the mind finally stops trying to fix something that was never broken in the first place. There's no need to figure it out. No need to understand why it still echoes. Just let it be a shadow, not an anchor. Let it float off like mist rising from soil after rain, light, shapeless, and gone before you even notice it's left. You don't have to respond to anything that happened in the past. Not now. Not ever if you don't want to. There is only this: your body breathing slowly into the dark, your arms at rest, your mind softening into silence like a stone sinking through water, no longer afraid of what's beneath. You're not behind. You're not missing anything. The night isn't going anywhere. It has all the time in the world, and so do you. And when another thought arrives, the faintest whisper of an old tone, the ghost of a pause, don't reach for it. Don't name it. Just let it pass by like smoke through open air, curling and dissolving without ever needing to be caught. You don't have to answer anything anymore, not even yourself. The dark has already said everything worth saying. You are here. You are safe. You do not need to do more. You're not holding on to anything anymore. The shape of that conversation has softened at the edges, like a photograph left too long in damp air, colors bleeding, details blurring into one another, until only mood remains. It doesn't need to be sharp. You don't have to remember what they were wearing when they turned away, or how many steps it took for them to leave the room. The moment isn't trapped in your bones. It's not waiting at the edge of a memory like something about to rise again. It's already settled where it belongs, in that quiet space between decisions, in the pause after a name is called and no one answers. Your breath moves through you like wind through an empty house, slow, unhurried, without purpose or direction. There's nothing for it to push against, nothing it needs to reach. It just flows. You don't have to follow it. You don't need to guide it toward calm. It already knows how to be still, The air in this room is not thin, not dry. It holds weight, but not pressure. Like the way silence settles after a long sentence has been spoken and no one else needs to finish it. No one wants to take over. The quiet doesn't demand anything from you now. It doesn't want your attention or your reply. It just is present in every fiber of the dark. And inside you, something begins to unthread itself. Not all at once, but gradually. A thought that had been looping for hours, the way their voice dropped on the last word, now slips loose like a knot coming undone in water. You don't watch it go. You don't feel its absence. It simply stops being important. The weight it carried is gone, not because you fixed anything, but because you stopped carrying it. The floor beneath your feet feels far away. Not imaginary, just distant, like something remembered from a dream where the ground was never quite solid. There's no need to stand on anything now. No reason to feel anchored. You don't have to prove that you're real or present or capable of holding things together. The dark doesn't care about performance. There's a texture to this moment, the softness of old linen against skin, the way it folds not around your body, but through it. Like the blanket isn't covering you, it's letting you dissolve into its weave. You're not trapped inside fabric. You're being held by it gently, as if it knows that resistance is pointless and surrender feels like safety. The conversation didn't need to be finished. It doesn't matter if your reply came too late or never at all. The silence between the words was already full enough, full of what wasn't said, full of everything not known. And that's okay. That silence wasn't empty. It was waiting for nothing and no one. You don't have to replay their expression when they paused. Whether their eyes stayed open, whether their lips moved slightly before they looked away, none of it matters now. You're not being asked to interpret anything, not even yourself. There's no need to wonder what meaning they gave to the silence. The moment has already lived itself through. Your body is letting go of every place where you've been tense without knowing it. The tightness behind your eyes, the knot between your shoulder blades, the way your jaw still remembers how to clench when something isn't resolved. It's not fighting anymore. It doesn't need to be ready for anything. There's no performance in this moment. No one watching. No record being kept. The thoughts that drift by now don't arrive with urgency. They float like dust motes in a sunbeam, visible, but unimportant. Not even worth naming. One might whisper about the tone of their voice at the end, how it didn't rise or break. It simply ended, like air leaving a room after someone has walked out. Quiet, final. You don't have to answer that thought. You don't need to decide whether it meant something. Let it pass like a shadow across floorboards. The dark doesn't ask for explanation. It only holds space. There's no reason to believe the conversation still exists in your mind, as if it were alive. It is. It has already passed through you, like water through soil, gone, absorbed, leaving behind no trace except the feeling of having been wet. You're not responsible for what happened or didn't happen in that exchange. You don't owe anyone a response. Not now. Not ever if it doesn't come to you. The past isn't waiting with open hands, asking to be replayed. It's already somewhere else, quiet, still, and done. And so are you. The air moves through your chest without effort. Your ribs expand not because you tell them to, but simply because they can. There's no need to force calm. No need to will sleep in. You don't have to do anything here. Just be. This is not a place for thinking. Not even for feeling. It's a space where all the trying stops. Where every kind of wanting, the desire to fix, to understand, to say something right, finally has nowhere left to go. You are not behind. You're not missing time. Time isn't moving faster than you. The night is breathing with you, not ahead, not behind, just present. And in that stillness, there's no need for completion. The conversation didn't end because it was resolved. It ended because the moment had passed. Like a train leaving a platform without a final signal or wave, just gone. There was never anything to be gained by holding onto it after it left. Your mind doesn't have to make sense of that now. It just has to stop trying, to let go, to rest in the fact that some things don't need answers. There's no reward for remembering every tone, every pause, every hesitation. No gold medal for perfect recall, just silence. And you're learning how to live inside it, not as a void, but as something full and quiet and safe. The blanket folds over your legs, not because you asked it to, but because gravity is gentle tonight. The way the fabric settles isn't effortful. It just sinks into place like memory fading, like a tension slipping away without resistance. You don't have to return to anything. Not that conversation, not even this moment. You're allowed to drift now, like breath held too long and then released slowly. No need for direction. No reason to steer. There's a rhythm beneath all of this, a slow pulse in the dark that doesn't care if you notice it or not. It just keeps going, like the way water moves through stone without speed but with certainty, without sound but with presence. And somewhere deep inside, something soft begins to fall, like snow on an old rooftop, landing silently, one flake at a time, until the whole surface is covered in quiet. You don't need to watch it happen. You don't have to see how far it goes. It doesn't matter if you're aware of every moment or not. The falling isn't happening for your benefit. It's just what happens when no one else is trying to stop it. The thought that comes now, barely a whisper, isn't about the conversation anymore. It's about how still the room feels. How easy it would be to forget your name if you let yourself sink all the way down into this dark, soft space between breaths. It wouldn't matter. No one would know, not even you. And that's okay. You don't have to remember anything right now. Not who you were before this moment. Not what you said or didn't say. Not what you meant or failed to mean. You're not being asked to be anyone special. Just present like the dark itself, which doesn't explain its existence, doesn't justify its shape. It simply is. And so are you. There's no need for closure. There's only this, a slow sinking. Not into sleep, exactly, but into something deeper than that. Something quieter. A place where thoughts don't need to be fixed, where questions aren't answered because they're not important anymore. You're not trying to solve anything. You're not even trying to rest. You're just here, with your breath moving slowly through you like water over stones, like wind through an empty field, like silence between two heartbeats that lasts long enough to feel like forever. You're not thinking about the words anymore, not the ones that lingered, not the ones left unspoken. The weight of them has settled into the mattress beneath you like dust after a long quiet. It doesn't press down. It just is. There's no need to name it now. No reason to hold its shape in your mind. You're not being asked to carry it forward. The air feels different tonight, thicker, but lighter at the same time. Like something has been released without anyone noticing. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel empty because it is. It's full of things too soft to be heard. The slow stretch of fabric over your shoulders, the way the pillow remembers your head even when you're not quite lying on it anymore. That memory is already fading. You don't have to listen for meaning in silence. You don't have to search inside it for proof that you exist. The stillness isn't waiting for a signal from you. There's no audition, no performance required. It just breathes with you the way water fills a cup without being asked. There was never a moment when you needed to say everything. There wasn't even one moment where anything truly depended on what came next. That conversation didn't end because it failed. It ended because it had run its course like a stream finding its path through rock, not because it was blocked, but because the land changed shape beneath it. The way your fingers rest now, flat against your thigh, isn't about control. There's no effort behind that stillness, just gravity and gravity alone holding them in place. Like roots settling into soil after rain. You don't have to will yourself into this moment. The body knows how to be present when the mind refuses to stay. The sound of traffic far away, faint, muffled by walls, isn't a threat or an invitation. It's just noise passing through the dark like old letters drifting under a door. No one is writing back. No reply was expected. There's no message hidden in it. The tone isn't sharp. It doesn't demand your attention. It fades slowly into the air, not because you dismissed it, but because it wasn't meant to stay. Your breath moves through you like wind across an abandoned field. Not urgent, not searching for anything, just passing over long grass that no longer needs to bend. The kind of movement that exists without a purpose, only presence. You don't have to remember the exact shade of light from that moment, or how their voice cracked on the word almost. You don't need to reconstruct the silence between sentences. That space didn't belong to you, it belonged to the night. And like all things that pass through darkness, it didn't leave a mark. There's no reason now to replay what might have been said. No benefit in turning over every phrase one more time. The conversation didn't need an ending. It needed to end just as much as your body needs rest. Not because it was broken, because it had done its work. The way the edge of the blanket drags across your ankle is not accidental. It's not a detail you should notice. But you do, and that's all right. The friction isn't sharp. It's soft, like memory brushing against skin too late to matter. You don't have to fix it or pull it back up. Let it stay where it is. The dark doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It doesn't check in. There's no report card at the end of this night. No evaluation for how well you held still, how long your thoughts stayed quiet. The dark just continues, not waiting for you to catch up, just being. You don't have to be ready. You're not behind. You're not late. Time isn't racing ahead while you stay stuck in one place. It's simply moving unhurried, unbothered by your presence or absence. The thought that drifts now is not about what was said, but about the shape of a pause. Not how long it lasted, but how it felt, like something soft being held just before release. Like breathing in and holding the air for longer than usual, just to feel what stillness tastes like. That pause wasn't an error. It wasn't failure. It was not empty. It was full of everything that couldn't be spoken, not because you weren't capable, but because some things don't need words. They exist just by being there. And now, in this quiet between breaths, something begins to dissolve, not completely, but slowly, like a stone worn down by water over years it never noticed. You don't have to watch it happen. There's no goal, no finish line, just the slow letting go of what you've been carrying without realizing. The memory isn't fading because you're forgetting. It's falling away, not because you want it gone, but because it has outlived its need to be held in your mind. There was never a moment when you needed to answer every tone or fill every silence with meaning. That wasn't the task. The task was simply to be there, not to perform, not to fix, not even to understand. You're allowed to stop trying now, not because you failed, but because you've done enough. You've been present for longer than most people realize is possible. Your mind hasn't stopped. It's just learned a different kind of rest. The way your eyelids feel light but heavy isn't effort. It's not resistance. It's the body settling into what it knows without being asked. Like roots growing in silence, like snow accumulating on rooftops no one sees. You don't have to be aware of how far this goes. You don't need to track progress or measure depth. There's only the sensation, a softness spreading through your chest that isn't warmth, it's absence. Not cold, not empty, just release. The thought that comes now is just a feeling, not an idea, not a memory. It's like noticing how the air feels cooler near the window, even though you can't see it. You don't have to know why, just feel it. Let it be. There's no need for closure. There was never anything left to say. The conversation didn't end because it wasn't complete, it ended because completion wasn't possible in that moment. Not then, maybe not ever, and you now are not required to fix what cannot be fixed. You're not asked to solve a problem with no solution. All you have to do is be here, breathing slowly, letting the dark hold you without explanation or demand. You don't need to believe in this moment. You don't need to understand it. Just let your body sink into its own shape, like water finding level ground after a storm. The way your shoulders fall now isn't failure, it's surrender. Not giving up, but letting go of the weight you didn't know was there. The kind that builds without notice, like dust gathering on shelves no one touches. There's room in this stillness for things to simply be, not explained, not justified, not judged, just present, like a single feather caught in a draft, not moving fast, not falling far, just suspended, perfectly balanced between rise and descent. You don't have to choose where you are. You're already there, in the space between thoughts, in the breath that lingers after exhalation, in the moment when nothing is happening and everything is. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It's not counting minutes, measuring effort, keeping score. It just keeps going quietly, steadily, like a river, moving under moonlight without sound. And you don't have to be anything special. You're not required to feel more than what is, not to remember more than what remains. There's no need to perform stillness or prove that you've arrived. You are already here, not because of effort, but because the dark has always held you, just as it holds everything else. And now slowly, without warning, without even being noticed, you begin to drift, not toward sleep, but toward a place where drifting is not failure, where stillness isn't silence, and where the mind no longer needs to finish anything, because nothing was ever unfinished to begin with. You're not holding on anymore, not really. The shape of that conversation isn't pulling at your ribs like it used to. It's no longer a thread you need to unravel or reweave. It just sits. Not heavy, not light. Just there, like a stone in the riverbed that once seemed sharp, but has since worn smooth from passing water and time. You don't have to name it to let it go. You don't even need to remember its edges anymore. There's a kind of stillness now, not because you've emptied your mind, but because it's stopped insisting on being full. The thoughts that come aren't urgent ones. They're not arguments or replays or attempts to fix something broken in the past. They're like shadows moving across a wall. They're one moment, gone the next. No need to trace their path. The air near your ankles feels different tonight. Not cool, not warm, but quiet. Like it's learned how to hold its breath without being asked. You can't see it, but you feel the way it settles around your feet when you shift slightly in bed. Not clinging, not resisting. Just there, like a blanket that knows exactly where it belongs. There's no need for closure, because there was never anything missing from the beginning. What happened wasn't incomplete. It just wasn't meant to be resolved. Some things aren't built to end with answers. They're built to exist in between, like the moment after someone says your name, and before you turn around, like the pause when a song ends, but the silence hasn't begun yet. Your breath is moving slower than it has been all night, not because you're trying to control it, but because it doesn't have to. It just slows down on its own, like a train leaving a station that's no longer marked on any map. You don't need to guide it. You don't even need to notice it. There's a quiet in your chest now, not the kind that comes from forcing calm, but the kind that arrives when everything finally stops asking for proof of presence. It's not emptiness, it's space. Like a room you've never used, but have always known was there, waiting with no purpose other than to hold stillness. You're not doing anything wrong by staying here, not by being tired, not by not knowing what comes next. The only thing that matters is the weight of your body against the mattress, how it's sinking in just enough to feel supported without effort, how your spine curves naturally, like a river finding its path after years of running over rocks. The memory doesn't want anything from you anymore. It didn't even know what it wanted when it was happening. It only knew how to keep going until something changed, until the moment passed and left no note behind. There's nothing to finish now. Not that conversation, not your thoughts about it, not even this feeling of being stuck between sleep and wakefulness. You don't have to solve anything. You don't need a plan or an outcome. You're just in motion without direction. And that's enough. The night isn't waiting for you to decide anything. It doesn't care whether you remember what was said, or why it mattered then, or if you ever answered back in the way you wished you had. The dark has no agenda. It only exists as a place where things can rest without being judged on how well they've performed. Your hands are relaxed now, not clenched.